on.
Yeah.
Wait.
What?
I'm gonna go hit go live.
Okay.
Summerfest 2023, day 1.
We're only a minute late. Let's go. Oh, we're here. We're here. We're up. We're hot.
Hello?
Yeah, we got it!
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, boy.
Little bit of a hiccup.
Can y'all see me?
Yeah, it's up. It's up.
Woo! All right.
Alright.
Pretend you're not seeing this right now.
Yeah, you don't see us. This never happens.
Oh yeah, we gotta like actually open this proper, don't we?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nobody look.
Do it proper.
Nobody look. Nobody look.
We look. Oh.
All right.
Oh.
Wait. Ah. All right. So they can't hear us right now. Don't trust that, but just tell me if you can hear the. Do you see the blue? You're looking at the freeze frame. All right. I'm gonna hit play. Tell me if you can hear the audio. Woo! Are we back?
Are we
Hello?
back?
Hello.
I think we're back. We should.
Hello.
Oh, holy shit!
Hello.
Hello there.
Newgrounds.
Newgrounds. Summerfest.
I love
23.
Newgrounds.
I love Newgrounds. Hello.
Yeah,
Hello, everybody. Welcome to those of you in Discord. Welcome to those of you on YouTube. I'm Slug.
I'm Keki,
I'm slimy.
and we're here to present you with a very fun event this year. Yay!
Summerfest!
Let's do it.
Woo!
Oh.
So, this is the very first day, as some of you may know, right? And
Yeah.
with that, we're gonna have a relatively short day, and tomorrow is gonna be the big day. The
Yep.
big day with all the cool stuff, but we have cool people today also.
Yeah, baby.
We got a packed weekend.
Packed
Really packed
weekend
Yeah.
for you. End of the summer, kicking it off right.
Mhm.
The animation was beautiful, by the way.
Oh,
Everyone
yes.
did a wonderful
A
job.
really hearty thank you to everybody who came out and worked on the opening for the year. You know, I really wanted to have one because, you know, I didn't want to have just one fest where we didn't have one. It looks really nice. It has just been published onto the portal if y'all want to go give it 5 stars. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. yeah, everybody pulled together something real special, and I'm very happy about that. Everyone, pat yourselves on the back if you worked on it, because you did a good job.
Y'all did so good. I do want to clarify for those of you who are watching on YouTube. Some of the panels are interactive, and so you may not be in the Discord, but I'm still going to be monitoring the YouTube, so you can still interact a little bit. Okay?
Yep.
Just a bit of fun fact for you.
Hello,
So got some
Donut
people-
Jews
so got some
in
people-
the YouTube chat. You
people
did the
coming in.
saxophone for the song, and 3X Blast is also in the chat. Holy shit! Big shout out to them for letting us use their music for the cartoon. Very cool.
All right. So I think it's only appropriate that we start this off correctly. I'm going to. Hello, you people on YouTube. Let's get this shit going.
Yes, sir.
Ready for Summerfest, baby?
Yes, sir. What do we got first again?
We got me interviewing Corey.
Yeah, you and Voices by Corey. Voices by Corey.
Yeah, Voices by Corey. And then after that, 3D Taterman and Willie, you guys are going to be doing, well, they're going to be doing a little bit of a 3D modeling panel.
Oh.
Making silly characters.
I just noticed the, oh my.
Woo! Let's go, baby!
I just noticed the set you got. Man, that shit.
Newgrounds!
Really
No way!
Newgrounds! Newgrounds Summerfest! Are you ready? Are you ready? There's beer all in my crotch right now.
Modelo, though?
I'm doing another. I'm doing a number. 2 in a row, baby.
Oh, my lord. Put your cups up if you got them, folks. If you can legally drink.
Ah! All right.
I wonder if you're saying that.
Now for a nice, calm and sweet interview with me and Corey. Which is completely, totally different than this. I was listening back to it, I was editing it, and I was like, oh man, this is so sweet and nice. This is not energetic at all, but it's a good video, and I liked it. So, yeah, right on. Hope you guys like my summer hat.
It is very nice.
It's
very,
cute
very,
hat.
very lovely looking
The
on you.
ASMR there.
Go to artlist.io.
Oh my god! Is that the copyright? Is that an ad? Not on my YouTube.
Yuck. Ads,
you get
imagine.
nothing. Alright. So, I hope everyone enjoys Summerfest. I hope everyone sticks around for all of the panels, even late into the night. And, there might even be some nights where, I stay up all night and we'll stream, Newgrounds games.
Yeah.
We'll play some of our boys that have stuff on Steam, you know. Yeah, but it's not just what's on the schedule. So don't don't be gone for too long. All right?
It's going to be a lot of hanging out, a lot of chilling,
Oh,
a lot of having
covered.
fun.
Oh, I'm covered. I'm showing off my chest. Oh, I'm soaked. Sorry, guys.
Oh.
Sounds like a
Come on
self-created
now.
problem.
The stream is all ages, Tony. You can't just be showing yourself. You know, frankly, you
This
should
is
be covering
PG.
your mug.
This is PG. All right.
Is it though?
Of course it is. What? Of course this is PG. This is what it's all. Oh wait, you guys can't even hear the bomb ass stage music. There we go.
We got bomb-ass stage music? I didn't
On
know we had
Discord.
bomb-ass stage music.
On
Oh,
Discord, there's this.
Oh yeah, I know that
You
was
can
on
hear
Discord.
it on the.
I turned it off. At least I muted it for myself. I don't know if it's playing anywhere, is it?
It's playing now
It's,
on the
I think
stream.
it's just individual person. Oh,
I
it's on the
see.
stream now? Aw.
Is it on the stream? I can't really hear. I don't know.
It should be coming through
We're
my
not-
desktop audio.
We're
But,
not gonna get copyright struck for that, are we?
I don't
mean,
think so.
I doubt the Discord's gonna put like copyrighted music on their app.
Oh, that's fair.
Actually,
Yeah.
should I put that past them?
We'll find
Should
out.
I? We'll find out.
We're
yeah.
Newgrounds, baby. We're crazy.
Yeah.
Uh.
It's not like we care about being demonetized anyway.
Alright,
Nobody.
And
is
it's
paid
gonna
for this
stop
shit.
playing in 2 seconds anyway,
True.
because we're gonna be starting the video. This one
Yes,
is not
sir.
live. This is pre-recorded. But I'm sure if you actually leave questions in the chat, Corey will look at them and probably get back to you.
Yeah.
He told me to, pass along any questions and stuff because he's not here with us today. He is working. He's being a father and a man,
Yeah.
a gentleman.
I like that Voices by Corey. He's
yeah,
a very
Voices by
sweet
Corey is pretty
person.
cool.
He's
We
a
talk
swell
about
guy.
his recent projects he wants to work on. God came up, but I'm not going to
God?
spoil anything. I
Really?
know, right? Yeah, the conversation took a turn at one point, but I hope
Huh.
you all enjoy. We'll be swapping over to that very soon.
All right. Sounds awesome.
I'm gonna be here while we do that because there's no clean way of transitioning this. Hope everyone's enjoying themselves. Andy Slug with.
We have a moment of silence for Voices by Corey's passing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
a big
Yeah.
moment of silence.
Rip. Oh, it's so long. There we go. Okay.
Oh, you're just doing the title on the fly, huh?
Oh yeah, baby. We're
Oh boy.
fuck it. We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. This is what a live event is. Everything is done live. Still better production value than AEW.
All right, my friend.
You made all of these
Well, like I
assets
said-
5 minutes before we went live.
Yeah, that's how I do things.
Totally not pre-recorded. Exactly. Yeah.
Alright, I guess we should mute ourselves now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
See you guys all in the first panel. Enjoy.
woo!
All right, my friend. Well, like I said before, when we got on, long time coming. I'm not the intro type, so I'm kind of just a get into it type. I like a casual, All this is a casual talk. It's even better because, we're not even really here right now. We're like a month before.
We're pre-recorded before the
Yeah,
jam
from the
even takes
past.
place. A blast from the past of the future of existence. I guess.
The world ends. The world ends on the third day of Fest.
In a world
Yeah.
where Anisloth and Voices by Corey talk a month in advance for a panel that will happen in the future.
In the future, two
is.
brothers. The future, brothers in the
Two-
future.
Two brothers. They're brothers and they fight crime in the future.
The
and
future.
They're brothers and they fight cats.
Cats with guns, laser guns.
And there's old pissed off ladies.
That'd be a war. That would be. It's like that question, like, do you think you can handle, 10 angry fifth graders in a fight, or someone, or one person that's like 7 foot? Like, think you could like which one do you think you could take in a fight?
Probably the 7-foot person, considering I'm 6'3", so they would only have a little bit of a height
Yeah.
advantage on me. So I
Mhm.
think I'd still have at least a decent shot of taking them down. If I was going up against the 5th graders, they would probably pulverize me, just beat me into submission.
Yeah, so it's like that. It's like, the angry old ladies or the laser cats. It's like, oof, I don't know. Oh, well, man, what a crazy year so far. 2023 has been pretty busy for everyone on Newgrounds, right? I feel like
Absolutely.
everyone's been getting stuff done. What have you been working on, my friend? What have you been up to?
Well, I have been constantly busy with just animations, more so outside of Newgrounds lately, but I have been getting some work more so recently here in the summer and towards the tail end of the year of just animations on the site.
Mhm.
I got picked up on I think a couple games too, so I don't know when they're gonna drop. I know one crew is trying to drop their game by the end of this year, so hopefully you guys can hear me in that. But yeah, man, I'm just trying to stay as steady as I can, and as a voice actor, you're always looking for the next gig. And thankfully, I've been able to garner some more work after the whole hype with being Bob in Spooky Month, and it's been nice just seeing some influx of work outside of Newgrounds, because even though Newgrounds is a great place to start your career off, we always want to flourish and grow outside of our beginnings. But at the same time, I still want to try to contribute to Newgrounds as much as I possibly can. So, I've had a lot of people still reach out to me. Hey, can you do this for me? I'm like, absolutely. I got no problem helping out Newgrounds family members. And I remember, or just recently, I had an animator reach out to me. I guess I can talk about it. He never didn't specify not to talk about it, but there's an animator who's going to be trying to animate some Calvin and Hobbes comics, and he wanted me to voice Hobbes.
That's
so
awesome.
I'm like, yep. I was like, yeah. So I'm like, hell yeah, I would love to voice
Oh
Hobbes.
yeah,
Like,
that'd be awesome.
Grew up reading the comics, so I was like, hell yeah, dude, I want to do it. So he wanted to have Hobbes sound kind of like a Tony the Tiger-esque voice with a little bit of Sonic the Hedgehog energy. So get the great. So the voice is right here, but just a little bit more energetic and like, hey, somewhere like right in there. And he liked the recordings, and I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, that's fun. That's fun. That's awesome. I didn't even know about that. That's cool.
Yeah, and just a lot of smaller projects, like shorter tunes. I've been brought on to Cheeto Studios team, and I've been doing a lot of comics with him and Joe Porter.
Cool.
And it's man, I can tell you, we have some great tunes coming out pretty soon. Like, we're always coming up with new ideas, and Cheeto's been working his ass off to try to make Cheeto Studios into its brand and just grow it. And he got a lot of his beginnings on Newgrounds, so he's always feeding into Newgrounds. Like, you see some of the other big animators out there, like Meat Canyon, Flash Kids, like they're still posting their stuff here on Newgrounds. Same with Halo, they're all posting their stuff on Newgrounds, and Cheeto's the same way. He's garnering a pretty big fan base on YouTube right now, but he still posts on here because he loves the fan base of Newgrounds. They're supportive, and that's how I came in touch with him. Like, I remember watching a lot of his old cartoons when he started posting on here, and I love them, and I get to work with him now, and I get to collaborate on the ideas. We have a tune in the works that I actually came up with the idea for, so it's been pretty cool, man. Like,
that's fun. Nice.
A lot of cool stuff in the works, and gotta thank Newgrounds for it, because a lot of people that I get to work with have I've met through Newgrounds, or have acquaintances through Newgrounds. Like, hey, yeah, I know them. Oh yeah, I know them too. Cool. So yeah, it's beautiful, man.
Yeah, that's the magic of Newgrounds. It's just I know we're both the Newgrounds dick writers on the site, so I know this is like a perfect storm for both of us to be like, yeah, isn't Newgrounds great? So, but like I even had some students in my last class that I taught be Newgrounders, and I only found out because one of them was wearing one of them was wearing a Newgrounds shirt, and I was like, oh, you use Newgrounds? They're like, oh yeah, that's like oh yeah, it's pretty cool. And I'm like, I love Newgrounds. He's like, you're like, really? And I'm like, yeah, I was actually just at the headquarters the other day. They're like, what? I got some street cred. I got some street cred.
That's cool.
The newer generation will take good care of Newgrounds, I hope.
Absolutely.
And so far they have been, man. These kids are talented, bro. I know you're only a little bit more older than me, but like I feel like all these kids I see making stuff. Look, yeah, I'm 17, I'm 18. I'm like, what? What? You're nuts.
And it makes me feel old, because there's some creators who reach out to me like, hey, can you help me out? I'm like, yeah, no problem, I can do that. And then we just get to talking like, oh yeah, I'm 18, I'm going to college for my freshman year. I'm like, man, I'm 33. Hey, you're making me feel like an old man here, helping out a young whippersnapper such as yourself.
Back in my day, we only had meat and fuck 1 through 3.
Back in my day, we used to deal with flash animations in games. None of this fancy HDMI cable animations.
So I feel like it would be almost like a sin for me to not talk about Bob, and you brought it up first, so now I don't feel bad. Yeah, I was hanging with Sir Palo at Too Many Games, and he's a cool
jealous.
dude. Yeah, it was fun. He's a nice guy. It was my first time actually meeting him after talk. We've talked a few times, but we never really got a chance to we're not really in the same friend circles, so we don't really talk a lot. But we finally got to hang out at the fest and on the Newgrounds meetup day. And what a fine little fellow. Love me some Palo. What a cool guy. But how was that? I was working on I was working on that project. I just love Spooky Month. I think that's such a fun check off the Newgrounds bucket list to work on.
Oh yeah, man. Anyone who's been on Newgrounds for as long as we have, we've seen Spooky Month flourish from the very first episode all the way up into Tender Treats.
It's crazy.
And currently, I think the last time I checked, it still holds the #1 ranked animation on Newgrounds. So that's pretty fucking badass, being able to have that claim to my name a little bit. I get to be a part of an animation that just ranks the best of all time on Newgrounds. That's really freaking cool.
Yeah, decades, bro. Decades of content.
Yeah, and on top of that, me coming from those decades of content, I've been coming to Newgrounds since 2002, so I've seen all the variety of cartoons that have been uploaded to the portal, and getting to be a part of that history, it's really cool. And to this day, I still thank Palo all the time for just allowing me to be a part of Spooky Month and letting me voice Bob. It just happened to kind of fall in my lap, and it's been such a whirlwind. I got to know Palo through the Newgrounds podcast. For those who don't know, I was a host on the Newgrounds podcast before we handed it off to Shall.
Back in the day.
Back in
Back in
our
that day.
Back to a year and a half ago.
It was me and a silly fellow in a beanie.
He went by Zinzanix. Oh, I love you, Zinny. But yeah, I was very fortunate. Is when we also had Will Comer still hosting on the show. He brought up the idea of interviewing Palo, and I was like, dude, I want to sit in on that. I love Palo. He goes, yeah, for sure. So it was just kind of like a luck thing. We sat down, we interviewed Palo. I think to this day, it's still the most listened to episode of NGP, which is really freaking cool. We had a great interview. David was hilarious, as he typically is. And, afterwards, I just reached out to him and I said, hey man, thank you so much for sitting down with Will and I. We had an absolute blast. And him and I, we chatted for a little bit longer. And during the interview, I just mentioned I do voices, and jokingly said, oh, if your voice ever gets tired from doing Moki, I can do Moki for you. It's and he's like, oh man, that was good. Yeah, maybe I can reach out to me. I'm like, oh, it's never gonna happen. So afterwards, I just say, I do voices. If you ever need help with voices in the future, I'd love to help you. Don't have to pay me. I just want to help out a fellow Newgrounder. Love your work, man. He goes, absolutely, man. He goes, I'm always looking out for new voice actors, so I'll put you on my list. I'm like, all right, cool. So this was the same year. This was 2021. That was February or March. And I think I casually talked to him here and there. I mentioned how I was going to use Skid and Pump and a little tribute that I did to Newgrounds characters for Pico Day. And I just asked him if I could do it. He goes, absolutely. So after that, just hadn't talked to him for a while. Spooky Month 4 comes out. I'm like, okay, well, I guess there was the opportunity for that. I don't know if he'll need help with Moki because it's just him screaming.
Yeah.
And then sure enough, 2022 rolls around, and one of his producers from the show reached out to me in February and said, hey, Halo's looking to voice this character, and he wanted to know if you're interested in voicing him. I'm like, hell yeah, I would love to.
Yeah.
So he just they said, yeah, this is who he is. This is his design. Palo wants him to have like a deep, gruff voice and be creepy. So I'm like, okay, yeah, for sure. So I just came up like with a little typical voice, just like going with the big catchphrase, like, did you know? Did you know? Oh my god, I can't even think of it right now. I feel so stupid.
No, you're good.
Oh no. Which is so stupid because I've said it like a million freaking times.
No, but you gave him
like,
the voice. You gave him the voice, and he liked it. He liked it.
Yeah,
He liked the first.
Yeah, like I gave him the voice and said, yeah, that works pretty good, and like try some variety. And I tried out a couple different voices. Like one was basically just my natural voice being like this, a little bit deeper and gruffer. And then I added the southern twang to it.
The Sam
then I went
Elliott.
super goofy. Yeah, like Sam Elliott status.
Yeah.
Then I went super goofy with it, like, did you know if you eat a human brain, you'll get a disease similar to mad cow? And like, no, don't do that because he's supposed to be creepy. Can you make him like sound really creepy? So I just dropped my voice a little bit more, made it breathy and gravelly. Did you know? You eat a human brain, you'll get a disease similar to mad cow. They're like, oh my god, dude, that's exactly what we want. I'm like, perfect, beautiful. And they sent me the script, and I recorded, and Palo was blown away. Then he had me record a few other lines, and then he asked me to record for the news reporter that appears in, like, right at the beginning of the episode, and it was awesome, man. Like, it was one of those kind of, yeah, like you said, a Newgrounds bucket list item that you get to check off, like getting to be a part of a big, series that's been running on the site for a long time and with a strong fan base. And it was awesome. Like, I got to portray a character that appeared in the very first episode of Spooky Month. And on top of that, it was a character. It was so funny. They sent me the designs, and it was more so just like Bob in his human persona, not dressed up as the devil. And I think the only characteristic they gave me of like him dressed up as the devil was his head, so it was like a bust of his head. So I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So we'll go with this. So when Palo sent me like a little snippet, like a little whip of the lemon scene, and I'm like, oh my god, wait, I know this guy. This is the guy from the very first episode. Oh fuck, man! I hope I did a good job with this, because it was one of those things. Like, once he started revealing who the main antagonist was for Tender Treats, everyone's like, "Oh my god, that's the guy from the first episode! Holy shit, he's back!" I'm like, "Oh god, please."
Yeah, you almost feel this obligation. You're like, "Oh man, like I have to pull this off." Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's like it's a good callback to the true fans of the series, and it's the first time he's having a voice aside from the little that Palo gave him in the first episode, which is funny. I listened back, I'm like, that's kind of what Bob sounds like, so that was a win for me. And then the episode comes out, and people were very supportive, and they're like, dude, this voice is awesome. I can picture any other voice for him. I'm like, oh hell yes. And that's ultimately what you want. You want to have a performance that people like, and I think there's only like a handful of people like, nah, that ain't for me, fam. I don't like it. I'm like, well, that's okay. A lot of other people have, and that's what matters the most. And it's been a cool little ride, and I'm still grateful to have been a part of Spooky Month, even if it just a small little contribution to it. It's really cool. And I wish I could say that Bob will be back for the next one, but as of right now, that's a no-go. And Palo has confirmed that. I goofed around in one of his live streams. He walked away from the screen to get water, and the chat, I'm like, hey guys, so Palo doesn't want you to know this, but Bob will be in Spooky Month 6, ha ha ha. And he walked back like right as I posted that, and he goes, oh, no, Corey. No. Bob won't be in Spooky Month 6. No, sorry, guys. I'm like, damn it.
Good try. That's called job security. That's called job security.
Yeah, but it was cool, though.
Now you have to.
I've talked with Palo multiple times since then, and, I told him about Too Many Games. Like, dude, I almost went to Too Many Games. I'm so bummed because I would have loved to have met you. And he goes, I know, man. It would have been so cool. And I had so many friends who I've met through Newgrounds who went to it, and I was just so bummed because I was trying to save up money, and of course life happens, and couldn't go. And I was, damn it.
No, first of all, shout out to Quartet, Corey, my boy. He in the post about it, he credits me and a couple of our friends, but that was all Corey. We all we did was emotionally support him in planning such a big event. So
Yeah, like-
that was all him. So good on him, and love Too Many Games, and meeting. But it was funny meeting Palo. I realized I'm like, like he doesn't get it. He doesn't get like he has a full understanding of like his place, and like like people like my stuff. He's not like naive, but like
yeah.
like he's so painfully humble where you're like, God damn it, dude, like why are you so nice? Like like he was so sweet, and he was so nice, and he kind of like acted like like he almost felt like he was like giving off this like, oh, I'm intruding on everyone's space kind of vibe. Like, bro, we want you here so bad. You're like
Yeah.
like from like it's not even like some weird like, oh, we're fans of you, of course we want you to hang out. Like, no, we're like, dude, like you're one of the homies. Like you're a new grounder, bro. You got to be here. Like it would be wrong if you weren't here,
Exactly.
And that goes for you and a lot of other people that couldn't make it. Like it's like these are the homies. Like we got to make sure everyone shows up, But I will say now that I'm planning on hosting something next year. So if you want to keep that in your
hell
brain,
yeah.
it's gonna happen. I will
Absolutely.
ensure that it happens. I don't know if it's gonna be a whole like go to the office and go to round one and go to bowling and all the stuff that we did, but I will, at least it will be a Too Many Games meetup at the very least. So
Heck yeah. And I've already
Yeah.
made it. I've already made it known that I want to go to the next one. So, Too Many Games 2024. I'm definitely gonna try to make an appearance to it because I
that'd
want
be
to meet.
sick.
I want to meet Newgrounds family. I want to meet my friends. And yeah, like I'm excited, and just seeing how much fun everyone had this year. I'm like, damn it! It's just like one of those,
Yeah.
you don't want to miss out, and I missed out. I'm like,
Yeah, but they won't be the last. I think we all said to ourselves after that, like, oh, this is the beginning of another wave of Newgrounds community stuff. I feel,
I agree.
and I think the Summerfest represents that as well when it comes to the digital space. This is the third year in a row of Stan's creation, and it's going strong. It's a new hand strongly, as you can tell by the people watching right now, I couldn't be happier. But yeah. Question. I wanted to bounce off of what you were saying before about your performance. How do you keep in mind when you're doing a performance or get a role? Do you keep in mind the longevity of your performance, like how long it lives in the ether after you're done working on it?
Sometimes it's easy to kind of just like record your lines and send them off and let the product come out.
Mm-hmm.
and you try not to think about how successful it's going to be. Like for some voice actors, of course the name of the game is to potentially get to the point where you're being featured in a Nickelodeon cartoon or Cartoon Network or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're gonna for sure have that longevity and have a career character like Tom Kenny and SpongeBob, or Bill Farmer as Goofy.
Mm-hmm.
But for me right now, it's been more so just trying to get my name out there and just try to grow as a voice actor, and learn as I progress further into my career. Like there's been a few roles where like I wonder what the outcome is going to be. Like I knew, like, going into Spooky Month, I knew that Bob was going to have some sort of impact. Like once I realized who he was, I'm like, okay, people are going to gravitate to this because they know who he is. It's a callback to the very first episode, but I wasn't expecting it to have the longevity that he's having right now. I mean, it's almost been an entire year since Tender Treats came out, and people are still talking about Bob. They're still making fan art of him. People are still hitting me up on on my platform saying, hey, can you do Bob's voice? And it's really freaking cool. That's like the first time I've actually had a character have some longevity and be recognized for that voice, and it's really cool. I will say there's that I would say that's pretty much one of the main characters that I've kind of been like, yeah, I would love for him to stick around for a while, and I want people to recognize me as that voice because I put a lot of effort and I put a lot of love into creating Bob's voice, and I got to have a lot of fun with it, and that was the cool thing. And I don't like to another character, like I don't like to deem myself as the official voice. I'll let the Grand Master make that claim whenever the time comes for him to make a claim, but I've got to voice Pico quite a few times here on Newgrounds in various projects, and like the longevity for Pico has been evident, since the very beginning. And I'm just like, I've got to voice him in a lot of projects, a lot of cool projects on top of that have gotten some recognition. The very first time I got to voice him was in Pico versus Bear DX. Shout out to Dungeon Nation, my homie. And he gave me that opportunity, and I had an absolute blast with that. And that's kind of just led me to voice Pico quite a few other times, and people reaching out to me like, "Can you do Pico? Can you do Pico? Can you do Pico?" So it's like one of those things where it's kind of, there's the longevity is already there for Pico, but now people are saying, I've had people tell me like, "Dude, you are the voice of Pico." I'm like, no, I'm not the voice of Pico. I've done Pico. I will let Tom make that affirmation. If Tom wants to say, "Hey, Corey's the voice of Pico," cool. If he doesn't, I'm fine with it either way, because I've got to voice a legendary character, and that's another thing. Get to check that off.
I don't know, Corey. I feel like when once art is put out into the world that is interpreted only truly by the audience that consumes it, and if people think that that's people's assertion, I would say that's an achievement. No matter how much I love Tom, but no matter how much Tom could say, it'll never change the minds of people that are consuming it. And I personally think you are a pretty good Pico, to let you know. I like your Pico voice a lot.
Well, hey, man, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I love the voice that I've made for Pico. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's like it gives me I feel like if anyone in Pico's school was played straight, like, you know what I mean, like where it's just given like this more realistic cadence and natural delivery of lines, I feel like it just wouldn't have the over the top silliness that is that whole universe of characters and mini games, and it just wouldn't make sense to me. So I like that interpretation a lot. I think that's the right way to go. It's almost like if Sonic was like, "Hey guys, it's me. Gotta go fast." And you're like, it's like, oh, okay, this is not cool. It's not rad.
It's more so like Sonic Frontiers or Sonic Boom. Sonic like, "Hey guys, it's me, Sonic. What's going on?" You're like,
yeah, I have a day job.
Come on.
I have kids. I have a mortgage. Hello.
I finally settled down, and Amy and I are having a great marriage, I guess, and got a mortgage, and fighting Eggman doesn't pay the bills, so I had to go get a job and selling chili dogs by the bay, and I guess it's okay.
Selling chili dogs. That must be so painful. The one thing he loves the most.
I know, right?
God, the things you do for family. Fathers, fathers don't get enough credit. Sonic, Sonic dads. But nice, man. It seems to me it always feels nice when I was talking to I think I was talking to my girlfriend about this. I was explaining to her like she's completely a layperson to the Newgrounds thing. She's getting more into it now. She understands it now that she's like she's been with me long enough. We're creeping on 5 years, and now she's getting it.
At least she's getting it now,
Yeah. But I was like, it's crazy when someone that's cool in the space like kicks it off a little bit. It's like nice, like this, because like there's always people that through over the years. It's been so many years now. For me, we're creeping on the second decade now of being on the site, and it's like, so many people have tried to use the space just for their own gain, like for like some weird niche gain, or people are like, oh, I'm a new grounder, but like I just use Newgrounds as a place to post my stuff. I only focus on social media and YouTube, or that weird era when the movie portal was filled with TikTok videos, and we had to like kind of as a community like decide like those aren't gonna be cool anymore. Like you can't just do that.
Yeah.
Like animated TikTok videos, but just like this wasn't made for Newgrounds. This was made as like a click thing.
Exactly.
Like they're using Newgrounds as a click funnel. So it's always nice. I guess what I'm saying is it's always nice when people picking up. And when I think about that, I think about you. I think about the guys over at Cult of the Lamb. I think about I I think about Jack. I think about Levi. I think about, I think about a couple people where I'm like, oh, cool. They're like, Andy, a couple people that are like, all right, nice, man. Like, they're getting the recognition they deserve, for being, it's like I said, it's like one of your friends. It's like one of your friends or your family, like, being successful. It's so nice seeing everyone, like, work,
Yeah.
And it's not the same old guard from back when we were kids or high school, that was, now YouTube famous, and we're not really on the site anymore.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I love seeing is that there's, and Newgrounds is just a platform where not only can you just show off your craft, but you can grow in your craft. You have fellow members who are willing to give you constructive criticism and help you get better at what you do. Like, I use Newgrounds to get better at voice acting. I've voiced and stuff, and I would ask my fellow voice actors who I've met, what did you think? That was okay. You could have done this. Oh yeah, you're right. I've had two of my best friends who I've met through here, especially Nick Senny. I met him through here, and then
I
of
love
course
Nick.
I brought Nick is
Nick's dope.
a freaking he's a freaking dope dude.
Yeah.
Great voice actor.
Nick's awesome.
And our other buddy Josh Dighton, we brought him to Newgrounds, but they're two of my best friends, and whenever I had stuff here on Newgrounds, like, hey, what do you guys think? Dude, this is great. Or, dude, that sucked.
Mm-hmm. It's important that people that'll tell you that something sucks. I only get that on Newgrounds. I only get the constructive criticism on Newgrounds. Everyone else is like, cool, man. I'm like, I don't want to hear that. I want to hear what's wrong with it.
Yeah, and on top of that, if there's any moment in your career where you feel like the imposter syndrome is sinking in, like you don't feel like you're a good animator, a good your game that you're developing sucks ass, if you feel like your art is shitty, if you feel like you're not like suited to be a voice actor, you have people here who are willing to back you up and say, hey man, I know you're down, let me lift you up and encourage you to keep doing what you're doing, because hey, you're gonna hit these moments where you feel like shit, but know that you're not shit, because look at what you've done. This is really cool. And it's a great community to be a part of. And when you see fellow members go on to do great things, you're like, hell yeah, man, that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see the guys who have worked relentlessly on what they do and go on to do great things. Like, of course, one of the one of the bigger successes as of late has been Zach, and going on and making Smiling Friends.
Oh yeah.
And then you have Cam and Evil Skater and Dave. They go on to do Friday Night Funkin'. And then you have Hans Van Harken, who's going and trying to freaking pitch a movie for Madness. It's like, what the hell is this? So freaking
that looks
cool.
so sick. Yeah.
I really hope that they do that, and I hope they bring Crinkle's creation to life, and what they've done for Crinkles and Swain. And that's another one for me. Like, I love Swain. Swain was ultimately the reason why I came to Newgrounds.
Swain's a real one.
I watched Blockhead on E-Bombs World. I'm like, what? Oh, this is so freaking hilarious. And then at the beginning of the animations,
E-Bombs, man.
Yeah, I know, right? That's a name drop.
You just
for all you young kids out there.
Yeah, you just opened my third eye. E-Bombs. Goddamn.
I remember seeing a Blockhead episode on there, and at the beginning, like when you click start, it just goes, Newgrounds. I'm like, what the hell's Newgrounds? And I checked out Newgrounds. I'm like, oh shit, there's more cartoons here from Blockhead. This is awesome. And then I come across the Tank Man. I'm like, oh my god, this is fucking hilarious. And then
you come across Salad Fingers.
And you're like, what the fuck is this? This is hilarious, but also creepy at the same time. And then you have all the Pico games, and you have all the meat and fucks. And
listen, this is like, if there was an archive in like Washington D.C., all 5 episodes of Meat and Fuck would be in it.
If it's not, it's a travesty, and world history just
it's like the burning of the Library of Alexandria if we ever lost Meat and Fuck.
Oh man,
history couldn't recover.
I think just society would collapse if you just failed to recognize it for what it was.
It would cause a singularity. Become the size of a golf ball in God's hand. Like, it'll be over.
It's just one of the things that just kept Newgrounds afloat for so long, and people didn't realize it.
Yeah. It was a dimensional tether that those like lines of code in the data center in Newgrounds. But yeah, exactly. It's just it's nice and refreshing to see, especially in like an era where we're constantly fighting jadedism in our fields. Not jadedism, the state of being jaded.
Yeah.
In our fields, and people being, because I have to constantly reassure because I don't really like social media. I don't use it. Even though I advocate, if you want to be financially successful, you should have some presence on it. But I'm like, personally, I don't really use it too much. Newgrounds is like my social media. But I have to completely tell my friends, I'm like, dude, like the likes and the comments, that is so random. It is so random. You never know what's going to hit and what's not going to hit and who's going to see it. You don't have that kind of control. Like, so you can't trust that stuff.
Yeah.
So when they're constantly on social media and they're getting discouraged, fighting off that feeling is seeing people on Newgrounds, on a niche website make it because they're just talented, and like, it's like, all right, like it takes longer for others. Some done quicker than others. Some people get on the site and they blow up and then they're fine. And then some people, have been hitting it with a great series for the longest time. Then eventually they get picked up, They'll finally, because it's just pure luck. It has nothing to do with you as an artist. It has everything to do with just you is with your determination, And honestly, like I see a lot of that in you, man. I feel like you're a workhorse, bro. Like if I'll be watching something and I'm like, is that Corey? I'm like, it's Corey. It's Corey. Like we always like it's actually like a joke in some of my other friend groups. Like we'll just throw your name in the credits of stuff. Like we'll just, like, if there's like a credit in a meme or something, or like we'll just also put and voices by Corey, because like you're in everything, and like it's always quality work, and it's like, see, like this is somebody that's like respects their craft, Do you feel that way when you're working, or do you feel like you're just having fun?
I guess you could say it's a combination of both, and I do love that you brought that up because not too long ago, Tom actually gave me a huge shout out saying like, yeah, back in the day, the voice that everybody knew was Josh Tilmar. You're
Yeah.
Like, oh, hey, yeah, hey, there's Josh. Yeah, Josh is voicing in another cartoon. Awesome. And Josh is a phenomenal voice actor, and I'm glad that he's, continued to pursue it because he's a fucking great voice actor.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Tom saying like, it used to be Josh Tomar you hear and everything, but now you're hearing voices by Corey, and Corey has done some amazing things, and here are some of the projects that he's been voicing in lately, and you can hear him in this. He's been, voicing in so much content, and he's, trying to do that. I'm like, damn, Tom, thank you for the recognition, man. Like it meant a lot to me. And this is just part of being a voice actor. Like I said, you're always trying to go after that next gig, and you're trying to just, like, for me, I want to get a new gig so I can try new things. I want to try to improve what I did previously. And if you're not trying to improve, you're not technically growing. And I feel like I actually posted this on my social pages recently. I took my original audio, the very first thing I ever uploaded to Newgrounds, and I listened back to it, and I just hear how shitty I was. And I compare it to like some of the recent work I've done, and I'm just like, man, I've improved so much, and I've improved so much because I've been given these opportunities on Newgrounds to try new things and harness what I can do as a voice actor. I get to mold my craft into something that sounds good. And on top of that, I get to have fun while I'm doing it. I get to help out fellow Newgrounders. I get the opportunity to help a new animator bring their story to life. And at the same time, I just get to have fun and just do new things. And I get to see what works, and I get to see what doesn't work. And it's cool. Like it's given me the opportunity to just really blossom as a voice actor. And I've seen like some of my earlier animations, and I watched some of the earlier animations I was in, and I hear how bad the quality was. Or
all the P's and T's are in your ears.
Oh my god, man, it's so bad. And
not a pop filter in sight.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things where, one of the things they tell you as a voice actor is you don't want to sound as if you're reading a script. And I listen back to those audios, and I'm like, oh my god, you can tell I'm just reading. Like, I'm not even trying. Like, like the very first audio. It's called Camp Rogaine voice demo. You guys can go back to the very beginning of my audio. You can still leave it. You can still listen to it. I leave it there so I can just remind myself where I've come from. And I got to listen to it, and it's like, negative. We're under attack. The bastards double-crossed us. It's just so bad where I could be like, negative. We're under attack. The bastards double-crossed us. Like, there's so much more you can add to it and actually make it sound better. I'm like,
Yeah,
damn,
emotion.
man.
There's the acting like that, like because it's your job. You're an actor.
Exactly.
You're an
Exactly.
actor.
And it's cool. Like I just love being. I just love the work that I put into building what I've accomplished here on the site, and I'm forever grateful to anyone who has allowed me to voice in their animation, their video games, their audio projects. You know, I'm forever grateful, and you know, it's there's only so much I can say about, you know, what you can do in order to just grow on here. And I guess you can say I'm kind of like a testament to, you know, if you put in the constant work, you're going to improve, and you're going to start to have some success, and you're going to start to get recognized, and you're going to start getting jobs that you never thought you could potentially get in whatever career you're trying to pursue. And you know, even though it's been a lot of hard work and a lot of countless hours of just recording and getting on these projects, it's been really fun. You know, like I said, getting to voice Bob was fucking awesome because I got to watch Spooky Month from the very beginning, and then I get to be a voice in it.
It's
and
such
that was
a
incredibly fun.
it's very surreal, very surreal. You
Yeah.
know, let's cut the humbleness, the humility for a quick moment. Isn't it so nice getting a let's this is just me and you talking. They can listen in when we're done. Isn't it so nice getting a stamp of approval from the big guy? Dude, it goes hard as fuck, dude. When I was at the office and he was like, "Hey man, you did a good job on this. Like you did, everyone's really having a good time." I was like, I was like, "Thanks, man." You know,
I'm telling you, man.
like that shout out,
No.
like that must have meant everything, dude.
For as long as I've been coming to Newgrounds and reading all of the posts from Tom and getting to interact with him just like a few times, like I've got to chat with him when I'm setting things up for the Newgrounds voice acting collaboration we've done a few times. You know, it's always cool getting just that opportunity to talk to Tom. You're like, oh, it's Tom.
It's Tom. It's Tom. Yeah.
Even though I'm 33 years old.
Oh
like,
yeah,
I
who cares,
remember,
bro?
Like I remember, like, you know, in 2002, I'm 12 years old, and I'm like, oh, Tom, he's the guy who created, you know, Pico. That's really cool. Oh, hey, he actually made Newgrounds. This is so cool. And to this day, I get that shout out. I'm like, oh my god, dude.
Yeah, you're instantly
Tom,
a kid again.
like,
You're instantly a kid
Tom-
again. You're like,
yeah,
oh, it's like,
man.
oh. I'm like 12 in my room watching fucking like Oni like NG and stuff like that. And, like,
yeah.
and I'm like, oh, it's Tom.
It was so surreal because, you know, like I said, putting in all that hard work and just being on my grind and
Yeah.
trying to get as many projects as possible, you know, it's recognized by the man who runs and owns and organizes the site, and it's just like, hot damn, dude, like,
We're just trying to make you
To
proud,
me-
Dad. We're just trying to make you proud.
yeah, it's like your dad like saying like, son, I'm so proud of you.
It's like, oh, thank you.
So yeah, like it really meant a lot to me, and I want to say I reached out to Tom afterwards. I'm like, dude, you did not have to do that. That honestly means the world to me. Like, thank you. Like, I owe my entire career to Newgrounds. Like, I've already told a bunch of friends, like, you know, say I do get to that point where, you know, I'm voicing for one of the biggest shows on Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network or you know, Disney or what have you. And I get that opportunity, and I'm at a panel, and everyone's like, "Oh, so you know, where did you get your start?" Newgrounds for life.
Yeah.
Newgrounds this, Newgrounds
Yeah,
that. I owe
T-shirts,
everything to Newgrounds.
banners,
Dude. Like,
the airplane
I
outside
honestly,
riding it in smoke. You know.
I owe everything to Newgrounds. Like, I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for Newgrounds. Like, it gave me a
I hear that,
platform.
man. I hear that so hard.
It gave me a platform to showcase what I can do. And on top of that, it allowed me to continue uploading stuff and improve what I can do. And it gave me it just allowed people to see what I can do and invite me to do what I do on their projects, and it was so freaking cool, man. And yeah, it just leaves me speechless just seeing how much Newgrounds has just fed my career, and it still continues to feed. And whenever I have people, like I said, whenever I have people approach me, say, hey, can you help me out with my project? Yeah, like where are you looking to post? Newgrounds. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Are you on Newgrounds? Yeah. Oh yeah, let's do this. I love helping out, fellow Newgrounders. I love being part of Newgrounds projects. I love helping out fellow Newgrounders in general. I mean, that's ultimately why I wanted to create the Newgrounds voice acting collaboration, so I can give a platform for new voice actors to showcase what they can do and, make a name for themselves. Just like I was given the platform to do what I can do, now I'm giving them a direct platform to show what they can do as voice actors. And man, it just showed how many talented voice actors are here on this site. And I love that. I love giving back, and I want to try to, give credit where credit's due,
Right on. Yeah, it's always nice when you're able to give back. That's the satisfaction that I feel like I get when I'm a teacher. Or when I'm teaching, I feel like it's like, yeah, I feel like I'm giving back to, like, for me, it was the teachers that I grew up with that made me, and the people here on Newgrounds who I consider mentors and teachers that have made me want to continue art. I feel like that's the same thing I'm getting back. So I totally hear what you're saying, man. It's up to to our generation to get ready for the next people, because the way these kids on the internet are moving these days, I can't even keep up anymore. I feel like so old. I feel so old. I don't know what they're talking about anymore. I'll be talking to my kids in the class, and they're college age. I teach higher ed, and I have no, they're like 17, 18. I have no idea what they're talking about. I got no clue. I have no clue what they're talking about, let alone my younger siblings or cousins who are in high school, and I got no clue. But that brings up an important point, though, that just came to mind, is that my trade is animation. I do other stuff just like you do other stuff, but my trade is animation. Your trade is voice acting, or I would just say acting. And you specialize in voice acting.
Yeah.
We're cogs in the machine, my friend. We're the thing that keeps the machine moving, but we're also artists. We're also creatives. We like doing this stuff, and I know that I will be, when I'm practicing my animation, I'm drawing my little guys, and I know that when you're just either doing warm-ups or practicing, or just growing up, I know there's little characters in your head that you have voices for, or characters you have headcanons for, so we have our own ideas. What's something that you want to get done? What's an idea that you have that you're either working on right now, or something that you want to work on in the future?
Yeah, I actually have like an audio drama that I've been wanting to put together.
That's
for a
awesome.
while.
I love audio dramas, dude. I'm such a big fan of audio dramas. That's so awesome that you said that. Go on, please. I'm so excited for this.
It's one of the good ways to introduce yourself to voice acting in general. I got into an audio drama like when I got back into voice acting, and I was so happy that I got into it, because it just sparked a willingness to keep pursuing voice acting. And I've had this idea, like I'm gonna sound like the author of Twilight, but I had an idea in my dream one time, and I thought the idea was really freaking cool. I'm like, damn, what if I turn that into a story? What if I turn that into an audio drama? And I've written skits before, like a lot of in the very first Newgrounds voice acting collaboration, I wrote like half of the fucking skits, and then Fro, shout out to Fro, he wrote a shit ton of the skits too. I think him and I, we wrote like the majority of the skits. And I love writing. I've always loved storytelling. I remember writing stories all the time when I was younger, and like I said, I had this idea where it's gonna sound really weird, but like a guy who just deals with all the negativities of the world, like he's just down on his luck all the time because all this bad stuff happens to him. But all this bad stuff happens to him for a reason, because he's being trained to become, basically, I don't want to say anti-Christ, but he's going to be turned into a weapon to be used by the devil to basically destroy the world and humanity and overthrow God. And I'm like, hey, and it's weird coming from a guy who's a Christian. That's why it's weird. but like I had this dream where like this guy is just being manipulated by the devil at all times and just made like constantly is just being constantly bombarded with negativity to make him think that humanity is evil, and then at the end of it he gets, you know, basically becomes what he's supposed to be, a weapon for the devil to help destroy the world and overthrow God and everything. But in the grand scheme of things, you know, God is all powerful and has another agenda and basically works to disrupt all the negative things. And while he's under control by the devil, God works a way to I trying to like depict everything. Like he's not in the world. Like he's kind of he's in a made up world that's created by the devil. So that's why all this negative stuff happens to him.
It's like
And
the
when
Matrix.
he goes to sleep at night, yeah, kind of, but not necessarily like the Matrix. Like he's kind of like stuck in the spiritual world. And then when he goes to sleep at night in the spiritual world, God pulls his soul out of that spiritual world and puts him on Earth, and he actually has interactions with people in the real world, and he uses those interactions in his dream to help manipulate his mind, or just to mold his mind into thinking that humanity is not bad. It's
That sounds
I
pretty
still
rad,
need
my
to-
friend. That sounds pretty sick.
it's a like for me, I always thought it was a cool idea, and I've jotted down like chapters of what it could
Mhm.
ultimately turn out into. And like his girlfriend, like she's an angel who's who's you know, sent by God to help, you know, make sure he doesn't fall into the negative energies that, you know, are being spewed at him, so he doesn't become that weapon. So it's I have the story, I have it mapped out, and I really want to put this story together and create an audio drama, and I would love to recruit Newgrounds family members to help me put that together, because I think that would be like really cool. And but yeah, that's something I've had on my mind for a while.
You ever
and I would
watch,
just love to bring that.
You ever watch American Ultra
No,
with
is this
fucking what's his name? Oh my god, what's his name? Jesse Eisenberg. He's he's like the MK Ultra experiment. And it turns out that his girlfriend is also works for the CIA, but she's like his handler, but she like fell in love with him, and now she's like his girlfriend too and stuff. Like it's a whole like he got like MK Ultra, and then someone they were killing off his project, but the person that started it wanted to save him, so she activated him, and it turns into this whole thing. That sounds like that, but like yours is like the like the Psalms version. Like yours is yours is like the supernatural version.
Like the way I want to write this, it's gonna be based off of a full-on passage in Galatians, where it talks about, you know, the earthly possessions and, you know, giving into the temptations of the flesh, but then, you know, overcoming those and laying heavy into the works of God and Jesus and all that stuff. Like I feel it's a good balance of what the story would ultimately depict, and then when the character goes to sleep, then he gets to be exposed to what happens on Earth. And yeah, like, I feel like it would be a good kind of like yin and yang type story. And it's gonna just kind of revolve around that whole concept. Like if you read the passage in Galatians, I can't remember the chapters off the top of my head, but you can kind of depict how each chapter is gonna go and how each experience is gonna go. But yeah, like everything that happens, it's all based off of, like, a lot of it's gonna be based off of that passage in Galatians. And yeah, I really want to try to sit down and come up with it. And it's funny because when I do sit down and come up, like try to piece it together, I come up with other projects that I want to do instead. Like,
Yeah, no, I hear you.
you know,
Oh my god, I hear
oh
you.
man, I was writing it, and then I'm like, I want to do a voice acting collaboration, and then I did the NGVAC.
God,
I
I hear
and I
you.
get back to writing to that. I'm like, you know, I want to participate in some animation jams, and like I start participate in the animation jams, and it's like, damn, man,
It's a torturous existence, my friend. It
oh
is a
man.
torturous existence. You know, wow, I did not think this was going to go down this route, but this is a good segue. So I was raised a Roman Catholic. I feel like this is why I have the wizard iconography,
Oh.
because I feel like I am I like to look in all directions and like collect all of it together and make it one thing. So like a wizard would practice all types of magic. He wouldn't just stick to one magic. And you're just a necromancer or a cryomancer or a pyromancer. Like he is a wizard who has a dip in the who uses all magic at his own. So that's like kind of where it comes from. But also I like little wizard guys. As you can tell, I was very happy with the Shadow Wizard Money Gang. That's my favorite thing right now. We love casting spells. But this is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, I feel the more that I've been on Newgrounds, because there seems to be an unexpected like religious sect on Newgrounds. There's a lot of Jewish and Catholic people or Christians on Newgrounds. I don't know why. I may just think it's just a coincidence. But I've noticed this trend that now with you, I feel like I should say out loud. Do you feel like your religious upbringing has affected your preferred imagery in your entertainment or in your creative ideas? Because I love horror, and I'm actually working on a game right now that is, I'm not going to say it, I don't like saying a project out loud if I know I'm not going to do it, or if I know it's going to take a long time, because people are like, where's this thing you were talking about? But it is heavily based around monsters and like religious iconography, because I just find that the most interesting, you know.
Yeah.
But I think it's just like I thought that was just a me thing, but I feel like almost every single person that I've met that has grown up religious or is currently religious, it just so happens like subconsciously, like that's just like that stuff just allures you. Isn't that weird? Like, do you feel like that's a case for you? Like, do you like shows like Supernatural and or like witch stuff and like monsters and horror, so like the Vitch or like Antichrist or like those movies, like does that stuff like allure to you at all?
I wouldn't necessarily.
Or maybe on the more drama side, a little more lighthearted side, like things like Buffy or Angel or Bewitched, or like like magical monster religious type things,
I've always been interested in all those different types of creations that just revolve around the spiritual side of things, or just creatures that encompass the stories of the Bible, or just heaven and hell. But it's hard to say when it comes to like the voice acting side of things. Like, as of late, I'm trying to I've been praying to just allow opportunities to come my way that allow me to ultimately push the word of God, and encourage those to look into the word and find that relationship with God. I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm drawn to doing performances of those certain creatures or characters, but I find it so weird though too, because as of late I have been voicing more like evil characters or just antagonistic characters. Like, I find it absolutely hilarious that the biggest character I have voiced to date is a cannibal murderer who dresses up as the devil. It is the most oxymoronic thing that has, I guess you could say, has happened, because I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus Christ. He's my Lord and Savior. And the biggest character I've voiced is Bob Belzebub, which is a play on Beelzebub. It's like, well, fuck. But I've taken that, and it's actually cool. I've actually had people ask me about my faith simply because I'm Bob. They're like, don't you find that a little hypocritical? I'm like, no. Opportunities are placed in our way for us to enrich our relationship with the Lord, and spread the word. And look at what's happened now. You and I are having a conversation because you saw that I voiced Bob, who's dressing up as the devil and is a cannibal and a murderer, and you're having this discussion like, why would you voice this character if you're a Christian? And it's like, well, look, it's putting me in a position to talk to you now. Everything happens for a reason. Like, I've had conversations with a few people just simply and I got to give the word to them simply because of the role that I got to, portray. And I also think it's kind of like I don't want to say mocking the devil, because you try to mock the devil, he's gonna, he's able to bring you down. But I think it's kind of a way to just say, even though, I'm portraying this character, it's still a victory for me because, I still get to preach the word and overcome this negative persona that this character is, and you have a Christ follower who actually gets to portray this character. So it could easily be somebody else, but you have someone who follows Christ voicing this character and, coming out on top in the end, I guess, so to speak. That's kind of how I look at it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think that's really nice that you feel you're putting out your art is putting out positivity. I think that's all. I feel like that's all we can ask of ourselves, and I think that's very nice.
Yeah, and the cool thing is too, it's like I said, and people have made this this comparison too, like you see with memes, like you see the evil side, like Corey, like Bob Velsip's persona, and then like the next one is Corey's persona. It's like all super happy and nice, and it's funny, like people see the evil side of Bob, but then they see me and like, oh yeah, Corey's one of the nicest dudes I've ever seen, like, or talked to. Like it's weird how he voices that guy, but he's like one of the nicest dudes I've ever talked to.
I think
it goes hand in hand,
a great example of it is, you ever seen No Country for Old Men?
Yes.
Javier
Javier Bardem?
Yeah, Javier Bardem. He detests violence. He hates it. He is a pacifist. He detests violence. He thinks it's abysmal. He cares more about art and the creation of art and sees its purpose. But he detests violence. I can't think of a scarier man in a movie
right,
than Javier Bardem as fucking Anton. I can't think of a scarier villain. He is so scary. Some people were saying that if they ever made a movie adaptation of Blood Meridian, he should play the judge.
Oh yeah.
Like he's just so scary. He's such a scary dude. Yeah, it's just I get what you mean. It's I feel like when you're well, you know what's funny? You know what's totally funny? I feel like a good analogy is, this is why like self-inserts are not usually the best, because it's like, you're playing yourself. It's kind of hard to ham up yourself. Like, there's other reasons why people don't like self-inserts, but just on an objective level of like the outcome of like the performance or the character or the development story, it's really hard to be yourself. But like being able to tune into something that you for lack of a better word, detest. To go back to what Javier was saying, you understand something that you hate way more than you understand something that you like. So it's way easier for you to tune into something that you detest, because it's probably something you think about way more than the things that you like. So I can see from an acting perspective why that would be easier for you to tune into that, because what's more anti voices by Corey than a cannibalistic devil man,
I've never thought of that, and that is a great analogy right there.
Mhm.
I like that a lot.
Well, there you go. You don't got to pay me for that one. That's a free therapy session for you.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
I will say though, it's cool getting just to portray these characters in a way and kind of bring them to life, but in the grand scheme, like, I guess it just goes to show the type of, like, just how much I've grown as an actor, because I know that if I tried to take on those characters when I first started out, I probably would have sucked at it. But as I've gotten older and I've grown in my own faith, it's like, it's weird how I've been able to kind of put those performances together for some characters, and that is like a great explanation as to why I'm probably able to portray them in some sort of way and still, come out being the positive guy that I typically am.
In addition, I'm sure it applies some like nuance to the role, because like reality does not have any caricature. It, like, if you are truly, if you truly understand the thing that you're portraying, you'll have zero caricature and have a lot of nuance. And I feel like why Bob is so successful is because he is this more nuanced character interacting with what can only be described as caricatures that are the two main characters. These wacky, insane. There's no depth at all. They are little guys, and that is why they are so perfect. But to add Bob is such like a juxtaposition, which I think it does really well in the performance as well as the episode as a whole. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I rewatched it recently for this just to like refresh my brain because, like you said, it's been a year. I haven't seen it since it came out. It's such a great episode. Such a great episode.
I agree. Like the entire production of it was fantastic. Just seeing how it's evolved from just like a silly minute-and-a-half cartoon into like a full half-hour episode that's engaging and is intriguing and keeps you like just focused on it for the entire duration. That's powerful, and it just shows you how entertaining it could potentially be. And it to me, it's easily the best one, and not to be, tooting our own horn for the episode, but I truly believe it was the best episode.
No, you should. You guys did a good job. But I have respect, Ginger. I think that's something we have to I think there was too much humility ingrained in us as kids. I think we have to teach the next generation, especially the young ones watching this on YouTube that aren't in the Discord server, that be proud of yourselves. I feel like I always have to tell my students that, to be proud of themselves. Be proud of yourself, Corey. You did a really good piece of art there. You did a good job. You're allowed to toot your own horn.
Thank you.
But man, what was I gonna say? I was gonna ask you something, because that's kind of what we're doing here. This might be like, this is me now playing an investigative journalist. Getting down to the hardcore stuff. I'm trying to think of things that have come up in the past that I'm like, I was rewatching Monster Lab the other day. Did you audition for that?
No. And
you didn't. I was like, I wonder if Corey. Cause I'm like, this has. I was thinking of a few other voice actors too at our Newgrounds. I'm like, Corey would be on this too. Like, at least as a one-time character or something. I was shocked. I was like, huh.
I would love to work with Meat Canyon on anything. And I don't know if Hunter held any auditions for Monster Lab. I think it was more so, he did the voices, and then he knows Brock Baker really well, so that was kind of like a shoe in there. But man, I would love to get the opportunity to work with Hunter on any of his cartoons, because the guy is incredibly talented. They're freaking hilarious, and it's funny. Like we interviewed Hunter for NGP.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I was originally going to be part of the interview, and then I had to back out because I had stuff come up, and then it just so happened that I was able to jump on for the last bit of it, and it was like, hey Corey, do an impression of Meat Canyon for Meat Canyon. I'm like, you want me to do fucking Meat Canyon's voice? What the fuck, bro? and I sucked. It just was not a good impression. He goes, oh yeah, that's not me, dude. I'm like, shit. But
that was his cadence though. That's exactly how you would say it.
Yeah,
oh, no, that's not me, dude. That's not me.
But I sent, like, afterwards, I'm like, hey man, I'm a fan. I sent him a message, just shooting my shot, and I said, hey, here's my character demo. If you need help with voices in the future, I'd love to help you. He goes, oh, absolutely, man, I'll take a listen. He never responded, but hey, that's his thing. And you know what?
You're in his back pocket, though. That's the whole point of sending in demos, because people hold on to those.
Yeah, and the thing is, with certain animators, I mean, just look at Trey and Matt for South Park.
Yeah.
It's them. They're the ones who do all the voices, minus I can't remember her name, who does all the female voices. And occasionally Bill Hader did voices for South Park, but it's just Trey and Matt doing all the voices. And if you
those
haven't
outtakes
established
are so funny.
Oh my god,
the Bill Hader
I love
outtakes
watching
are so funny.
I just love watching them behind the scenes in the booth. Oh my god, how the hell they keep themselves from laughing in between takes? It's like I would lose my shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just one of those things. Animators will have their set voice actors, and that's kind of like how we're doing things with Cheeto Studios right now. You know, I got brought on to help with voices, and Joe Porter's on there. We've also brought on Gray Animations, and we have Mikey Soda on there, who's done, you know, we just kind of keep circulating through cartoons and voices. And he's brought on a few. He brought on Trina recently for his animation Cloud. So we're bringing in some more Newgrounds family members, and just trying to build up that team that you can constantly just fall back on for voices. Like there's been plenty of times he goes, "Hey, can you do a voice for me real quick?" Absolutely, and I just record something really quick, and boom, it's in animation 2 days later. So, would I love the opportunity to work with Meat Canyon? Absolutely. I love his work. Will that ever happen? Maybe. I don't know. But he seems to have his own team.
Yeah, I was just thinking about you when that came up. I was like, huh.
Oh, I would have loved to have been in Monster Lab. Yeah. It is so damn good.
Yeah, it's so good. I'm really happy that he did it. I'm really happy that he did it.
Me too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's... like I said, it's just nice that, we have this ecosystem here. I'm definitely always out and about, like when I go to conventions or stuff, when I see people's art that I like, I'm always like, hey, you ever heard of Newgrounds? And then I get the response I always get is, oh yeah, I used to play Flash games on there. I'm like, people still even use that? And I'm like, yes, they do. Yes, they do.
I think that was one of the cool things about, getting like some notoriety for being Bob. Of course, Payload uploads the true ending of Spooky Month on Newgrounds to support Newgrounds. And then when people like, oh, like where did you come from? I'm like, Newgrounds? What's Newgrounds? Go check it out. I've turned so many people to Newgrounds just by getting to be the voice of Bob. Like I've done, I've gotten some recognition on my socials, especially TikTok, and all the time, like I will, if I'm doing a live, where's a great place for me to showcase what I do? Newgrounds. Where can I watch some of the Newgrounds? Looking at Newgrounds. I try to
get tattooed on your forehead.
I might as well.
The answer is Newgrounds.com. Yeah.
But I know I've turned a lot of artists over to Newgrounds, and I love that. And they've had the opportunity to upload to the portal, and they've gotten some good feedback. I know that a few of them have gotten front page. I'm like, fuck yeah, that's what you want to see. You want to see their creativity shine,
Nothing better than a front page, man. Nothing better.
Oh, man.
Feels good. Well, listen, this has been fantastic, my friend. I'm happy we got a chance to finally talk. I feel like we're always playing tag. Even outside, just trying to set this up. In real life, I feel like we're always playing tag. Either you were just in a VC, or I was just in a VC, or Corey was here, or I'm a Slug was here. It's like, oh jeez. So I feel like we finally got a chance to do it. Yeah. So thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful guest.
Absolutely, and I'm glad that I was able to be part of, the Summerfest again. This is, consecutive years for me. I've got to host a couple panels and just be a panelist. So I love the Summerfest, and I'm glad I still get to kind of be a little bit of a part of the tradition of it.
I love Summerfest too, man. Going from panelist to host is it's been a great little bucket list achievement, because I love Summerfest. And me and the team are really working hard at making every year better than the last one. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone that's hanging around. Please stay tuned for our following panels. As your host for the last couple days, it has been Slug. This has been Voices by Corey, and thank you very much.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye.
Lucana, one of the most beautiful countries on the Mediterranean coast, and a small, peaceful island. Time crisis.
All right. So, I guess next up we're gonna have the very cool Tater Man and Willie.
Yeah. That's
I'm gonna go ahead and bring them up onto stage.
Cool.
Yeah,
Really good interview with Corey, by the way, Tone.
Yeah, wasn't that
that was a
wholesome?
great interview.
Am I allowed to name you?
Huh? Yeah, people know.
Okay.
No, I'd say
I forgot.
I really liked the 5 different times you guys brought up meat and fuck. It was my
Yeah, meat and
favorite
fuck's
part.
Yeah.
awesome.
I especially love that I love the discussion of juxtaposed, like, the meat and fuck discussion juxtaposed with the talk about Jesus and stuff.
Yeah, it's you know it's it perfectly. Hold on, I'm playing Time Crisis 3.
You're playing
You're
Time
playing
Crisis
Time
right
Crisis?
now?
Hell yeah!
That is so awesome.
Oh my God! Wait, this is it. Machine gun. God, I'm so good
Any
at this
other
game.
New Blood enjoyers in the chat?
Sorry, I was too busy being sick on my summer vacation at Newgrounds Summerfest and playing video games indoors.
That's so awesome, Best.
But yeah, thank you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that awesome, wholesome little video. When we filmed it, we didn't know yet where it would be on the schedule. So I think at the beginning it sounded like it was like the last one, but it was actually the first one. So I think the ending and the conversation topic actually worked out better that way. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Coming up next is 3D with Taterman and Willie, and we will be setting them up. So we'll be back when we're ready. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Yeah.
How do we know when we're ready?
When you tell me.
So, you guys are gonna set up your.
And we're back. All right, you guys
We back.
do your
Hello.
thing.
I'm Taterman, and this is Willie, and we're gonna do a panel on making little 3 critters. So, yeah, Willie, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Willie. This is Taterman. What'd you say? We're gonna do a little character 3D. We're gonna be in ZBrush,
Yeah, ZBrush.
and you guys get to suggest what we sculpt.
So this little man here, we're gonna make something not like this, but like, I guess in the chat, just throw in ideas, and if we don't like them, we'll pick something from a list that we have preset. Because yeah, like if your suggestions suck, I don't want to do it.
And we better
So-
like them because I closed that wheel and I'll have to reopen it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I can find it again.
I thought you were prepared, dude.
It cached.
Fucker. All right.
Wait.
Name like some like characters. You're like not like an idea. Like I don't want to make like art. It's like this is about depression.
Yeah, it's gotta
You
be
know, it'd be
characters.
lame. Let's see what we got here.
And also, what about that last panel? Did everyone clap when it ended? It was awesome.
I was like,
I know I was clapping. What about you, Jack?
I was clapping my cheeks on the toilet because I was going to the bathroom really fast before this. I was really paranoid. A little character with big meaty claws. I'm digging that one so far. A little cow. The protagonist from Thing 1. An addict with Adderall. Do you think we should do something like Newgrounds related?
That'd
Or
be
do you
cool.
think like
It is a Newgrounds summer thing.
Mm-hmm. A little big alien head. Friday Night Funkin' Pico. Shrimp Boy. Funny Lamb. Tank Man on Adderall. I think you should make a Tank Man on Adderall.
I gotta look up Adderall symptoms.
What are the symptoms of Adderall? Alright, so will you want to do Tank Man with Adderall? On Adderall?
Yeah, I'll do Tank Man. I've done a Tank Man before, so it'll be easy.
Nice.
I'm gonna look up Adderall. I'll look up Adderall victim.
Tom Fulp weeping with a gun? I kind of like that. Should I do Tom Fulp weeping with a gun? Yeah, I think I should go with that. It's
How do you
funny.
spell Adderall?
Adder.
I give up. I'm gonna guess.
A gun that shoots Tom Fulp. No, I think I've decided I want to make Tom Fulp on Adderall. Tom Fulp with a gun and Willie the Tank Man on Adderall. I think we're decided. Cole Fanatic Green Guy. Ed's World. All right.
Newgrounds.
All right. So I'm gonna make Tom Fulp with a gun. Willie's gonna make Tank Man on Adderall. Sweet. All right. Let's search for a picture of Tom Fulp. Let's pick a good. So I'm gonna start off by picking a reference photo for this. So we're gonna start off by finding a nice picture of Tom Fulp. So this is a pretty good one. That's pretty good. Open up my little reference software so I can put my little pictures of Tom Fulp in there.
A good idea.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm not leaving this web browser page. You guys don't want to know what things I've been looking on at Newgrounds.com. That would be really bad. That would be very bad.
Guys, while he's doing that, tell me goggles or the circle glasses on Tank Man. Whichever okay, goggles. That's all. I'm doing that.
This is
It's first come, first serve.
And this is also a good photo. All right, I think I got my photos ready. Change it to ZBrush. So the software we're going to use is called ZBrush. It's like the go-to epic 3D software. If anyone says Blender in the chat, you will be banned. You will be banned immediately.
Oh my gosh.
Ban that guy. We don't support Blender and their hijinks. Yeah. So yeah. So typically, when we sculpt, we start off with a sphere. It's the go-to as opposed to a head. But Willie might start with a head model already. So yeah, ZBrush is really cool. It's got a crazy interface. I'm gonna change my screen share for a sec so you can see this other little piece of software. I recommend this to artists. It's called PureRef. It's a piece of software that lets you put pictures in for reference. So I can put in pictures of Tom, and it always floats above your software, so you can always look at it. It's really, really dope. Let me change my screen share back to ZBrush. Sweet. So I'm going to start off with Tom Fulp's beautiful head here.
I forgot how to sculpt.
You forgot? You're supposed to be ready for this shit.
Nobody told. I was contacted 15 minutes before this started. I didn't know this was going on. I was about to go to sleep.
Willie, why do you sleep so early?
I don't want to answer that.
You don't have to.
You're always prodding me.
Mm-hmm.
You should tell the chat about that time you painted yourself blue.
I never did that. That's a lie.
Yeah, sure you didn't.
You're trying to fucking throw me under a bus here. Oh yeah, another thing we want to do, we want to take little questions from people. So I figured that we should start doing that. If Kikirico, if you want to throw us some questions, that'd be dope. Maybe we could even bring in an audience member and lambast them and bully them.
Yeah, we can bring up an audience member and you can bully them.
Yay!
Sweet. We'll save that for later.
Yeah. I'm watching both chats for questions, by the way.
Oh, sweet. Someone ask a question. I don't know what to talk about. Do I make shit with clay, Orc? No, I don't.
Neither do I.
Someone on
question.
YouTube asked, why is it pixelating though?
Is my stream bad?
No, I think what they're talking about is, you know how on the nose, you can kind of see more surfaces?
Oh yeah. So ZBrush, it's like there's like polygons. So I don't have a ton of them. It's good to start out with a low amount of polygons because it's easier to like manipulate a bunch of little things instead of instead of like a shit ton of polygons. Just sticking with a few to start is the way to go. So Tom Pulp has like a really like long head. So I'm gonna block that in.
Willie, when will you address the accusation?
You know, I thought you were gonna screen these questions.
Yeah,
As
we
if.
thought you were gonna screen these questions. You can't have that like.
I can't be having questions like that. Not right now. It's still raw.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's a.
Actually, whoever said that, can you find where they live?
Mhm.
Totally, you
IP.
can.
Okay, cool.
Someone asks, how much does ZBrush cost?
Willie, how much does it cost?
It's like $10,500.
$10 trillion.
I don't actually know how much it costs. They like I don't know. They have like plans, and you can pay monthly, and it's a lot. I just know it's a lot.
So pretty much the standard for programs like this.
Yeah.
Can you rig in ZBrush?
No, ZBrush is only for sculpting, pretty much. Like you can do a little bit of texturing stuff, but there is no like rigging system in it. So it's mainly just to make the character. It's actually like the secret sauce that most people use for 3D because it's really good for sculpting. I'm okay.
Do you need a beefy PC to do 3D art?
A beastie PC?
Beefy.
Beefy.
Like a strong one.
Like I don't know what that means. Like
Do you
like meat?
Like a strong PC.
Oh.
like
ZBrush is actually, I could be wrong. Don't write this down. But I'm pretty sure it's pretty it's like CPU dependent, so it can run on a lot of stuff without a GPU. So you can run on a lot of stuff. I've run it on some really crappy laptops and stuff. When you get to like higher poly stuff, it starts breaking, but you can block out whatever you want.
That's crazy.
what kind of advice can you give to somebody who's starting to learn 3D art?
Be picky with like who you're learning from. I think there's a lot of bad information actually, like for 3D stuff. Shortcuts. I feel like shortcuts are good, but like you should probably learn how to do stuff from like the fundamental aspects of like any 3D thing before you like do shortcut stuff like auto rigging and all that shit. Just like learn how to do it so you can fix the crap if it breaks. That's something it took. Like I took a lot of shortcuts when I started out, and then like later like I regretted it because I couldn't figure out how to do things. This Tom Pulp looks terrible, by the way. I'm sorry.
I think it looks like Tom.
You're fucking lying. I'm just trying to make me feel good about myself. Let's switch to Willie's stream for a minute. Let's see what he's got so far.
Yeah, you're not gonna see much, but let's switch.
Yeah.
Alright.
How do I
Going back
switch
off
it?
that,
Oh,
so
fine.
you're gonna stop streaming, and then Willie is
Alright,
going
great.
to start streaming his screen.
All right.
Going back to that question though about advice, are there any like specific people or resources that you might recommend someone to look at?
Yeah. There's Flip Normals on YouTube. They're really good. They have tutorials for like every software. So I know I was like making fun of Blender earlier. They have a lot of good Blender stuff. I would recommend Blender for someone starting out because it's free, so you could like figure out if 3D is something you want to get into. Because it is a really big undertaking to learn 3D, I think, than like most other arts, I would say. And not to like that it's better or anything. I just think there's like a lot of technical stuff to understand in it, as opposed to other things. What about you, Willie? Do you have any good
The,
resources?
the advice I always give to people is if tutorials aren't working, just like install it and break it and play. Like install Blender and get like the cheaper version of ZBrush and just break it, reinstall it, and keep doing that. I don't know what that's like the learning where you play with blocks and stuff. Do that with ZBrush. At least that's how I like doing it. If the tutorials aren't working, just break it 1,000 times and then you'll know how it works, and you'll be able to have fun in it. And all your first stuff is gonna look awful. You just gotta get past that.
So you gotta be put through the ringer before you get anything. You gotta suffer. You gotta suffer for your art, right?
I
Like
wouldn't
Willie
say all
doesn't.
that.
Willie doesn't eat. No, you don't eat. You don't eat. Like you're like, I won't
I
eat.
don't
till
eat
I'm
human
done.
food. I eat like the little horse bag.
Mm. Fun fact about Willie: he puts like food dye in his food.
It's not that fun. I think everyone does that.
No, you're like the only guy who's like, what color? Like you're asking what color to dye your rice and shit. I'm like, I don't. That's fucking weird.
A little bit of whimsy. You're just jealous.
I mean, maybe you can have fun and I can't have fun, and that's why I like you, because you make up for something I'm missing.
I didn't think. I didn't get a lot of that. My ZBrush was auto saving and it turned my brain off.
Oh shit! How's your tank band looking? I want to look. I want to see.
Kind of awful. I'm sculpting very slow.
You're like millennials, like further ahead. This is like a
Some,
competition now.
Stupid teeth and some jaw.
There's another question, if you wouldn't mind.
Actually, we're done taking questions.
Oh, you're done taking questions? Okay.
No, we can take more questions. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Sure.
So, Tato, what's a good way to learn how to make or apply skins and shaders to models?
Oh, like textures, I think is what they're asking. Say it one more time for me.
Hey Tato, what's a good way to learn how to make or apply skins, shaders to models?
Oh, practice and like look at lots of references. Like high resolution images usually are your best bet to figure out like what a texture something's like. For software, I would recommend Substance Painter. I might actually get to the point of opening that today for you guys. That software is awesome. Basically, it's like ZBrush is like where you make like the 3D model, and then Substance Painter is where you apply the paint, the coat of paint on top to make everything look really nice and tasty. But yeah, I would recommend Substance Painter. Sorry, I'm not done talking. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Substance Painter, it's like $100 on Steam. Buy it on Steam. Don't buy it from Adobe. Adobe's evil. But like on Steam, you can get a perpetual license for like $100. It's well worth it. Also, I was joking. I'm sorry, I was mean.
Oh no, it's okay. I spoke too early. This is a question for Willie from the YouTube chat, and it was stupid anyways. Do you think a caveman would know the difference between rocks and bones? Or would they think they're the same?
Actually, I think, personally, I know this is a contested thing, kind of the skeptics on Reddit are fighting on this a lot, but I think that if I put myself in the place of the caveman, or even in the place of me, and I see, if I was out in the wild and I saw a bone and I had no point of reference, I might be like, that's a rock, because all I know is a rock. And so I'd think, yeah, a caveman would think it's a rock, just like a white rock.
Okay.
It's a great, that's a
Tater
great
Man,
question.
Yeah.
did you model the Tenacious D characters for the music video in ZBrush?
Yeah, so I actually didn't do a whole lot of modeling on that. Actually, Willie did most of it. I only modeled the naked Jack Black. Willie did actually most of the other characters, which was fucking crazy. It was like, I don't think we would have finished it without him. Like the whole thing was done in 2 months, which was like fucking insane deadline. But like Willie's super fast, so it was dope to have him do it.
Like you. And I did do them all in ZBrush. Yeah, it was about 2 months. A very hectic 2 months.
It's a really good video though.
Thank you.
Thanks. It was a team effort thing, so like everybody who like worked on it was really essential. Like there's this one guy we brought in. His name was Olav. He's like this incredible 3D animator, and he brought all these like crazy animators that he knew to like help like make the models move and stuff. That was like fucking dope. And we had this other guy named, I think his name's Jeff, and he did like all these bumpers for Cartoon Network a long time ago. It's called Cartoon Network City, and there was like all these like 3D bumpers where all the Cartoon Network characters lived in like the same city together and shit. They're like 3D. They're really old. I don't know if anyone would remember that, but he did those, and we brought him in, and he did a lot of compositing work. Chris and Adam P did the storyboard. That was like fucking awesome. Yeah, that was a fun project.
It was really fun.
It kind of sucks though, because that means me and Willie peaked. Now there's like no point.
Yeah, it's all downhill.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think this stream is our peak.
Really?
This is gonna go. I think at the end of this, something big is gonna happen.
Yeah,
It's like-
something big. Yeah, there's something big at the end of this. Like, there's gonna be a really cool announcement from me and Willie at the end.
Yeah. So get ready, guys. Stay tuned.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just spent, I think, 1 entire hour on that mouth, so I'm gonna move to another part of them.
1 hour? It's not been 1 hour.
I think that was
It's not been
actually
an hour.
15 hours, I think.
Wait, it
but-
has been an hour?
It's been like 30 minutes.
Damn.
Gotta put these glasses on.
Close enough. I guess another question though, in your guys' medical opinions, how much mercury and tinfoil can someone eat before dying? This is really important.
Like 30.
30?
Oh.
Meh.
I'm gonna answer that with a question. Why the fuck are you why the hell are you asking us this?
It's really important.
I don't have a fucking medical license.
Certainly you do. You're modeling the face.
You can have like 2, like 5, maybe 6. Like you could probably, if like you're a big bodybuilder, you could have like 6.
You're gonna want, if you're a big bodybuilder, you're gonna want some because you lose a lot of it in your sweat.
Okay. Someone's written out a really big question for Jack as well.
Hmm.
I'll read this out for you, okay?
Okay.
Awesome.
A few days ago, I went to the gas station for lunch. I was wearing I was wearing a blue hoodie, and I can't.
What?
So stupid. It had a Chase Bank logo on the shoulder. Does that sound familiar? I saw you getting gas when I walked out of the store, and I approached you quick. You stopped filling your tank and quickly got into your car when you noticed me. I took a picture of your license plate so I could find you again later. Do you have any advice for connecting with other Newgroundsers?
That's a weird way to like.
It's a really good
I
question.
think approaching them at the gas station is not the right way to do it.
Well, I think they approached you.
Yeah, well, they need to like not do that in public. Okay. I'm like
Okay.
I'm like the Hassan Piker in Newgrounds. I get skittish if a fan approaches me, and I feel like I'm gonna get shot.
Oh,
So don't do
yes.
that.
They have a lot of makeshift weapons too.
What?
Sorry, I'm speaking another language. I slip into Chinese from time to time.
Oh yeah, he speaks.
How?
Willie does speak Mandarin.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah.
Hmm.
I don't want to do it right now though, because I'll throw up.
Okay. How fun is UV mapping, or is that like relevant to what you're doing?
UV mapping is really fun if you know how to do it, and it's not fun if you don't. But once you learn how to do it, then like because you know you can do it, it's fun. So then you feel like you're better than everyone. No joke.
We probably won't be doing it at all in this stream because it's pretty. I don't know where. Maybe Jack will. I don't know how fast he is, but not something we're gonna hit on here. But I don't do it personally. Most of the time, I make machines do it for me.
Hmm. Yeah, actually, back to talking about Substance Painter. It has an automatic UV unwrapper, so you can like you could have it like do all that for you. And for people that are 2D people and like just not as good as us, UV mapping is where you take a 3D model and you turn it flat like a box, so then you can put textures on it. Because the texture is like a 2D picture, but a 3D character is 3D.
Gives it color.
Mm-hmm. This looks like my thing's looking like Mark Zuckerberg. I don't like that.
Oh, can we see?
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
doing a crucial,
Oh,
a crucial thing.
yeah. Tell me when you want me to switch. I'll switch. Or I'll turn mine
Okay.
off.
I'll let you know in a sec.
Feel free to switch when you want. Would you recommend a drawing tablet for 3D modeling?
What do you have to say about that, Willie? This is like a
I'd
heated debate
say-
between us.
There's a whole thing with which type, but if you're gonna be doing hard surface modeling, you don't need one quite so much because it's just hard. So you're dragging vertices around. If you're gonna be sculpting, definitely. I personally believe that like a non-screen tablet for 3D is like just fine because it's not as precise as drawing, so you can get away with it. But you can also get a screen tablet. I've never tried one, so I'm biased. But get something cheap and play with it. It's fun.
Mm. I mean, I would agree with that. I think like it depends where you are. Like, I think if you're just gonna sculpt and like you don't draw, then maybe like that's good enough. But I think a tablet, like a good one, is a worthy investment if like this is all you do with all your time. Like, you want something nice that's compatible with everything. I think it's like the main like issue with like third-party tablets. Like I use a Wacom, blah blah blah. The tool doesn't make the artist, obviously, but I think like, you know, if it's like your main tool, treat yourself to something nice that you'll enjoy using, as opposed to something you're fighting against. I really like a screen tablet because I also draw. So I would, you know, if you draw, go get a screen tablet. It's like it's night and day for drawing and shit.
Yeah,
You know,
I
beg your
barely
parents,
draw.
just dip into their wallet.
I want to do all that. That's might get in trouble and get a spanking.
Your parents spank you.
I don't want to talk about this.
Next question.
Okay, next question. What rigging and animation software would you recommend to use with ZBrush models?
I use Maya, but Blender's also good. Like I said, like it's free. But also like Maya's not crazy expensive. Maya's like $200 a year. Truth be told, like people say it's like thousands of dollars. That's if you're like from a company. But if you're an individual, they have an indie license and it's like $200 a year, which isn't too bad. I mean, I would imagine if you're in like high school, that's a lot of money because it is. But what?
I was just saying you can justify if it's for like a job, or even if you just want to make it into anything, if it's your hobby. I use Blender, but you know, I don't like either one works. I think whatever one you want to do. It depends on what you want to do. Blender's not great for like collaborative stuff, but if you're just like sitting alone, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Pretty much anything we really work on, we do in Maya and ZBrush and Substance Painter. Blender, like, I mean, we do use Blender sometimes to do like little things, but like the final like actual like bulk of the work is done in Maya when you start like rigging and animating. That's all done there. But the Jack Black project, I'm just gonna go to that one as like the go-to like talk about this through that thing, because that's like I think our biggest thing we did. That was done in Maya and Unreal Engine, so like it's rendered in Unreal Engine, but all the animation stuff is done in Maya. Unreal Engine's a really dope tool. It's also free for independent usage. So like if you're just making like entertainment, you can use it for free. You can just download it. It's a good tool. It's kind of buggy, but it's like a really cool piece of technology that has a lot of future good exciting stuff. Good future prospects, I guess, is that way to put it. Yeah, but yeah, we use Maya and Blender. Really, pretty much only use Blender. He'll like hand models to me, and then I'll like rig them.
Yeah, I barely do any rigging or animating. I'm just purely sculpting, texturing, modeling stuff on most stuff.
So what do you guys think of other free 3D modeling software like Wings 3D or Art of Illusion?
I don't know what
I
that
haven't
is.
heard. Yeah, I haven't heard of either of those. I'd have to check them
Okay.
out.
Okay then. What are your guys' top 3 games?
I know Willie's.
What are mine?
Willie's first like #1 like favorite game of all time is this little thing called Land.io on Discord. Discord games. Land.io is just a game where you're like a little square and you like try to take land.
That's pretty
Yeah.
good. It is a good game. I guess I'll guess your third favorite game. It's got to be. Something with a. I know you like characters. Team Fortress 2.
That's my #1 favorite game.
I give up.
If anyone wants to play TF2, add me on Steam. I want to play TF2 all day. Yeah, no,
Sure,
TF2 is my
fine with
#1
that.
game. I think TF2 is a great game. It's got a good art style. If you want to make good art, study that game. All the cool artists that I know, like, they all like Team Fortress. It's a really weird correlation.
I like Minecraft. I like Half-Life. I like Portal. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's your favorite character in TF2?
I don't know. I like them all. I don't want
You like them
to
all?
pick favorite. I don't want to pick favorites.
You don't
doesn't
want
wanna get in
come
a fight.
on.
Don't put
He
me in
knows
a
if
situation.
he says one, all the TF2 people are gonna be like, "You play as Pyro and you use this gun," and then he's never.
I
gonna
don't
be able
play
to
as
play again.
Pyro.
Hey, dude,
Okay,
you play as
well-
that flare gun. That
I actually
kills.
don't even have a single minute as Pyro in my 2,000 hours playing that game.
Ignoring the gameplay, who do you think has the best design out of them all?
I don't want to pick favorites because I don't want to hurt any characters' feelings because they're real
Okay.
people with feelings.
I
I like
won't put you on
Pyro.
the spot. Like, you like Pyro?
I like Pyro. I like Demo Man, and I like Soldier. I like Pyro and Demo Man.
Okay, that's fair. I think Demoman's pretty fun.
That's a cool guy.
Was that a question for the chat or
I
were
was
you
just
like
being, I was just being nosy.
you're just using like your your status as the host of this thing to get questions?
Yeah, I was actually. I'm evil and fucked up like that. So
I'm pretty
How do you-
crazy. I'm unhinged. I
Yeah,
drink on. That's all I gotta
I'm
say.
problematic. So, how do you use game engines like Unreal for non-game stuff like rendering animations?
So Unreal Engine, like remember like a few years ago when all companies were like ray tracing, like that is like a cool technology for like games or whatever, but like people didn't realize, oh wait, like ray tracing giving you like real-time reflections and global illumination. Global illumination is like when light bounces off objects to other objects. I was like, oh, for games, and then they like wow, this like is really power hungry, whatever. People realized you could use that for like cinematics and stuff. So basically, it harnesses your GPU to do uses your GPU to do all the like the big calculations that like a 3D software would like usually take a long time to do. And Unreal Engine has a good set of tools for that. Like shows like The Mandalorian and stuff use Unreal Engine to do like all the lighting on their show. Like if you see The Mandalorian like when he's in an environment of some sort or whatever, it's usually like a 3D stage. Like it's like a real life set they're on, but they have like giant like LED TVs, and like they have Unreal Engine running, and then that like plays on those TVs to actually make a fake set for the character to be on. It's a really terrible way of explaining it. But yeah, Unreal Engine has a really good tool set. It's called the sequencer, and basically you can like put like your animation in there and like set up lights and stuff and animate them. It's like an extra like layer of tools for it's kind of hard to like verbalize it, but it has a like cinematic tool set basically.
Okay. If someone makes a three-dimensional art using 2D software, would you still consider it 3D art?
Like if it looks 3D, probably yeah. I mean, if it's like if you perfectly render something in 2D to be 3D, I don't know if it like I don't know. If you
Uh,
could trick me, I'd say yeah.
Yeah, if you trick me, I'd say yes. But like, for all intents and purposes, if there's no like 3D model in existence, I would probably guess that like it's not.
It'd be very impressive.
Mm-hmm.
But you couldn't 3D print it, which would be lame.
I
Mm-hmm.
saw someone do something like that a while ago in live 2D, where they like managed to make like the character's head look all 3D.
Oh
But it
yeah.
was just, I don't know. I'll have to find that sometime.
Yeah, I don't even know what, like that I don't even know what that software is. There's so much software. Like that's one thing about like choosing 3D as a career. It's like you're never caught up, and it's kind of like a never-ending battle.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Jack. If you wanna, let me know when you wanna switch over to your screen. I feel like they've been
Yeah, I'm
making
just
me,
cracking open a Coke.
Oh, is it soda time?
Soda time! Soda time! Let's switch. Let's switch. That's a crazy looking tank, man.
I've reset it, I think 3 times now. I'm not liking it.
That's actually really awesome. I'm not liking my Tom Pulp at all.
Let's see it.
It's so bad.
Why
I'm
you
not
guys are
bring people's likenesses.
sorry. Why you guys are
This
what
looks
is
like him.
what's your favorite Newgrounds character? That's a question from the chat.
Oh shit. Willie knows all of them, so like I'm gonna ask him to
Like the Newgrounds Maniac. He's probably my favorite. What about you, Jack?
Yeah, I really like give me a second. I'm trying to think of something like that's not a Newgrounds character to make people mad.
I'm not a big Newgrounds. Guys, don't tell
SpongeBob.
anybody.
SpongeBob is my favorite Newgrounds character.
SpongeBob
That's
is
a
your
good
favorite
one.
Newgrounds character?
Yeah, actually, Steven Hillenberg, like before he died, he like said like "Long live Newgrounds." This is like dying words.
Is that true?
Yes.
It's cool as hell, dude.
Mm-hmm. This does not look like Tom Folt. I think I need his like iconic swirly hair. Let's see. I'm gonna look through the chat. Wait, no, I don't want to look through the chat. I'm streaming.
I'll grab some more.
Anybody? I don't know what to talk about.
I gotta see if people are shit talking
So-
us.
Mhm.
Would you consider Godot viable for creating virtual sets for animation and filming?
Godot?
Godot?
It's
Is
like
that
a
how you
game
say
engine, right? Yeah, Godot.
Yeah.
Is it spelled Godot?
it? It's spelled Godot.
Yeah, that's Godot. I know it's like a game engine. I don't know if it has like a tool set for like animation and stuff. I mean, you could use it to lay out a set, but I feel like if you're gonna lay out a set, do it in like the software that is closest to like that you're closest to rendering in. I think the thing with 3D is like you'll end up doing stuff over like twice, which is really annoying. There isn't a lot of like tools for automating specific tasks. So like I don't know. Like Godot is like a game engine, so I can't say either way if it's good for that. But all our sets usually we build in Unreal, and then we'll bring that back to Maya for when people animate, and do like we'll just have like a really rough set so the computer can run quickly while they're animating, and just show them where everything's staged. So like when you're composing a shot, you can still have good composition and be aware of like what objects are around. Actually, I think the swirls kind of made this look like Tom Folt. I'm kind of happy. I forgot I gotta add like a gun to this. Right? Like he has a gun. He's like crying. He's not gonna shoot himself, right? I don't want to make Tom shoot himself.
You don't have to do that. You should probably not do that.
I'm gonna DM it to him. I'm gonna DM it to him and be like, "This is you."
Don't do that,
Yeah.
dude.
What do you think about 1993 Doom?
The old Dune?
Yeah, the old Doom.
Dune?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said Dune.
No, Doom. DOOM.
I don't know. Is this asked by like a Doom head?
It was asked by someone in panel questions. I don't know.
That's really weird. I don't know. I've never played it.
I like the first.
You
Is that
never
the
played
first Doom? I've played that one. I
When you
played
kill the
on school
monsters in it, they go.
computers.
"Ugh."
Like
Right?
Doom
Well, I
looks fun.
guess since we don't really have an opinion on that, how about what do you think about films that look like they're 3D rendered but are actually 2D animated, like Claws?
I like that
Um,
movie.
They're like fake fans. They want to be us. They want to make silly cartoons like us in 3D, and they just like they got to be posers.
Yeah, I want to take back me just saying I like that movie. I actually don't like the movie, and I think that people that worked on it were a bit close-minded.
Actually, that movie I was really hyped for. I was following it since like 2014, and then it came out in like 2019, I think, or something. I was really hyped about it. I was following along because can't remember the main guy, but he worked on like Treasure Planet or some shit, and he was posting about this movie, and I was like, oh, such a unique style. And the movie came out, and I never saw it. I was like super hyped. I was like, actually no, I did watch it, but I was like super fucking stoned, so I don't remember anything. So I just consider that I didn't see it. And there was like a fat kid in it, and like he was like, or something, and I'm like, that was it. Like I don't remember anything else about it.
You and your smoking weed.
I don't smoke pot anymore.
Anymore?
Don't smoke weed, kids, or else
Don't
you'll end
admit
up like
to it.
me.
Have you tried 3D printing before?
Oh yeah, Willie's cool. He's really good at it. He like brings harsh chemicals into his like apartment.
It's fun though.
Is this like
I know that Jack
too
has
much personal
done.
information?
No, that's fine. I know Jack's done FDM printing, which is like the plastic filament one. I've done a lot of that. And I also do SLA printing, resin printing. I'm a big fan. I like it.
Yeah, I think 3D printing is a great like hobby to do with regular, just like if you know 3D already, like add that to your tool set, because like anything you make in 3D, you can then put into 2D.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. No, you can bring it into the real world. Sorry, I just like glitched out my software. And I was like, oh no, everything's going wrong. But it's okay.
Don't
Everything's
make
fine.
toys. You can make
I
toys
think-
with it, and it rocks.
I think I accidentally interrupted Anislug. If you want to say what you're gonna say. Oh, okay.
Oh, you.
Oh, okay.
Don't trust potheads, kids.
What
Yeah,
is your
what's that?
favorite game on Newgrounds?
Oh shit. I really like. There's this game called Self. It's by this one dude and Connor Grail. Connor Grail is like this really spectacular musician, and it's just kind of like a little challenging game where you like you shoot like a little red creature out of yourself, and then you suck the creature back up, but it like launches you like a slingshot. That game's really fun. What about you? Ryan?
Don't tell anybody, but I'm pretty new to Newgrounds. I played it a bit when I was younger, but I'm not like as well versed in it. But that game, pretty recent game. What's it called? It's that art one with the green-haired girl.
With Olive's Art Venture?
Yeah, I like that game a lot. I played that a lot when it came out.
I think it's a fun game.
I'm gonna add Tom Phelps' body now.
Oh yay!
Don't look at it's only supposed to be viewed from one angle. So.
Only from one angle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you find yourself doing that in 3D a lot, where you kind of break your models to get it to look a certain way?
Yeah. So like, there's no point in like modeling the back if like it all depends on like what your goal is. So like, I just want to make like a still picture of like Tom Phelps like this, and then like put a gun in his hand. So like, there would be no point to like adding anything behind him because I'm not going to show it from that angle. There's a lot of like old like game covers that we made with like clay for like old Nintendo 64 games, and there's these really fun. There's a fun catalog of like pictures from them, and it shows like the backside of like Mario and like Mario Paint. And he's like all pink and it's like ass cheeks are showing. Yeah. So I will rotate around and like work a lot on all the other sides if it's something that you see from every angle. but we don't see him like that.
If it's something I'm like wanna just make a quick image of for fun, I'll not worry about the sides that aren't gonna be seen too much. But I'm doing like a toy or something, you gotta do every side, or like making a model for rigging. Oops.
Yeah. Will you want to switch again? I'm gonna start his body.
Yeah, I've made some changes to my tank guy, so I'll show him off.
Oh, sweet. Oh my god.
One little area. Alright.
So, before I ask another question from chat, I'm just a little bit curious about how long do you usually find yourself spending making a 3D model, like from start to completion?
It depends. Like the Jack Black one, that one took a few days. I wouldn't say like days, like few days, like 24 hours days, but I mean like days of like I like make some changes and then send it to Adam P, and then he would have some notes for me, and then I'd send it to Chris, and then he'd have some notes, and we just like kind of hone it to this like perfect little Jack Black model. But then like I just posted like a sculpted Burger Andy, and that took me like 2 hours to sculpt. But then like lighting and texturing it took like about another hour. So that like in total took maybe like 4 hours total. So it really just depends like on how good you want it to be, and yeah.
So it's just pretty similar to any art, really. Just depends on what's going into it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What are your thoughts on Treasure Planet or hybrid animation? Do you think I'm sorry, that question's not worded.
Is it like what do I think of like when people mix 2D and 3D animation?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Or do you think it should be 3D first and then 2D, or 2D first and then 3D?
Unironically, I hate when people mix the two. Like, I don't know. There's been a lot of instances where I'm like, wow, that looks great. Like, I'm really glad that the backgrounds are 3D and the 2D characters are like comped on top, and it looks like shit. But I'm sure there's like instances where I would like it. Whenever I try to do it, I don't do a good job.
So it would just have to be stylized and hidden.
Yeah, it would have to be done really well. Because otherwise I feel like it looks like cheap. Like you're choosing to use one of the other methods just to like... I don't know. It's just a weird opinion I have. I mean, if you want to do that, don't stop yourself. I think you should do it. Just kidding. Always listen to me. I have the best opinions.
You know all sorts about animations.
Mm-mm. I've seen like three movies.
Just in general.
Total.
And 2 of those were Kung Pao, right?
That's your favorite movie.
You caught me.
I like my favorite movie's Incredibles. It's a movie about these like superhero family. Yeah, let me summarize the whole Incredibles movie here.
Start explaining it like it's ZBrush.
Mm-hmm. So Incredibles, it's like really important. Yeah, I don't know. I usually don't like superhero movies, but I like that movie. Don't get me started on Marvel movies. I'm sorry.
Oh, you know what? Actually, what do you think about a lot of like newer Marvel movies and way they do
garbage?
Me and Jack fight on this a lot.
I don't want to fight. Listen, I don't want this called in like like me losing my friendship with Willie.
Oh,
but I think Marvel's like dog shit garbage for like overgrown babies.
Okay.
He's like, I want to see this character shoot lasers into the other character. Oh, and the villain like thinks the ends justifies the means, so he wants to kill everybody so he can get like a blue stone. Like that shit's garbage. Get off my. I don't want to watch that.
Now, Jack, can you tell us the plot of Incredibles real quick?
So there's this family, and then there's this guy named Syndrome, and Syndrome isn't cool. He's like an incel, but like, or something. I can't justify it. It's like, I don't know, that movie's good, it's really entertaining, and it's a fun family movie. It's a fun kids movie. It doesn't take itself seriously. It's a kids movie. It's good. Shut up.
What do you think about The Master of Disguise?
I don't know what
I
that
like
is.
that movie. I
Right.
like that movie.
Oh, it's a movie?
Yeah. It's the one where Dana Carvey's in the turtle outfit and he like cries during 9/11.
I've never seen it.
What does that mean?
He's out of the loop, this guy. What kind of body my tank man should have?
I want to see what that looks crazy. I like him obese.
It's just his head.
What do you think, chat? Should we keep him obese?
Should have big obese legs.
Yeah. Should he be obese?
Yes, obese. Alright, we're gonna do big obese.
Okay. Someone's asking, have you seen I Hate Everything's Not Disney collection? I don't know what that is.
Oh, like 7 Clever Boys or something?
I don't know.
I don't know what I'm at.
The one with the shitty knockoffs of Disney movies?
Yeah, those are good. I don't know.
Movies.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that specific thing.
Do you see a distinction between compositing and 3D modeling software?
Like a difference between compositing and what are they asking?
They just said, do you see a distinction between compositing and 3D modeling software? So I guess like if there's like different softwares for the two?
Yeah, I think they're like completely different. Like a compositing software basically only deals with like flat pictures. So it's like, like like color correction and matting out like other characters, so like one doesn't pass behind the other or whatever. So there's a big distinction. Like they're definitely not the same. For compositing, I would recommend Natron. It's like a node-based compositing software. And After Effects. After Effects is really good, but I hate Adobe. I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna say about Adobe because I'll get in trouble. But let's just say it's a nice thing.
You want to shake Adobe like a.
I want what?
Like a newborn.
You want to. Yeah, like a.
I don't know what that means. What that mean?
Like
What that mean?
I don't know what that mean. What that mean?
What that mean?
Okay. I'm sorry. You hate Adobe.
I do. They're evil. They charge a lot of money. They make you buy all the software you don't want, and then like if you want to cancel, they charge you money. I'm trying to like import this like stupid file.
Someone's pointing out that your Tankman has the Twitter OC legs, the big thigh gap.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I don't want to go in too much detail what I think about him, but let's just say he's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Look at him.
You know.
He's got
I'm
a
a big
real
fan.
like couch lifter's build.
It's like a rotisserie chicken.
That's a couch lifter's build.
You can say that again.
Someone on YouTube asked, how do you best name your files and folders? Because that's a problem they seem to like run into.
It's just any consistency. Like,
Don't
I
name
wouldn't
everything
say-
like smack your keyboard really fast. Add as many characters as you can, so then it doesn't like have the same name as something else. Yeah, that's what I do.
just get
It's
some.
Honestly,
not
that
good
is
advice.
I think it's the best method.
It depends on
um,
how far into a project I am. If I'm really far, they'll just be like a bunch of letters.
Like the more important the file, like the more you should not name it something that you want to
Yeah.
like find again.
Especially if you need to find it a lot. You want it to be just special characters like in a row. And you can just copy paste like different languages text as the file name, so you can even type it to search it. That's what I do.
Yeah. Should we answer that seriously?
What?
Just consistency. Don't
Don't be
name-
lazy. Don't be lazy about it. That's the first step. A long time I was like, oh, I just want to save it and just keep work. Friggin' lift your little like fat nubs to the keyboard and type it out. It's not that hard. Like, so what I would do.
Angry.
I'm sorry. What I do is like I'll name it like the name like a name of it. So like so I can find it later. Something like really important. Like so if it's like Tom Fulp, I call it Tom Fulp. That's that way I can find it. You can be more descriptive, so put like Tom Fulp with gun. Have one directory for like all of one type of something. So like all my drawings are in one folder called art, and then they're all in like sorted by year, in folders by year, so I can like know which years I made things. And then if you have to like version stuff for like 3D, put like V001 at the end with an underscore before that. This is like really lame thing to answer. It's live, but
It's a bit silly.
Yeah. I'm a city boy. I'm sorry.
I'd recommend
You're
never name
really
something
silly.
like final, because it's not going to be.
Oh yeah, it's never gonna be final.
If you name something final, you're dooming it to be named final 15 more times.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a favorite project that you've worked on?
No,
No?
I hate everything.
You hate everything.
Like that YouTuber that was doing the Disney movies.
Why do
Mm.
you hate everything?
Oh, let's just say I'm a little guy on YouTube named I Hate Everything. Yep, guys, that's me. I hate everything. You know, I don't know. I think I watched too many like stupid like reviewers on YouTube when I was a kid. Kind of like
That's
fucked me
fair.
up. Yeah, I if I had any like great advice for like artists, stop listening to those people. They suck. They don't make anything.
I'm just like irreversibly angry for my time on YouTube. Yeah, I just can't. It's just broken.
Yeah, like if you just boil down what those people do, they just fucking summarize something and like this is bad because it make no sense. It don't realistic. It's like shut up. It's a cartoon. You're like an adult raging about cartoon. What are you doing?
You know what would be really fun if right now we dropped everything and did a review of like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated series right now.
You see, like I hate Ninja Turtles. I don't like it.
Why?
I never liked it.
Why Velma on HBO is total bullshit.
That show
It's
is
a
bullshit.
children's
though.
show?
That show's bad.
Wow. Yeah, that show was kind of shit though.
This is
what
made by someone else
plugins?
make people mad. What?
What plugins do you guys use, and what would you think is essential?
Ooh, depends on the software. I mean, I could just like list off shit forever. What do you recommend for ZBrush, really?
Let me check. I
Let's
like this
switch.
one.
Let's switch. By the way.
It's still
Oh,
making.
we should show
yeah.
that. Show that. Show
Yeah,
that.
show my-
Show the plugin. For...
Okay. I don't know who made them. I like Extract Pro. I like Easy Remesh. Mine's broken. I like just normal like renaming stuff. Renaming stuff in ZBrush is kind of annoying, so I have like batch rename and stuff. More than hotkey or more than shortcuts for specifically ZBrush, because there aren't too many great ones. I'd recommend just like getting your hotkeys and your UI worked out, just as best as you can. Like if you find yourself going into a menu like more than 3 times, like make its own. You can make their own little menus up here, and then you can bind them to keys. You can just have them at your fingertip, and they're nice. And so you don't have to go through digging like these awful menus with all the options, and it really speeds you up.
Mm-hmm. ZBrush has like the best interface of any 3D software. Any software, period. I think.
It's very confusing to start off with, but it's nice once you understand it.
Mm-hmm. It's like space age technology, but it's built like with the specific use case of being good at like sculpting. Like the interface is for that. It's not to like be similar to Photoshop or some shit, and then like you have to, shuffle through menus. It's literally built just to be as fast as possible for this specific task.
Yeah, it's its own thing.
Mm-hmm. Should we switch?
Oh yeah, let's switch. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
think it'd be
You
fun
like-
to see Tom Fulp.
I think you guys are gonna like the direction I took with this. I'm switching over in like 30 seconds.
How much time do we have, by the way? I don't want to.
Let me think.
Sorry, I mean to spring that question on you.
I took a little creative liberty here.
You got about an hour.
Okay.
A little
What do you-
over.
You guys like the
Jack,
I
you just-
forgot his stomata or whatever the fuck it's called.
Forgive them, Father. They know not what they do. They know not what they do, Father.
This is what happens to
Why have
Tom
you
when
done
when he
this?
goes to this is what happens when Tom goes to heaven, and God sees like what he allowed to be on his website.
He saw the rated A tag.
Mhm. You allowed Foamy the Squirrel to walk this earth too long.
We love
What,
Foamy.
what's Foamy the Squirrel?
Oh, you're not an OG.
It's basically just
Newgrounder.
he's a real talking no filter squirrel, and that's
Oh, I
funny
see.
in its own right because it's like this squirrel is saying what I'm thinking.
Hell yeah.
And not to mention some of the babes in his series, dynamite.
Mhm.
Hot chick heaven.
Basically, there's this goth girl whose design changes every episode, right? And she's got big boob, right? Because
course,
that
yeah.
good, apparently. That make
I
good.
figured, yeah, I figured that out.
Yeah, don't forget about that. And then there's a squirrel, and it's like, what's the deal with airline peanuts? Kind of vibe, and it gets mad. And
Yeah, so real
screams.
issues.
Mhm.
I see.
It's pretty awesome.
I'm gonna crack open another soda real quick.
Oh, me
Thank
too.
you for opening my eyes to Foamy the Squirrel.
Yeah, look it up. It's really good.
Soda?
I'll
Sometime.
definitely look it up later. What's your favorite part about making a full 3D model?
Oh, I like the sculpting part. What about you, Willie?
I like the sculpting part.
I don't know if I want to
That's
make Tom Fulp crucified. I don't think he'll like me after that.
Oh wait, did I read that question wrong? I'm
No,
sorry. What's
you're
your
good.
favorite part about making a full 3D full 3D models hubba bubba? Or hubba hubba?
Hababa. Habibi.
Hubba hubba is what
Okay,
it
now
says.
I
Hammer.
understand.
Habibi. Habibi. Sorry.
I like blocking out, and then I like going and spending like a day going in and detailing everything and getting it all gross looking. I like making toys and stuff, and so I want to push the detail because I don't want any flat edges. I want it to look awesome when it's really tiny.
Okay.
This is a. Should we like do another little chat? Another little chat. Like, what should we have Tom Fulp do? Like, instead of a gun, maybe we could see what other options we have. Or
Oh, that might be fun.
does this look like Tom? I think it's kind of looking like him.
It looks a bit like him, yeah.
It looks a bit
It
like
looks-
an exaggerated Tom.
It looks like every drawing of Tom. Like every drawing I've seen of Tom, this is what it looks
There's
like.
that one picture of him that was his icon for a long time. It was really fucked up looking. I
love
loved
it.
it.
Yeah.
He changed that recently, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He changed this now. He looks like a baby. Mm-hmm.
Oh, my brushes just broke.
It makes him look like a little baby.
Let's add a couple more hairs. Let's see. Let's see what the chat has to say. What do we got here?
Someone on YouTube says smoking a bong, and someone else says boobs.
Boobs.
Oh
a good
yeah,
question.
actually that's a great idea. Tom Fulp would just keep
Oh,
track.
he's holding them like
Yeah, he's holding them out like see.
Oh, like,
like
huge.
big points.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, this is streamed on YouTube. I don't think I can do that.
Yeah, you can't do that.
I can do it like this though. Like they're under a shirt.
Yeah.
Someone
They're
asked,
under a
why
shirt.
did people find crucifixion funny?
Well, it's not funny.
Jack,
I'm
why
just saying
do
like
they?
I'm just saying like Tom's like a martyr.
Yeah.
He is a martyr.
I think it's to answer it from like a comedy perspective though. It's just shock humor and like it's like, oh, you shouldn't do that, like kind of thing. So then it is funny because you weren't expecting it. Shock humor's
Wow,
great.
these are wow. I can't- I love
Uh,
it.
t-
I love how you're like, yeah, you know, from like a series as you're
From a serious perspective of like a, you know, like a he's
One
got
of those
like
fucking
those like
things in
old
his hands.
1950s bras that are like
Yeah.
pointy.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, you know, like they made bras pointy back then as like a self-defense mechanism.
Oh, that's
then.
not.
That's true. That's
That's
true.
actually
True.
110% true.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds
I'll
true,
put this
yeah.
in the chat so you guys can have it forever.
Forever.
But I'm
Oh,
getting
someone
rid of
says-
the boobs.
Maybe you should give him a big Slurpee,
Ooh.
A what?
It'd give him a,
like
Slurpee.
the
a
icy
Coke
drinks.
Slurpee.
Oh, a big Slurpee. I like the idea of that.
Give him like a Mountain
Yeah.
Dew icy.
The big Chris Chan straw.
Yeah.
What? what
Oh
do you
my
think
god,
of-
speaking of, oh my god, Chris Chan is out. He's free. He's roaming the fucking earth
Oh.
as of today.
Whoa! Breaking news.
No, this is like new. This is new as of like a couple hours ago.
Wow.
I'm sure everybody's
Yeah,
heard the news, and I'm not. the
It's
first
still
one to
like
break it.
trending on Twitter and stuff. If you wanna.
It's scary. How do you get off? How do you do this?
He
not
gnawed through the
good.
bars and went on all fours and started sprinting. Charged the guards at the gate.
I personally like to believe that the dimensional merge finally happened, and Sonichu let him out.
He summoned.
I think
He
yeah.
finally summoned Lisa Simpson. She freed him. She freed
Yeah.
him from prison.
She freed him with her presidential powers.
I hate Lisa
Uh,
Simpson.
Don't say that.
She's annoying, isn't she?
You're burning bridges.
I'll
if
never be
Lisa
able to beat the
Simpson's
real.
in here?
Yeah, Lisa, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't know you
She's
were watching.
awesome.
I
She
didn't know you
played
were.
the saxophone.
Mhm. I'm giving Tom like a hand. Get it? It's in
Nice.
his hand.
Oh,
So
I
the thing in
got it.
3D, a fun little tip is reuse things. So this is like an arm I didn't make, so I reused it.
that's true.
But sometimes I reuse parts of my own things. But this is just from a demo soldier. Like if you need like a realistic hand, like as long as you know the anatomy of the hand, then like why not just like use one as a base?
I've
it'll
been
save you
using for
time.
quite a while, or for a bit. It's a very kind of new model to me, but I have some teeth that were my friend Levi from his dentist. He like scanned his teeth, and he gave me the file. I cleaned them up, and I use them in almost everything I make now.
That's awesome.
Mhm. You use them
Spot
in the
his
Jack
teeth.
Black thing, right?
Yeah, they're Jack Black's teeth.
When he does like the realistic close up, right?
Yeah, and I think on the cowboy when his head gets shot off, it's the same teeth.
That's a good
Oh.
one. That's a good part.
That's a pretty good one actually as well about that.
I'm a just to be completely transparent. I'm a 0.025% top listener of Tenacious D on Spotify. So I was a big
What does
fan
that
of that.
mean?
Oh, that means I'm like
Wow.
I'm like kind of like the best. I don't know. I'm kind of like the coolest.
You have them.
Do you want to meet
Top-
Jack Black?
I don't know. I just I basically already have. You know, I'm just top listener basically.
Oh,
so
I mean, I was actually asking, but I guess if you don't, it's fine.
no, I'm good. He doesn't. I don't want to like shock him. He's like, oh my god, is that Slug from Newgrounds? I'm like, yeah, it's fine, yeah. But
Mhm.
I love that video. The video was so great. It was such a good time.
It was
Yeah.
funny.
It was so fun to work on.
Hmm
I had a grand old time.
Willie was pulling his hair out.
I think we all were.
Yeah.
But I was actually pulling my hair out, and it was getting bloody.
It was getting gushy.
They
I had
call
to
him
put a little
Bloody
net
Willie.
under my chair just to like catch all the hair, and then I glued it back on my head right when it was posted. It's pretty good.
This is a Tom Phelps big drink.
I
It's
gotta
big
put some
tasty drink.
clothes on my tank man before the stream comes back to me. I don't want to get us taken down.
Yeah, you better hurry. It's
Yeah.
getting close. Um, let's see. Any new questions from the crowd?
Let me check, cause Keki died. Well, this one's just a regular one. How long has it been since the last NG Summerfest? Last summer.
Yeah. My Discord decided it didn't want to work anymore, and it just stopped.
That's good.
Censorship.
Hope
That
it
was so
happens to
scary.
me. Hope it happens to me.
I hope
guys,
it happens
guys,
to you.
please stop DDoS attacking staff. Thank you.
It's so mean of you.
I didn't post.
Oh,
I
it's you-
didn't post Keki's IP address on Twitter for you guys to use it. All right, that was private information.
You posted my IP address on Twitter?
Only a couple
It
times.
doesn't matter if someone gets your
Oh,
IP
hell
address;
yeah.
they can't really do anything.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, they
That's what
can't
you said.
DDoS you. Actually, wait, that's don't give out your IP address.
Check on the count
Yeah,
of three.
they
Say your
don't,
IP
but-
address.
One,
Alright.
two,
The-
2, 3.
three.
192.168.1.1.
That's good. Everyone, write that down.
Everyone make a Minecraft server with the IP.
Jack, I have a
The-
question
the-
for you.
Yeah.
How
What do you got?
high do you think you can count?
Oh, we can try. Ready?
Oh, really?
All right, everybody in the chat, start typing. Ready? We're gonna start at 0. Okay, ready?
0,
1, 2,
2,
3.
3,
0,
4.
1,
Oh.
2,
So-
3, 4,
One.
5,
6, 7,
7,
8,
8,
9,
9, 10,
11.
12, 13.
I think. Whoa.
This is endearing,
Alright.
like chat.
All right. You know a bit more than me. Don't rub it in my face.
You know, I'm just, I'm smart.
Once they get the double numbers, I start getting a bit confused.
What's a
Mhm.
big straw?
It's a Chris Chan straw. I put it in everything.
Oh hell yeah. The big
Have
red
you ever seen?
straw
There's this
fail.
picture he drew, and he has like this this
Yeah.
big straw. I would show it, but there's a lot that comes with going and Google searching Chris Chan. That,
Yeah,
like,
don't do
could
that.
possibly get the
funny-
screen taken down.
It's funny you mentioned Chris Chan because today, on this very day, his charges were dismissed.
We already talked about this. Where have you been?
we just keep
Oh yeah,
circling
we
back
did talk about this
Chan.
earlier.
Everyone, please talk.
Well, now
stop talking
I just
about
wanted it on the
charges.
record.
No, we literally mentioned it like 5 minutes ago.
Oh,
Alright, guys.
I just got out the shower. I'm so sorry.
What kind of a
The
host
Newgrounds
showers in the
Summerfest-
middle of the fucking thing?
We're now just
sorry.
we're now just gonna stream and talk about Chris Chan and only Chris Chan.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It's
we're
not
the
a
new
bad
Chris
idea.
Chan content, except no.
I
Jack said
explained to a
100
friend-
times that he wants to be the next Christian.
That is
I've never
unfortunate.
said that. I didn't say that.
Speaking about Chris Chan, would you guys work for DreamWorks Boss Baby Netflix TV series?
Who asked that? Who asked
Orc
that?
did.
Good question.
You know,
Is that from the Boss Baby?
I think it is from the Boss Baby.
funny thing. I actually
Yeah.
applied for a job to work on. At one time.
On Boss
I didn't get the job.
You did?
Unironically, I like the movie Boss Baby. It's a good movie. I'm not being facetious. It's a good movie. I think the show the show is not very good. I watched one episode and like it, but it's I'm an adult. Okay, like
Mhm.
adults watching like shows made for kids. Like, why is it not appealing to talk about like the greatest societal issues? It's a fucking show for kids. Okay, kids want to see a baby go fart and giggle. Okay, sorry.
I think that's what babies are doing.
Babies do that. They do
They're always doing. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Name one baby. I mean, really.
Baby Yoda.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's true.
That's true.
Let's all go for Baby Yoda. Aww.
Aww.
Aw.
Let's hear it in the chat for Baby Yoda.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see
Everyone
a
has
couple
to say aw.
Actually, his name is actually.
Kick that
Nobody
guy.
cares what his name actually is. It's Baby
this dude.
Baby Yoda.
Google, show me that guy's
fucking
balls,
dude.
please.
Dude, that's a
Um,
reference.
That's a sick.
Why
reference.
are you guys so devious?
What does that
Flush
mean?
your ass fat.
Who's
Something in
that?
the water.
I
Fluoride.
don't know.
Yeah,
It's
Willie lives in
fluoride?
an undisclosed state where there's lots of evil things that
That
go
person
down.
should be banned. Whoever said that?
Okay.
Person should be killed.
I
Um,
guess on the topic, when was the last time you guys had some good old-fashioned Peter Griffin roleplay?
We could do it right now.
That was right
You
before.
do it right now?
Oh.
Yo.
But
let's do it.
Are we all Peter Griffin?
All right. I give Tom Pulp his big
His
yummy
big
drink.
sippy. His big sippy.
He's got the sippy.
Yeah. What else should he have? Like this should say like Newgrounds Cup on it.
He
right?
should have
They
a
should say
on
Newgrounds
his
Cup.
right arm. He should have the Lance Armstrong, the Neil Armstrong bracelet.
Like the Live Strong?
Yeah, the Live Strong.
Yeah, the
like-
Livestrong bracelet.
Yeah, Live Strong.
No, you could give him like
bracelet.
a boobies bracelet.
Yeah, that
Boobies.
and the I Heart Boobies bracelet from Hot
I heard.
Topic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Around. I have this thing. If anyone knows,
What are you
how
writing a
do you,
birthday
write-
card?
How do you write something and like fit it in the area? It's been a
don't write
struggle of my
big.
life. New rounds.
There you go.
While we're doing this, what do you guys like to use for retopology?
Oh, that's a good
That's a
question.
good question.
I use ZRemesher in ZBrush. It's the best.
I do as well. I can't speak for games, but ZRemesher is pretty good for animation, especially for toys and stuff. If you just know how to plan it out. Don't quote me on that. Sometimes it's bad.
Yeah, I just like ZRemesher. I would get into it, but it would be too complex and non-entertaining for the chat. But there's plenty of resources on how to use ZRemesher to like you can fully retopo a character to make them like animation ready in ZBrush. and like do other subdivision levels. Totally recommend.
Okay.
Check out the straw. I'm gonna like inflate it, make it. That's stupid. Don't look at that. Should we switch back to Willy?
Yeah, we
I
can do
think
that.
that was
Yeah.
probably a good time too.
Yeah.
I'm about to give
just
Tank
everyone give
Man
me
a
like a
vest.
suggestion to something to add. I think I should give him a gun, and he should be like pointing it at the viewer. So I'm gonna do
Yeah.
that. But when we switch, because I want to show off my files, my secret files.
Your secret files.
All right, Willy, it's ready for you
Give
to
Tank
take
Man
over.
a vest. You guys are gonna see it live.
Oh my god.
That's what he's looking like right now, but he's naked. A bit.
Holy shit.
So I gotta give him a vest now. And then after that, I'm gonna pose him a little bit more. So right now he's very static.
Glock.fbx. That's the file I'm looking for. Has anyone, hey, chat, anyone never shot a gun before? Hey, chat, I'm like a streamer. I don't respect streamers.
You don't,
No.
but you're streaming right now.
Huh?
So?
That's fair.
I don't see any fault in my logic.
For every like on the
Like,
stream,
I don't respect myself.
I will be drinking
Oh, I
one
see.
bottle of water.
For every
Speaking of which,
follower I get on this account, I will do one push-up.
Speaking of which, I gotta open up another fucking soda.
Oh, soda.
Oh my god, what are we like soda 17 right now?
Oh,
Soda time.
Oh, I love soda.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna grab
Ah.
alcohol.
Can we get a Let's Go Soda in the chat?
Whoa.
Who do you
For
guys
every
think
Let's Go
would
soda, I'll
win?
drink a lava lamp.
I'll drink lava like I'll chew on like a chem light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On a Kimberly.
For
Sorry,
every
I'm inter-
for every
interrupting.
let's go soda in the chat, I'll swallow a glow stick.
Willie, that's a freaking awesome looking tank, man.
Yeah, this guy's awesome. This guy's so
That's
sick.
No, they
sick.
look really good.
Thank you.
Mhm. I would
gotta
say
put my goggles on all
sculpting is a great hobby to pick up if you just even want to do it as a hobby for meditation. Like once you get to the point where it's like you can kind of just do stuff, it's really great to just like open up a file and just make something and do whatever you want.
Yeah, I felt that way about Photoshop once it got past the point of like the features of the software being an obstacle anymore. Like you can kind of just like do whatever you want, you know?
I love Photoshop. I love like making evil Photoshop pictures.
Yeah.
If anyone saw the
Yeah.
banner, me and Willie and the other people here, we made a little banner to promote this little get together we're having today. You just like make this really like important thing, and that's what I like to do.
I also really hate Adobe, so I hear you.
Photoshop is good. Like it is a good piece of fucking software. There isn't anything like it, unfortunately. I mean, there's Photopea. That's like there's like a free photo. There's a PSA. There's a free version of Photoshop. It's called Photopea, and it's literally Photoshop in your web browser. It's missing like a couple like features that probably need to be part of a desktop app to work, but it's really good. If you need like, let's say you're on like a school computer or some shit, and you need to Photoshop some crap, Photopea. How big should Tom Phelps' gun be? Like really big?
Huge.
I think it should be really, really big.
Yeah.
Like-
Can you
Maybe
give him...
like about as big as his arm.
Mm.
I
Big
think that's
gun.
fair.
I've met Tom Phelps in person. His arms are huge.
Yeah, he's jacked
Don't
out
mess
of his
with him.
mind.
Mm-hmm.
Put you in a headlock, right?
It was
He's
actually
gotta
kind
protect-
of like it was actually a
he's
little
gotta
awkward.
protect
We
his
were at the
family.
office and he grabbed Corey by the nape of his neck and started like yelling in his ear. It was crazy.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Tom Phelps he has to protect his family from all the fucking weird people that use his website.
He goes home every day to like some like quiet place-esque house. Like there's mattresses on the walls and they're all like speaking in sign language.
What?
He's like making sure that no one knows that he's home. The creepy people can't
Yeah.
come attack him.
Oh,
You ever seen that movie? You ever seen The Quiet Place?
no.
Oh, you gotta watch that. It's pretty cool.
Ever seen The Quiet
But,
Camper?
nice. No.
Have you seen the Quiet Newgrounds host? Yeah. Go give it a watch.
Nice.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Oh my god.
Any new questions in the chat? Don't ask me any more 3D questions. You've gone through all of our knowledge.
Yeah, we're fakers.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I asked it already. Who would win in a fight? Brian Griffin, fuck! Brian Griffin or an ex-marine?
An ex-marine. Brian Griffin's just like a fucking self-loathing writer. I don't.
Well, can he use his clones?
What?
I think in this hypothetical, he can use his clones.
You're thinking of Stewie. Brian doesn't have any clones.
No, Brian has clones. He has gay clones.
Okay, like in this hypothetical,
his
Brian has
cousin.
clones.
Oh.
He has a gay cousin named Jasper.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this isn't a joke either. He's
Even with
a
gay
good character.
Jasper, I don't think
Oh.
he can win.
He's like every gay Seth MacFarlane character rolled up into one. It's wonderful.
I hate Seth MacFarlane.
Whoa.
Good.
Why do
I
you
don't
hate
like.
Seth
I think
MacFarlane?
he's. I mean, Family Guy's good because they have a lot of good writers. I mean, used to.
Yeah, you
Preface that. It's not very good anymore. But yeah, Seth MacFarlane and stuff. I don't think he's very funny. He's just like, do you know this like random fucking celebrity? It's like I don't, and you need to stop doing that.
Okay.
Whenever I was a kid and watched the show, I'd always be like this is like I don't know, like Howard Taft eating a bird. It's like fuck off.
I don't know who these people are.
Mm-hmm.
What are you?
All right. I have another set of questions for you then. Do you like?
Do I
That's a good
like?
question.
Nice. Good
Is
stuff.
that it?
Yeah.
Good.
Do you
Do you?
like?
Do I
Do
like
you?
what?
Do you like?
Go ahead,
You-
Jade.
Candy, bubblegum, and taffy. I like
That's
bubblegum
true.
You
and
know
taffy.
fear.
Okay.
No.
Do you think Fear would know you?
It should.
Rate all the
It's
emotions.
like a
Should.
Redditor question.
Yeah, rate all emotions on like a scale from 1 to 10.
This is like a Redditor question. I refuse to answer.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Who
Reddit.
between these two models that you guys are making right now would win in a fight?
Tom, gun,
Tom?
win, big
Tom does
drink.
have a gun. I
Yeah.
mean,
He does have a. You're right.
kind
But
of.
the tank then.
No.
No.
I can't think of
But he is
anything.
getting color right now, so maybe after he has color.
Oh, you know what? I think he would definitely win because he's got more like rainbow on him than Tom
He already-
does.
Those teeth I mentioned before, he already Levi's bottom teeth.
They're just in the model.
Yeah, I don't have the top ones. He's got some very scannable teeth. There's I think he might have a cavity there.
He's got a
Yeah.
cavity. He's got a filling on the other side.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't
Yeah.
have taken this guy's teeth.
Whose teeth did you take?
Friend Levi. Levi teeth.
Levi teeth.
The Levi teeth.
Levi teeth.
Do you guys indulge in any books?
No.
No.
I can't read actually.
Yeah, I'm not too great either.
I guess then if we would extend the
Is
question.
that a serious question? Was someone
It's
actually
a serious
asking like,
question.
a
Someone
weird
asked that. If we extended that though, do you read any comics or graphic novels?
I said I don't read.
Okay. You
I
don't
used to when I was a little guy, but I just I think I lost the reading skill.
I think school forced me to read too much shit, so then I was like, this is always supposed to be unpleasant. I never read again. I mean, I do have a couple of favorite books. I really like The Great Gatsby, and I think that looks really good.
I write down all the stuff that's in my head, and I read that, and it's like it's like the best novel ever.
Mm.
I'm actually like really creative.
You're actually like the most interesting girl in the world.
Nah, yeah, I guess you could say that.
That's so awesome. Orc is asking, would you pull the lever for the train?
Like to save more people or like run over the dog?
Whichever's funniest.
I would hit the dog with the train because like people would get mad about that, and this is like I'm just about to shock humor.
You're just not shocked.
My ZBrush
Okay.
crashed.
You're so edgy.
Did it
Oh
really?
no.
Oh, it crashed?
No, I save like every pro tip, save every like 3 seconds. I was saving and then I started clicking like a monster because I drank a lot of soda. I'm really like anxious.
I get
It's
that.
on my stream, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on
It's
your
on your stream.
goodness.
Gotcha.
Men's
It's
reopening.
looking good, by the way. Like,
Thank
it's
you.
coming together.
Yay.
I actually don't like it. It doesn't look like a tank man.
I'll delete
It's
it.
like a spank man.
Someone keeps asking about soda. What's your favorite soda?
I like Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper. I like. I have a few favorites. I can't pick one because it's not like I would drink it like the same one every day. I mean, ultimately, if I couldn't drink soda, I wouldn't. But it's just so tasty.
So it
That's
gives me
fair.
leg ups. I do like Dr. Pepper though.
Yeah, Dr. Pepper's fucking good. I like Cactus Cooler. That's like my favorite, probably my favorite fruity one. It's like a pineapple orange. It's made by the Dr. Pepper company. It's only available on the West Coast.
Oh, that sucks. That sounds really good.
It is good. I really like root beer too. Root beer's good.
What brand of root beer?
Is that a question?
It's a question. What brand?
Mug? Kind of fucking mug. It's always mug.
It's always mug. Okay. I was
Mug
making sure.
moment. Mug moment.
What's your favorite golden ratio?
There's only one, so can't say that I have a favorite.
I never understood them. Sometimes someone will put them over something and they're like, see, I don't get it.
It's just like a pattern you can find in almost anything, I guess. It's just like naturally occurring in nature. There's a lot of ways to. There's a lot of like weird like hard fast rules for like art that like you can follow, but it's like there's more to it than that. Like the rule of thirds, people are like, "What's supposed to be the rule of thirds?" I'm like, that's like a really bland way to think about composition. There's more ways to do it than just that. Another thing that is like that would be like writing. People like the hero's journey. It's like that is a good framework for a mythos story. If you're telling like a myth, it's not a good framework for like a detective story because the detective isn't really the main character. I mean, he is the main. Your detective can be the main character, but it's not really like it's not about his tribulations. It's about like talking about like other things. I don't know. Sorry.
No, you're
guys.
good. You're
I
okay.
guess we're like just destroying, like society's like understanding. I'm just like fucking like you guys see how I write. It's a make a cartoon where like a character like looks at you weird and they look like a wiener. That's good writing.
I mean, I'll tell you what, you're ripping the Odyssey a new one right now.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally.
The Odyssey doesn't have anything about a penis in it.
Does it? Does it not have a penis?
Actually, no, there's a part where they're leaving Troy, and then like the giant horse like shows its like wiener to them as they fly
Oh,
away.
dear.
The Trojan horse.
Yeah.
It's like, and then they're like, "Whoa, that's weird."
Yeah. It's
They're like, "Am I like
really-
tripping? I shouldn't have ate those Trojan mushrooms."
They really, man, they went into detail on that, making that horse, huh? They built every part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I'd like to apologize. I know someone recommended the goggles and he's had goggles this whole time. I want to try it with the not those goggles. I want
yeah.
to try the circle ones.
Is this
Don't get mad.
Is the Steve or the Captain one?
I don't know.
It could be both.
Both,
It could be a new
yeah.
one, like they're
A new one, yeah.
Yeah,
This
just like your
one's
tank
named,
soda.
Yeah.
I kind of like how the goggles, like the circles, look around it.
Mm-hmm.
I think I like it a bit more. I'm gonna teeter back and forth in a bit and see what it looks like.
Okay. Which
Should we do a
artist
little
from
switchy?
Newgrounds? Oh, sorry.
Should we do a little switchy poo?
Oh yeah. And
Let's
then
do
we'll-
switchy poo. I'm gonna make Tom's arms buff as shit.
Yeah.
Everyone can watch. Alright, so here's Tom with his big gun. He's kind of like
Interrupt.
he's kind of like subtly like threatening you. He's holding his
That's
cup
great.
and like he's holding like the gun in a nonchalant way, not pointing it directly.
He's being very dainty with it.
Right.
It's
or he's,
very
like,
casual.
he's making you an offer you can't refuse necessarily. So like he's not directly threatening you. He's just showing that like he has the power. He's willing to use it. He's
It
not
looks-
afraid.
It looks like him too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it does because it is Tom Fulp.
It is him, yeah. It's him.
This is
Oh,
great.
I have
Are
a
you gonna
great
make him
3D
bright
tip.
yellow, or are you gonna do like his real life skin?
I could make him. I mean, in real life, he looks like this,
Oh yeah.
That is true.
and in a dark room, he looks like this.
That was really weird, like seeing him come out of like the back of the office and he was like green.
Mm-hmm. Did you meet Tom Folk?
I did meet Tom Fulp. He is a very sweet man.
He's a good
It's
guy.
very nice.
Yeah.
Here's a cool little art tip, 3D tip. There's this thing I learned about. It's called line dependency, and it's like your ability to like break away from like just doing straight lines all the time, because straight lines are boring. So on a straw, if you want to give a straw character, for example, like this straw that's got really straight lines, it's called line dependency. You're dependent on these like straight lines for structure, which can be good, you know, if that's what you're going for. It's not a hard, fast rule, but things instantly get more character when you like make lines not straight and add curviness to them. So a lot of times in like my artwork or 3D sculpts, like when there's something that's like a straight line, it's kind of nice to like break it up with a little bit of curviness to it, so then you don't. It's more interesting to look at. So like that straw, like to me at least, it's infinitely more interesting to look at than its straight counterpart. Sorry, it's stupid. Don't listen to me.
No, it's really interesting.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
So Pam asks, which artists from Newgrounds do you always enjoy seeing or are inspired by?
Oh, there's a lot. I could talk about people for days.
Do you want to talk about a couple of them?
Just
No.
not gonna talk about any of them.
No.
No.
You have to find your own inspiration.
I'm bad with artist names. I don't like ever follow people. I'll
Lily's
just
favorite
look-
artist is Kevin Temer.
That's true, but I really like Hound Kids, and he's a nice guy. I like his stuff.
Oh yeah, Hound Kids is fucking dope. I'm prefacing that I don't know him in real life. I didn't go to school with him. I haven't known him for like nearly
well,
a
I
decade.
didn't.
Yeah, Hound
So-
Kids. Check him out. He's a cool up and coming cartoon at 3D. He does really cool 3D. He does a unique style. He does like a claymation mimicking thing, but not necessarily.
Yeah, he did the
Like-
horse and the Jack Black thing,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
the pig, and the pig.
And the beautiful picture frame.
Yeah.
He has a series called Becky, and it's about this little like bird that loses its egg. I recommend. If one of the cool hosts would want to post that in the chat, go
Yeah,
find
do we,
Hound Kids
what's-
Becky.
Hound Kids?
Yeah, HOUNDKIDZ.
Okay.
Go give that a watch.
Alright, I believe I found them.
His boxing thing is so cool.
Oh yeah, I play the rat in that.
Oh, did you? Oh yeah, I think you told me that. I just forgot.
Yeah, I use my big announcer voice. Because I'm like a fucking cool voice actor. I do like voices.
You really do. You're always doing voices.
Is it this guy?
Let me see.
This is pretty good. I like it.
Yeah.
Alright.
That's the guy.
Yeah.
Check out his animations. And leave a comment, say, and Willie said this would be good. Give it 0 stars.
I'm gonna do that.
Just kidding, but that's a good recommendation. What other?
Good
I
stuff.
really like another really good animator cartoonist is Glass Cake. He makes these
Glass
like really funny fucking skits with these like characters. They're just like these like kind of like black and white cartoons. And him and this other guy named Fakanza write them and animate them. And there's like obscure looking characters, and then they have like a weird interact. It's just good little comedy skits. There's one where like there's a character stuck inside a TV and it's like fucking with the channel, and the guy's getting like mad. Would recommend that one. Who asked that question, by the way?
The artist one?
It's Glass Cake.
Oh, the artist
Oh,
one?
wait.
Yeah.
No.
Ham asked that one.
Ham?
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh, that's like another favorite artist of mine.
Sick.
That person who asked the question.
Really?
We love.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get brownie points.
Well, Pam is a
They're
really
gonna
good
love you
artist.
after this.
Yeah, Pam's
So-
good.
Pim?
Pib.
Pam.
See some more.
Pib? Mr. Pibb?
Dr. Pib.
I love
Dr.
Mr. Pibb. Have you guys ever had Mr. Pibb?
I have not.
Yeah.
My brother likes it though. Mr. Pib.
It's
Um,
okay.
What else should I add to this Tom Fold? I need some
Is
more
it-
ideas, guys. Oh, I got it slop coming off the Newgrounds coat.
Oh, never mind. I
Can
can't
you
remember
give
the
cat
Newgrounds
ears?
guys had spikes.
Just like
No, why would I give Tom cat ears? He's a beautiful, freaking epic. He's alpha male energy. Okay, alpha male energy here.
alpha male energy. Oh wait, how is
I am
that?
now the alpha.
Is that a lasso tool?
Yeah, so ZBrush had this cool thing where you can like add little globs of 3D mesh on the fly.
Mesh balloons.
Yeah, it's called mesh
Oh, that
balloon. It's
is-
really good for blocking
I
out.
love mesh balloon.
Mhm.
That is so cool.
All the stuff we
It's-
said about learning ZBrush, forget it. Mesh balloon's cool. Just play with that.
Yeah, don't do anything else in the software except use this one tool. What color is the goop? Whoever says the first color in the chat, I'll make it that color.
Oh shoot! The first one said white.
White? Oh no!
Oh no.
It's milk.
No.
Milk? Yeah, it's milk.
Yeah, I'll do them one better. It's gonna be like an off-white yellow.
Ugh.
Well, the second one was yellow, so
Yeah.
this makes sense.
It's
Yeah,
a good
that way,
vanilla.
like the other guy doesn't feel bad that he was like his like dial-up like connection didn't like let him
Just
be first.
lose.
His chat
There we
came
go.
down from space slower. It's not his fault.
It's like a little goopy goop. Ugh.
This is so
Whoa.
silly.
Big balloon.
Mhm. We should have like a bead of sweat.
Oh yeah, like you could like compound it.
You should give him like a
Mhm.
teardrop tattoo.
I guess there's this like a piece of 3D art that I see on Instagram all the time, and it's like fucking Elsa from like Frozen, but she has like all these like fucking like face tattoos and shit, and like I see it posted like every fucking month. It's so stupid.
That's really funny.
It's so bad. It's like supposed to be like this like badass like thing. It's just like fucking dog shit.
Makes me think of the gangster SpongeBob T-shirts.
Airbrush t-shirts.
Yeah,
I
the
love
airbrush
those.
T-shirts.
Oh yeah, guys, if you ever need like a silly t-shirt, hit up Joe Mega. I'm wearing one of his shirts right now. I cannot show it though, it is bad.
Oh,
It says the P word
could
on
you
it.
show it in the chat? In the server?
No, because then like people would see like my big like man tits underneath it.
Oh,
Enough of a good
okay.
time, bro.
There's already enough like stuff like that of me online. I don't need any more. You know.
I get it. I get it.
Oh yeah, I'm doing this thing where I like split off a mesh, and then now I have this own little. This is like thing similar to the mesh balloon, but it lets you draw like something on top of the mesh, and then you can't find it in your fucking list of objects. Oh, because I deleted it. Got it. That's another question.
And we want to take another one.
Yeah, we can
Come
take
on,
more
guys.
questions.
Come on, guys.
We need questions.
Come on, guys. I don't know how to like entertain people. This isn't supposed to be entertaining, FYI. This is supposed to be like informative. Really be all all 3D.
Head
It's
nod.
been super informative, honestly.
Yeah,
Don't lie.
3D's cool.
I'm not lying to you.
I can sense through your lies.
I've learned at least 3 things.
Okay, name 3 things.
I learned about that squirrel character.
Oh, right.
It's important, yeah.
Foamy, that is actually crucial.
Yeah,
knowledge.
Foamy the squirrel. You taught me
dear.
about the cult man who started a cult on Newgrounds.
Oh wait, that was before Spirit Science. Yeah,
well,
if you guys
yeah,
didn't know
Spirit
this little
Science.
piece of Newgrounds history, there's a guy who started a cult. He used to be a Newgrounds guy. He used to make games, and now he runs this cult called Spirit Science. And basically there's this like character called like Patchman, and it's like this stupid little like Sackboy ripoff piece of shit. And he's like God and like crystals like overlap and like your energy. Like he started a cult. It's on YouTube. Spirit Science. Would not recommend.
We can't
But-
go a single year without talking about this guy, can we?
No, we can't. We
guess
have to
not.
talk about him every 10 minutes.
And then you also taught me about
This is on the side view looks so bad.
It's reminded me of this there's this GIF I saw with like dancing cats. It reminds me of that. Let me see if I can find it.
This is the fun part of the stream where now you have this character and you can go and you can just fun stuff like this. Like you can go like.
Oh my lord, the neck. It's so
Now
thick.
he's like fucking pissed. He's like ready to kill you.
Stop! You violated the law.
Stop! You got a brown whistle. Has anyone here ever gotten the brown whistle on Newgrounds?
Yeah.
No,
What's that?
The brown whistle?
never gotten the brown whistle.
No. It's like when you like flag too many things as like abusive, and then like, but like your flagging is like bullshit. Like you're not good at like being like, oh yeah, no, this is like harassment, or like this is like not condoned on the site. Like delete this comment. And this is like spam. If you like abuse that, then they give you like a brown whistle.
You gotta stop reporting people.
Oh, I
No,
found
I
the GIF
love to
that
report
reminds me of.
people.
He kind of looks like the cats from the side view, where they're flat.
The what?
I put the GIF in panel general chat.
Oh yeah.
He kind of looks like that.
That's scary. Brown whistle speedrun. You can't report shit when you have it. Says Drew. Oh yeah, the shit whistle.
Shit whistle.
Someone has a question. Have you ever used
Yeah.
physical materials like clay or pipe cleaners for modeling something?
Pipe cleaners? What am I, fucking Yeah, I got my pipe cleaners to make like professional work. The Jack Black project was actually made entirely with pipe cleaners.
Really?
I'm sorry. I'm pulling the shit out. I think they need like wires, like they use like a wire armature. I've tried in the past. I just like digital's like convenient as fuck, so I think that's like the crux of why I never do anything real.
I never
stuff.
like. I don't sculpt with real material anymore. I used to a lot, but I switched. But I do like paint and stuff.
Mm-hmm. It'd be fun to make something out of clay. I should do it, and then like, I've always wanted to like make like 3D prints and just give them away. I think I did that once.
3D printing and painting is like a great wrap up to a project because it's like it's a physical thing, and it's something you're not doing all the time, like painting and airbrushing and stuff. And it's like instant regret, or not regret, instant. It looks good, and you can put it on a shelf, and then you can knock it over and your dog can chew it up.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, you guys have about 20 more minutes. I just want to give you that warning now.
Shit. Should I put this in Substance Painter, Willie? I think I've time.
You think?
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
you think? I know you have time, but you should get like the poly paint data from it and put it, if you're gonna put it in there.
Yeah, I just feel like it might take like forever to unwrap. I don't know.
Could I steal the stream for a bit to show something cool?
Yeah. And then I'll
Yeah.
see if I can throw it in Substance.
Okay.
So,
1 sec.
how do I stop? How do I stop? Oh my god. Guys, you guys better tune back in for the Joe Mega stream later tonight. It's gonna be great.
Hell
Joe
yeah.
Mega's really
I'm
fucking
really-
funny.
I'm really excited for the Joe Mega stream.
Joe Mega is another guy I collab a lot with. He's a funny dude. We made a cartoon about a dude abducting a child.
That's funny.
I would recommend that video. It's called The Abduction. Yeah, Joe Mega's cool. Orc, the other guy. Watch out for him.
I'm gonna pose out this tank guy in a second, and there's a fun way to do it. I'll show. You can go this little area up here, called Transpose Master, and this plugin is just built into ZBrush, and it puts your mesh as like one mesh, so everything's easier to move around. And they recently added something that's really good. I can't remember what it's called, but I'll find it once this is done loading. It lets you pose stuff very quickly.
I don't remember what it's called, dude.
I don't remember what it's called either.
This is not good.
It's gonna take forever. I should have done this beforehand.
Oh yeah, 3D is really good for 2D artists to learn sculpting. Like maybe just sculpting alone, you'll learn like it's an easier way to learn anatomy than drawing anatomy. Because it's very obvious if things are wrong.
Hmm.
Would recommend as a supplementary skill.
Also, I want to get hung up on like learning muscle names and like the names for stuff like scientific names. I think as long as you know what looks right, you don't have to worry about that stuff. That's my 2 cents. So now I have this tank man, and he's all one model, so everything's not separate anymore. Be super high poly. So I can do. I actually haven't played with this before, so it might break. We'll see. But that button makes the mesh like ugly, but it also makes it much more easy to pose because it's a lower poly and it's less slow, and you can mask. So I'm gonna put this guy in a fun pose.
I got me a cold one.
Wow.
You're drinking alcohol on stream that is not allowed. We're just
I've been drinking this whole time.
Well, I wonder if my mic will actually pick it up. Hold on.
Can't drink all day unless you start in the morning. Am I right?
Did it get picked up? Did it crack?
No.
I think you have sound suppression on. You should open another one.
I don't have any more. They're
Oh, I'm all out of
All the
Coke
other-
again.
all the other beer is warm. I had to put some in the fridge.
That's fair.
Oh, you bastard!
Sorry.
Jack, can you
I'm
tell the
having-
chat about how that one time you painted yourself green?
You said that I painted myself blue earlier. Now it's green. You're just making shit up.
Okay.
Green man.
Yeah. Okay. I'll give it to you. I was lying.
You got me. It wasn't green, it was a much more sinister color.
Have you guys ever caught your friends in a fucking lie?
No.
My friends would never lie to me. That's like really mean of them to do. So no.
Mine would, but that's because they're
I don't
funny,
know.
and lying is funny.
Oh.
I'm realizing this like Tom Fulp drawing is like fucking Morpheus offering like the blue or the red pill, but he's like Newgrounds cup or death.
Which is which?
Why is this not working? What's going on?
Will, you're disappointing the live studio audience.
Oh.
Do we got any cool questions? Is there anyone in the crowd that wants to just like join in?
Yeah, do we want to do that?
No.
Is that something we want to? We can't
don't.
take more
No,
questions.
don't.
Tiltro has a question for you, if that's
Oh, you
alright.
can bring in Tiltro for just
I'll
like
bring it.
one question. That's all he gets.
Do you want me to bring in
Alright.
Tiltro?
Yeah, you
wants
get one. You get one question, Tiltro,
Yeah, one.
and then you leave immediately
Alright,
after.
Tiltro. Come on up.
Hey man,
Hi, Tiltro.
how's it going?
Good.
I just wanted to know, what would you do if you strangled a banana and it started turning blue?
do that every night, bro.
That's a pretty good question.
The thing I would do differently.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Alright.
Thank you.
That was your one question.
That's all you get, dude.
That was cool.
Yeah.
That's all you get.
What a strong community we have, man.
Yeah.
They call me strong, independent tater for a reason.
Oh yeah, I've called you that.
I've heard that
So-
in circles. Yeah.
Is posing and ZBrush like annoying? Because it kind
Yeah.
of drags things
It
that
is
aren't.
annoying.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to do it in a much better way, you'd like rig it and pose it in something else. But since I'm not gonna rig this, I'm posing it here. You can do all the steps I've done and get like, if you pose it in a T pose, you can take it into another software and rig it really quickly and pose it in there, which is a lot easier. But I'm just subtly changing his pose, like it's nothing too drastic. So ZBrush is fine for the most part.
God bless Mixamo though.
Yeah.
I hate Mixamo.
You don't like Mixamo?
Whoa.
No, it's good actually. I don't know why I'm saying I hate it. My inner contrarian is pulling a big fucking lever. It says disagree. Every time someone says something,
Scream.
my little brain's like, I can't stop it. It feels good to disagree with people. Ever notice that?
No, I've never noticed that.
No,
That's
I
kind
agree.
of a weird thing to
I
think.
agree. I think being disagreeable and like awful is like.
I don't think I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, you guys are having some like pretty shit opinions right now.
That's weird.
So
My stream is just gonna be a loading bar for a bit.
okay.
Shit, I can't switch because mine's also a fucking loading bar.
Oh my. Well, you...
3D is a lot easier. The one thing you do is it is good to have in 3D is a beefy computer because then like the loading bar go fast.
Yeah.
Let's see what other questions we got in the meantime. Who's getting the best head, Theodore?
That's true though. 110%.
I mean, oh yeah, probably.
This Fletcher guy used a really bad word. I gotta like point it out in the chat.
He used a bad word.
Oh yeah, I did. That's
Oh,
pretty-
that is a really bad word. I'm sorry,
Come on,
man. I'm
man.
gonna have to ban you. That
Like-
sucks.
I did something bad in my Tom Fault model.
Oh,
What'd
you
you do?
did.
Will you change sharing?
Okay, good, because I'm about to crash.
I actually
crash.
3's fun because sometimes you'll do shit and then you'll end up like accidentally like turning like Tom Fault into concrete.
Yeah.
So he's not looking too hot right now.
Oh
Oh
my god.
no!
Wow.
He looks like a burn victim.
It
Mm-hmm.
was going too good. All of our models are gonna start falling apart.
Yeah. This is the part, like doing all this like processing and stuff. It's like the hard part of like 3D.
Looks like a lazy town puppet.
I could render it in
Was.
ZBrush. Yeah, I'll show you guys how I render in ZBrush. Because I don't have time to get it into Substance and put textures on it. So ZBrush has a cool thing for rendering. It's got its own little proprietary renderer. And it kind of renders stuff in like a painterly way, which I like. I did like a big Smiling Friends poster using the ZBrush renderer. And it looks really cool because it looks like it's like painted instead of like a realistic looking thing. So like this is kind of like what it gives you back when I hit this button. It adds like nice shadows and shit. So I'm gonna like change like the lighting in here a little bit to make our town look beautiful. So I think he needs like a rim light. But yeah, lighting is a really hard skill in 3D. I think that's like the hardest thing in my opinion, at least for me. At the point where I'm at, because I feel like I don't know what the hell I'm doing 99% of the time.
I feel like people don't really think about it as much as they should.
Yeah, it's kind of like the last step between you and like posting your stupid picture that you made. Yeah. So, yeah, usually it's like I skip through that step pretty quickly. I've been trying to get better at it though. Willie lights stuff like a psychopath though.
Looks like he's
I'm
been
fed up by the
focused.
time I'm lighting. I'm like, I don't want to work on this anymore.
Yeah.
I don't like the rim light. Kind of like it
Like it-
without.
This is an album cover, dude.
Yeah, any Newgrounds like musician that wants this as their album cover, whoever says me in the chat first, they get it as their next album cover. But you have to actually make music.
And you can't lie and sing this Beatles song. Well, no.
What? Oh yeah, the Beatles.
Yeah.
You ever heard of them?
No.
What are
It's
the
definitely like
Beatles?
worse when it's lit like this. It's not supposed to be seen from this light.
What's my prompt for the was it on ketamine or what was it?
Adderall. Give him a big pill.
I forgot about that. What is an Adderall? I will give him a big pill. Never mind, he's not posed for a pill, he ain't getting one.
There we go. I think this looks pretty nice. So this is one of the plugins that comes with ZBrush. Because someone's asked about plugins earlier. There's one called ZBrush to Photoshop. And basically you just tell it like what to render and it'll make like a big composite it'll like composite everything for you. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna send it to Photoshop. So hit this button and then watch as you see all these different Tom Fault colors flash all over. I'll show you guys my Taterman's secret compositing tricks. Alright, Photoshop is opening. I have a book recommendation regarding light. Light for visual artists. That's a... I'm gonna copy that and put it in my web browser. Thank you.
What's the author for that 9?
Mario, Super Mario.
Super Mario.
Mario.
My Luigi my.
Mm-hmm.
My guy lost his teeth. I'm moving back into place.
Check it out. My Photoshop is building the Tom Fault picture.
It's doing it, not you?
Yeah, you can't see the layers bar, unfortunately, but it's like building this thing. There we go. It's all done. I'll dock this so you guys can see. So what I'll do by the end of this, we'll post it. How much time we got left?
You guys have. We'll give you 15.
Oh shit. Well, I mean, I don't want to go into someone else's time.
You're going into my time, so.
Oh no, I don't want to go into your time.
I don't care.
So ZBrush gives me all these cool little things called matte caps, and they're basically like a fake lighting that's like baked. It's like a fast way of simulating like lighting for 3D. So what I do is like I go and I like just add them on top of one another. So there's like this one that I like. It's kind of like a skin looking thing. I change layer mode to add, which basically like says the pixels underneath add this. You guys can see the layer bar, right?
No.
Shh, poopy. Wait, you can't see the layers?
Well, now I can. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I just go and I change them to like add. This one's the one I want to add though. It's a little glossiness.
Listening.
And then I'm gonna crop. I'm gonna give a little crop ski. Boom. It didn't give me any masks, which is annoying. Fortunately, I got this thing called the Magic Wand. Ever heard of it? And basically, it lets you select all of one color.
That's so cool.
Wait, did you not know about the Magic Wand?
No, I really didn't know about it. Does it let you do other things?
Yeah, you can just like pick like a color. So you like, it's being a freaking pain in the ass for me right now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it lets you
thought,
select by one color.
I thought Select Gamut was the specific color one.
Oh, that is another way to do it. There we go. So I go like this. Magic Wand, click in there. So I pick this gray color. It's really similar to the other one. Sounds good. There we go. And then I do this little thing, select and refine mask. I don't know if you can see this, but you can kind of just like smooth and feather out your mask a little bit.
It kind of comes in and out. But
Shit.
I think it's giving us the gist.
And then go like this, like that, and then add a mask. I use lots of masks for like everything. Oops, I did it wrong. There we go. So now he's on like a transparent background. Let's see, selection mask. I want to refine this. I don't like it. Whatever. And then I'm gonna add a little background. So I usually use like a gradient as the background. It's like a fast way to get an environment. Actually, no. Everyone in the chat, name a location. I'll put the fucking location in the back. Let's see what we got. What's our first location? Detroit, your mom's basement. Dave and Buster's. I like Detroit.
Very happy for you.
Detroit. This looks good. Is where Tom's gonna be. Is where you're like. Sorry, Kevin Jones, I'm stealing your photo. If you want to remove like someone's stupid watermark, grab this little tool called grab the little select tool, grab around their watermark, and click content aware fill, and it'll sample the photo and like use like AI to like fill in that area with like other shit. Just get rid of it.
Awesome.
And steal someone's fucking shit. I'm a bad person, but it's okay. At least I know I'm bad. So.
Sorry, I haven't talked the past like 30 minutes. Holy shit. I forgot I was on stream.
Mm-hmm. It's okay.
Zoned out. Sorry. Sorry to all the Willy fans out there.
It's okay.
Yeah.
This is our first time streaming. There we go. I'm gonna do a little gamma correct. If you want the lighting of something to match the lighting of something else really quick, this is what you do. You duplicate your background, you know, because there's no let's duplicate layer. There's no like way to just like I don't feel like doing like the proper lighting and shit in 3D. So you take this, you go filter, blur, Gaussian blur, blur the shit out of it, like this, and then you change the mode to like I think it's like heat something. Maybe like overlay. You tone it down a bunch, and that should sometimes do it. I guess it's not doing. I'm not doing a good job with it right now. It's looking alright. Turn this down a little bit. Okay. Oh, our shadow's not on. That's why it's looking weird. Newgrounds code. And here's another fun thing. So I usually throw a lot of filters on my stuff to hide how crappy everything is. So in Photoshop, if you hold Control, Alt, Shift, and click E, it'll merge all your layers to a new layer on top. And then I go and I duplicate it. And then I filter, and then Gaussian blur a decent amount. You set the layer to add, and then you have this like bloom effect to like blow everything out a little bit. So it looks like he's like in heaven. It's kind of cool. Another effect I use is gradient map. This one lets you like put like a color over it, so you can make it look like you actually know color theory, and you don't, like me. So I'm just gonna go with like this. Like orange color, and I'm gonna go and like change it to like soft light, and then turn it down a little bit. And as the last little thing I'll do, edit, fill with white, filter noise, add noise, and then make it like a rainbow noise. And then add that to change it to multiply, filter, blur, Gaussian blur it a little bit. And it's like you got a fake camera noise on there. Kind of like rotate it, make it look like a film grain. Oh yeah, one more little thing. I'll merge everything again one more time, and I'll go to this thing called lens correction. Let me make it so you guys can actually see this, because this is a cool little feature. And then my little town fall will be complete. Can you see this?
Yeah.
You can basically like distort your photo a little bit, and then you can add chromatic aberration by moving these sliders that are used to fix that, but I use it to break it. And then I add a vignette. And then, boom. And then maybe I'll change the perspective a little bit. Nice, there we go. There's their little town fault.
You share one away.
Shit! And then, here's our little Tom Full. Ta-da.
Awesome!
Woo.
Yay, Will, you want to show your little final result?
Yeah.
I suppose we're out of our little time here.
Yeah, I'll just
You just
show her
browse.
the thing. And I'm gonna get out of here. I'm not gonna render
Oh yeah, I
it.
gotta show one. There we go.
like the face a lot.
I love him.
Thank you. I'll post like a screenshot of it in one of those chats. But like right now. Smile. Like that. There you go.
I love soda.
You do?
Soda.
That's fair.
That looks great. That looks great, Willie. That's really awesome.
Thank you.
You do like a whole full body thing.
Yours looks awesome too.
Can we get a round of applause for Willie?
Good
Let's go round of
job.
applause for Tater Man NG.
Both of you guys look really good. And I just,
Thank you.
they're awesome.
Yay.
Thank you guys so much for making those on stream for everyone.
Yeah, I like to make little silly things.
Yeah, sorry we ran long.
Do you think Tom Fult's gonna hate this picture or like it?
I think Tom Fulp's gonna love it. You know?
Good. Because I don't.
Oh, that's awesome.
Do you guys have anything else you want to say?
No.
Nah. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for joining.
Yeah. I'll turn
We're
off
on the
my
next
stream now.
panels, yay. I'm
Yeah.
going down. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Oh, bye-bye. Bye.
Oh, we were supposed to leave right now?
I mean,
You don't have to.
I'm
We can
going
talk for a
to,
couple
but
minutes.
I'm just gonna... Yeah, we'll talk. I don't know.
Person said I should cut the tits.
Alright, 3 minutes, quick. Say your last words.
Yeah.
What's the next panel about?
Yeah, what is it?
The next panel is about color theory and why it's stupid, and it's hosted by Rick Stevens and myself.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Everyone, you should tune into that one.
Controversial.
Very controversial. Again, thank you guys so much. I'm gonna go ahead and kick you out now.
Oh.
Cool.
Okay, I guess we
Thank
did
you.
something wrong.
You
Bye.
didn't do
No, I get it. It's fine.
This is always what
it.
happens.
You really do.
This is
Will you really
personal.
fucked this up? You really fucked this up this
I
time.
know. Stupid.
Stupid! Alright, bye guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks for having us. Bye.
Oh, they
They're
seem
very
nice.
nice. They're super nice.
They're a handsome young
Everyone give like a round of applause for them.
man. Yeah.
That was so fun.
You could
I
approximate
honestly,
that.
I enjoyed that so much.
It
Oh,
was
what
really
the
fun. Hi, Owen!
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Howdy.
I
Everyone's
forgot
hopping
that
in.
you had moderator.
I just came in to say hi and that you guys are doing a great job. I hope everyone's enjoying it. It's been fantastic so far.
I'm glad. I'm very glad.
Buddy.
All right, I'll bye bye.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Bye bye.
You caught me
So-
the worst time. I just snorted a bunch of vapor rub and I had way too
You
much of it.
did?
sitting here, made
You
it leak.
snorted vapor rub.
Yeah, they sell them little like disposable little tubes you shove up your nose and you snort.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't
Alright,
vapor
let
rub like
me-
actually edible, technically?
we can find
Is
out.
it?
I'm pretty sure it is. Like, you know, and
Isn't
I don't
everything
want.
edible?
Do I want to
It's
put
like
that
the-
kind of info out there? Oh,
Let's not put that kind of info out there.
I don't know.
So, technically, we have 10 minutes till we start our panel.
Yeah.
So,
Are you streaming right now or?
I am streaming right now, but
On
we can
YouTube
hold
or
off
just
on
here?
that.
Yeah, do we want to wait?
Just here, as far as I know.
Okay.
I'll just have it up and we can talk for a minute.
Yeah, we can.
Hi everybody.
Hi. So,
Hi you, fucking idiot.
oh, you're so mean.
Yeah.
Do we have any thoughts about what we've seen so far?
3D modeling's hard, man.
Yeah, it is.
It's too complicated for my small brain.
I know, actually, it's rigging that gets me every time, but I don't know. 3D's cool. I want to try out ZBrush.
It's
'cause
very
I've
cool,
only
but
used.
it's like a very distinct skill set, eh? Like,
Yeah.
it's you have to like start from scratch, even if you're incredibly good at illustration or whatever the hell. It's
Yeah.
you're just like at ground zero.
I think I've only tried Blender sculpting tools up to this point, which I'm
Same, I made,
sure
like a
is
shape.
making.
I made a sphere look disgusting. That's about
Yeah.
as far as I got.
Sure our previous panelists are seething right now at that.
I
what
always
just
like
said.
make the body and then I get up to the face and I like chicken out and it just It sucks so much.
Yeah, it's a legitimate talent. Like, you gotta recognize it. Although it's
Yeah.
learned, you can get decent at it.
Gotta recognize. So, why is this the starting image for your panel? Is what I need to ask.
Oh my god, you're actually doing it.
Oh,
I'm seeing what appears to be Yasuo
sorry.
and Evelyn from League of Legends.
Some private fucking bullshit.
so
Can anyone
I
find this
actually
mod?
did have no. I had a little bit of a question. Yeah. So I didn't make this. I brought it in here just so ease of display. I'm trying to find this mod. If anyone can help me find it, I really love Evelyn. Yasuo I don't care as much for. I think it's probably just like a skin or something, but if anyone can help me find it, I would really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Why do you have it open in CSP?
Oh, that's just so it ease of display.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah.
I just dragged it in here because it's the biggest part of my monitor, and I'm streaming it.
Wouldn't that
So.
be the screen?
Let's not point that out. So.
And speaking of League of Legends, can we talk about the League of Legends Coca-Cola?
No.
Because
Oh,
that's
it tastes
weird.
really weird.
Wait, they made an
I think it's
actual
like-
Coke
Oh, yeah.
League of Legends?
So I
Wow.
first had this. It was on when me and Keki we went to Philadelphia and we drove. We went on the
Tastes
road.
like
Yeah.
Yordle?
So this was on like the border between Ohio and West Virginia.
The
Like,
high
right
income
on
part
there.
of America, yeah. That's-
Yeah, like the sussiest part.
Yeah.
So we're at some gas station and I need something to sippy on. And I look in front of me. It's League of Legends Coca-Cola. It's allegedly XP flavored.
I think they were trying to make it like vanilla or something, but it just tastes like Pepsi.
You
Kind of
leveled up.
tasted almost cream soda-y. I didn't hate it, but it was
Oh,
weird.
you know what?
Oh, before
Actually,
we
I know what it
start,
reminded me of.
I wanted to say, if we're talking
Like
about
Game
gas
Throw.
stations on the border of Ohio and West Virginia, I have a beautiful story that I want to share. Nothing to do with anything at all.
Yeah.
We were driving through there last year, and we stopped at a gas station to tank up, and my buddy's filling up the car, right? I'm in the car with my other friend, and we look over, and there's a beautiful woman, right, with a Baby Yoda sticker on her car, wrangling her child, demanding quote-unquote, and I shit you not, chicken nuggies back from him. Just yelling at her child.
Why?
Eh,
Why
I
he's
don't-
not supposed to have the nuggies?
I don't know what the situation was, but that pastiche was just one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
It's a very strange
Who
thing.
gave
to
him
see.
the nuggies?
Yeah.
I'm assuming her. She bought them. She's
Oh
the
my
wallet,
God.
right?
Oh my god. She's
Maybe Baby Yoda did it? I don't know.
the Baby Yoda, yeah.
I think
Baby
I've
Yoda.
heard this story.
Yeah, because I told you.
Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I
I didn't tell Slimy though.
Oh.
Wait, Kiki, you
That's
know this
right.
guy?
Yeah, I know this guy. So a little bit of a funny story. I'm actually best friends with this guy. We're like best friends.
Oh wow.
That's the story. Thank
told
you.
me.
Well, I'm telling
How
you
much-
now.
How much time do we have to burn still? 7 minutes?
We've got about 7 minutes.
Alright,
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. We'll start in about 7 minutes. I'm serious though. If anyone can help me find this, I'd really appreciate it. Thank
It
you.
probably is just a weak foreskin.
Honestly.
A weak foreskin?
Weak foreskin.
Son, you gotta train it. You know they sell those, eh? If you go on
Foreskin?
r/foreskin restoration, yeah, they have tuggers you put on there. Yeah.
There's like
We're
weird,
all
like
live on YouTube, right?
there's like a strange culture about circumcised dudes trying to restore their foreskin.
Is it bad that one of my friends in
Why?
real life tried it?
It's
Apparently it's
I don't know
working.
if it's bad, but it's definitely suspect. I think he has issues.
I don't know, man. We gotta bring him up for the next panel. We'll ask him about the results.
That's
Okay.
not too
Inspection
bad.
day on the Newgrounds Festival server.
You know, I think we can go ahead and start. So, let us introduce our panel. Let's
I
stop
know.
talking about this.
Annie Slug is just popping in and out.
All right, we're ready.
Alright,
Cool. You
I'm
take
gonna
it.
shut up.
So, we'll introduce ourselves again because, for fun, I am Kakiro, and this is my dear and very cool bestie.
Rick
Rick
Stevens? You want me to
Stevens.
say it? Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
thought
you
we were
can
doing
say
a
it.
thing here. Alright, whatever.
I don't know. We're doing something. So we're gonna be doing a panel on color theory, why it's stupid, and all that fun stuff. And so a really big piece of context is we're both colorblind.
Why it's so stupid.
That's why it's stupid.
I don't know if she advertised this or told anyone. I had no idea until the week before, but yeah, we're both colorblind.
I told nobody about this. So, I have a form of tritanopia. It's a little bit weaker, but I do have that. So it's a bit difficult. And then our dear friend Rick has, I don't remember, but like
Very
the two
strong
of us.
proto-anaeropia and mild deuteraneropia. So basically red and green look like brown stew. And blue is not fun either. It makes coloring a little harder. We're gonna go into why and how to
Yeah.
fix it.
So together we make a fully colorblind person.
Or a color-seeing person. I don't know.
Or a color seeing person. That's right, that's right. So I think we're just gonna go into like coping mechanisms, what we do to get around it. The reason why I think it's really funny, everyone's like, wow, I love how you do your coloring. No, you don't. You don't. You don't.
Aren't they more correct than you are?
I hope
Or should we not get into the philosophical arguments about this?
Let's not get into the philosophical arguments of this
Okay.
yet, because I'm right. I'm right, and I'm always right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
sounds
close
pretty
this FNF thing now. Again, help me find it. Thank you. So, we're gonna do two things. I'm gonna mess with this later, but first we're gonna talk about. That's not it. Values. So I'm gonna go over some example pieces that I've already done. So a big part of how I do art is I typically run through, I do a sketch, and then I put down my values, that being all the grayscale and stuff, because it kind of helps see things, right? You check your values as you're going through your piece to make sure it's all clear and visible, right? And sometimes it gets a bit muddy. Like this little frog down here, he blends in perfectly with the background. And that's fine. The rest of the frogs don't. I'll mess with them a bit later. But like, her dress is its own clear form, her hair is its own little clear form, except for when it's got shading on it, and so on and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask the audience on this, so
I'm the audience.
you're the audience. That makes sense? Okay.
Yeah.
And so usually while I'm painting, I'll just have this like hue saturation, like saturation all the way turned down, and I'll just flip it on and off as I go. So being a little bit disingenuous, sometimes colors are important. Some colors are naturally lighter than other colors.
No.
No?
No, there's no way. That's insane.
I think you're trying to gaslight me.
A little bit. Please continue.
A little bit. Okay, so colors like yellow, green, and cyan are a little bit lighter than colors like blue, purple, and red. Because those colors are typically feel heavier, right? It's kind of like a vibes thing. Does that make sense?
I mean, it's all relative, but I'm sure there's some scientific theory on it, but I think there is a gut theory there in terms of the strength and depth of a color.
Right.
Yeah.
So you do your values first, and then you add your colors later. And I usually try and stick to like 2 or 3 colors max, because I feel like if you go beyond that, it can get kind of confusing. So, like this dress, it's all blue. Her hair, her skin, and even this background, they're all like within this red zone. And then even like these greens, they're still kind of like yellowish, you know? So if you stick within like a clear zone of like what you're wanting, it can be a bit easier to keep like a cohesive feel, right?
That's if you're aiming for sort of compatibility without contrast. I don't want to say muted, but a comfortable palette to work within.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I guess another example of value over color is this piece. There's like 2-3 colors in this one again, and I primarily use the values to kind of highlight the character in the center. So it's all dark around her, and then her clothing and her hair are bright and kind of add that lighting in from the center to kind of highlight her. And then I bring in a few colors because they're really secondary to the values. You know?
No,
that
yeah,
make sense?
it's an assist where the focus is on the tonal contrast, and the colors are there to embolden that, but not necessarily take the focal point, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's probably one of the easier ways to get around not totally being able to either work with color or like see it entirely, is just focusing on your tonal and then using color secondary. Honestly, there are times where you can just do an entire thing where it's just your tones and values, and then you slap like a single color on after, and it works fine.
That's actually interesting. Do you mind if I take a side aside here?
Yeah.
So to deal with my impediment, right? A few years back, I tried a little experiment. So nowadays, when I do coloring, I do a similar thing as you, where I will paint in grayscale and then just drop matte colors over it and use multiply layers, etc., to kind of boost it out. But an interesting exercise I found was working within tonal values of a specific, like, take a grayscale image and just shift it in a direction. So mute the reds and mute the greens, and you get a blue image. So work only within tones of blue. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, it's a fun exercise to kind of like, you're technically working within tones, but at the same time you're lending some value to it. It's an exercise I would recommend even if you can't see full color. I find it to be a nice little thing, because when you're working within grayscales, you depend on a lot of stuff, your monitor's calibration, or physically, like, your eyes will get used to it and start seeing weird stuff. If you work within one tone, I can't quite describe it, but it does help a little bit.
I have an example, I think, kind of, maybe. So something where we're talking about just using your values and then only working with that one color. This is an example of something I've done where I've done that.
Yeah, pretty much.
And so you can shift it to pretty much whatever color you want and it still works, right? So you can take like color correction. Are you guys able to see these like secondary windows, by the way?
Yep, it's shown up.
Okay, so you can go to like color correction. We'll go hue slide, whatever. And you can move it over. And it functionally works with most of these colors still. Some of them are better than others, but what really matters is the value. Simple, right? There's not much, like, a whole lot to explain about that, you know?
Right.
We'll not save that. Let's look at questions really quickly. I don't know if this is stupid to ask, sorry if it is, but how do you two recognize when colors are complementary and all that?
There are really cool charts you can look up.
Yeah.
There are inherent complements and ties to each other colors. A rule of thumb that I find is just within the same color wheel, or opposites in the color wheel tend to work pretty well. It'll work within a zone. It's something like color theory and all that exists to codify an internal sense of what the human brain finds pleasing. It's a subjective thing, but there are like underlying patterns to it. If you go by gut feel, you can get so far. Structured color theory essentially exists for people who get by on gut feel and realize they kind of hit an impasse, and it's a way to structure your thoughts and your methodologies around that. If you want to go that way, it works for you, feel absolutely free. But often you can rely on your gut for this kind of thing. You know what I mean? Sorry, that's an
I'll bring this image up. I'll bring this image up, and it's probably not a good example of what you're asking. This is an image where I pretty much relied entirely on the grayscale to work with, and then added a lot of the red and blue afterwards. And the only reason why I felt like they might work together is they're kind of like... It's like if you took a chunk out of the color wheel, right? Let me do something really quickly, actually. Let me explain my really bad methodology. Paste. So when I'm looking at the color wheel, a lot of the time what I'll do is I'll see like if a color, I think you might have just like exactly just said this. If something is like directly across from it, or if it's probably like in this like little triangle area here, right? If it's across or adjacent, it's probably usually going to be fine. And that's not entirely I see what I'm doing and know it's going to be good. It's kind of they're close together, so they'll probably work fine. Or they're so far apart, or they'll be fine. You know?
Yeah, that works.
And that is kind of more a gut feeling, but going off patterns and stuff. So, while this might look more like it's reliant on the colors, it still works because of silly guesswork. What else? I wanted to talk about a way to kind of get colors if you're not very good at getting a feel for them also. And that's by taking photos of like real world examples, right?
Just steal, yeah.
So, yeah, just fucking steal your colors. So I have this test here, right? And we're gonna fill her in with colors from these photos. Do I have a
Before we
favorite
start-
color to work with? Yeah?
You probably should explain how the sub-view works right now, in case people don't
Oh,
know how to
yes!
use it in CSP.
I almost forgot. So,
That's why I'm
the sub viewer, it's a really good thing to use. So, if you don't have it on, you're gonna go up to Window, and then you're going to go all the way down to here where you see Navigator, and you're gonna make sure sub view is hit on, and it'll like have this window up where you have like your Navigator, and then I turned it off so it's gone. So we'll turn it back on, and there it is. And basically with sub view, you can drag like reference images into it, and then it'll hold on to them. And then you can usually flip between a couple of them, usually if they're saved to your computer. It'll like, just keep it there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That
is how it works?
Yeah, and you can like select colors from it and stuff. It's useful. I would recommend using it. Like, highly recommend using it. So Sachiko asked, do I have a favorite color to work with? I'm gonna answer that before I do this.
Go for it.
Red. I can see red easiest. Rick, do you have a
Really?
favorite color? It's easiest for me to work with at the very least. I think it's just I'm more familiar with it.
Do you want to know something bizarre? My favorite color is purple. I can't see purple.
I can't work with purple. Every
can't either. I
time,
don't use it. It's
like-
Sorry, go ahead.
half the time if you see purple in a drawing of mine, it was red beforehand.
I like dark blues, like royal blues and velvets.
Oh,
It's a very
I think
like
that's a good-
calming thing. I don't know, especially there's a bit of red like a violet. It's I can't see most of it, but the parts I do, I like. I also find it responds to changes in value a lot better than other things do, for my own personal taste.
That's kind of how I feel about red.
Yeah, it's all subjective, but you know, use the tools you're comfortable with and all that.
I do want to be clear. This panel is more intended to be kind of like a workshop sort of thing, so we'll be like answering questions from you guys if you have any, or if you need any help with like general sort of like color stuff. We can probably still touch on color theory if you want, but it's not necessary.
Before we continue, I do want to mention one thing, which is the image compression thing. Can you zoom in real close on that picture of that stupid mushroom?
Yes, I can.
So you'll notice here, when you take images off like Google Images or DuckDuckGo or whatever weird like hipster browser you use, JPEG and PNGs usually in that matter, they're compressed. So the way it usually works, I'm not going to go into the details of image compression because this isn't a college course, but it will take chunks of like values and kind of average them out over a gradient. And what part of that matters to you as the person stealing the image is it will often create noise or static or distortion in a color. So if you zoom out of that cool little mushroom right there and you try and pick a color from the blue part, you'll see your monitors kind of average that out to the shade of like dark blue, whatever the hell that is. I have no idea.
It's
But
like
when you pick it
a
itself, it's varying a lot, so you might not get the exact tone you want, just due to the natural static of the image itself. Keki, if you were willing to show the cool way to average out values in an image.
yes. So typically, what I like to do is I might not be answering your question right, by the way.
No, you are. So,
I will usually go to Effect, and then I'll go to Mosaic, and then I will just select the tile size, and then it kind of like gets you these nice big chunks of the colors, and it makes it easier to select from it.
I was actually going to think you're going to show something else, because the way I do it, if you go, so cancel that, go to Artistic and, or filter,
Okay.
effect, and artistic. It'll pop up the menu here. So you'll see in the bottom you can actually define the number of colors that it samples from the whole image. So you can actually customize how averaged out you want that entire picture. You can take off line density, all that. You can toy with this a lot. I would remove line thickness in general because you just get purely values and no ghosting or outlines. It's not perfect, but it does do it pretty good. Like if you jank up number of colors there, you'll see it just really, it's like uncompressing a JPEG. It gets it more and more averaged out.
That is a very cool way to do it.
Yeah. It's also how I used to hack backgrounds a little bit. But, yeah,
I didn't know that.
Combine that with Gaussian blur. And so there we go, another panel on that.
That makes sense.
Background's a little lazy.
I usually use the mosaic one though, but this looks like a pretty good way to do it, and honestly, probably a more reliable way to do it.
Yeah, because I'll give an example. This is like a general thing. But when I look for an image to steal colors from, it's not always like, okay, I'm drawing a picture of a mushroom. I want a picture of a mushroom, right? It can be a picture of like a night battle or something, right? But as long as the values are the aesthetic I'm going for in terms of contrast and the colors that I think are there, you know what I mean? Like I'll take colors from those about. It's like, oh, that's a nice red. I want that red, and then use that in general. So it's like, you know, I find this method with the whole quote unquote artistic effect, which honestly has been ruining Facebook photos for like fucking decades. Let's be real here. Is just a reliable way of extracting it from really noisy and complicated images when Mosaic would just average out far too much. But that's just a cool aside.
I like that aside. It's a good aside.
Thanks. All I can do is ramble.
You know, we'll answer a couple more questions before messing with this also. All right, Rick, what is the absolute most painful color to work with, and how does it affect your works?
Green. By far, green, light green and yellow. I'll tell an anecdote I've told many times, but like, I drew a picture years ago of, I shit you not, not Colonel Sanders, sorry. What's the fucking rooster in Looney Tunes? Foghorn Leghorn in Vietnam. It's a long story. It's based on an Alice in Chainsaw. But the muzzle flash for the gun firing, I can't tell yellow and like yellow-green apart for shit. That is like, for whatever reason, in my spectrum of disability, it is just not possible. And I went months without realizing I painted it green.
Oh.
No one, and then I got made fun of it. Well, not made fun of it. Friends poked fun at me for like a while, and it sticks out of my memory. And the part that kills me is that in Vietnam, AKs had green muzzle flashes. The tracers were green, but it wasn't an AK. It could have been. I could have gotten historical cred points, but it just didn't align because he had a car 15. But like, that tortures me to this day. I've also done it numerous times. Another thing too is pinks. Pinks and skin tones, not possible. I cannot do skin tones. That's why I like this little mosaic trick. If I'm doing anything with like an anime woman or some shit, I will find another image of the skin tone and style I want and steal it from there directly, because I cannot pick a skin tone. It will be green, it'll be too pink, it is just done. Pretty much impossible. When I try my best, it does lead to some weird effects from what I've been told, but I'm giving up on that route. But due to the nature of red-green, which by the way is the most common for men, protanopia, red-green color blindness is the most common. Second most common is blue-green, and third is whatever tritanopia is, the thing you have, blue-yellow, I think it is.
Blue-yellow.
Yeah, that's the third most common. And then, you know, the rarest is obviously full color blindness, that is prevalent, but not like, you know, it's not that common. 1 in 10 men, by the way. I think 1 in 1,000 women. So you're just very unlucky, Keki, I'm sorry.
I stay losing.
Yeah, but sorry, on that point, lips are like putting red or pinkish hues on a skin tone I already can't hit. That has been an absolute error.
Yeah, because I think you were complaining about it a while ago. A lot of the time it ends up gray.
Yeah, I get made fun of for that. It's half the time I cope with doing. Well, I mean, we'll get into multiple layers and all that kind of stuff, I'm assuming. But I'll take a basal skin tone of pink, and then multiply it over, and then change the opacity to whatever I think it should be. It doesn't work most of the time, but it's good enough. Most people don't notice. Right?
Right.
Are you drawing the he emoji? You frickin'. I'm gonna kill you.
Why would you kill me?
I won't.
I am drawing the key emoji though.
I know I can see it. I'm watching the stream. I know what you're doing.
You're watching the stream?
You're making light of my struggle.
Yes, Chroma, I did in fact announce that I was colorblind at the start of this panel. It's okay. So there's I was telling Chroma it's okay.
No, not that. I'm mad at you drawing that stupid frickin' cat with the grinning.
Do you not like him? Do you not like him? Why don't you like
His
him?
smug aura mocks me.
Oh,
Remember that meme, that funny image, Mac? Whatever.
So there's a question on YouTube also. When working with the color wheel, when someone has some level of color deficiency, how do you find yourself exploring colors to use?
In the sense of where to like have like a jumping off point to work with an image.
Yeah. Also, I don't think I answered the last question.
What was the last question?
It was what color is hardest to work with.
Oh, you didn't answer? What's yours?
I have a lot of trouble with blue and like purple in general. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I think sometimes I end up with like yellows that are green.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go too deep into that.
The struggle.
Okay.
So what was the YouTube question again? How to pick a color to jump off with?
Yeah. When working with a color wheel, when someone has some level of color deficiency, how do you find yourself exploring colors to use?
So, do you remember how you said in the beginning of the panel, some colors do seem warmer or lighter or darker than others?
Yes.
I usually go for like a midpoint. Same as you start with a value. When you do value painting, you start with like a neutral gray. You kind of do a similar figurative thing with colors. Because keep in mind, when you lose color vision, you don't lose the tonality portion of it. So you can still see light and dark, obviously. That's the difference of the rods and cones and the cells. I don't know if we should get critical with it. But even if you lose chunks of your color vision, they're sort of averaged out over the color wheel. But you can still tell the midpoints within the gradations in it that you can kind of pick a midpoint at and kind of be like, okay, I want to work with this sphere of colors, and then dive into that. Similar to choosing tones, but in a more subjective area, if that makes any sense.
No, that makes sense.
Okay.
Well,
how do you do it?
I honestly usually like to pick something like in the center of the color wheel, I guess. So usually just around here. And then I tend to prefer warmer colors. And then I'll just go from there. And then if I want something to be cooler, I'll just go opposite of whatever I feel like is warm. There's not a lot of methodology behind it. It's just...
I really do the
this
opposite.
area
I
up
guess
here.
it's just taste.
And then this area down here for cool. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Also, frequently, like, once I've found that starting off point, I will work within that, like, quadrant of the color sphere, and then kind of look to the left of the color square, I guess, see where it is in the value map, and then just shift it over until it's just as saturated as I think I want it, and then go with that.
I usually try to do something similar. I try to stay within the area that I'm working with to start, and then
Within the color square,
very
this color
slightly
wheel.
move over.
I
Yeah, just within the color wheel. I don't usually move too far outside of like that little triangle.
Interesting, yeah.
I feel like it's the easiest way to make sure that nothing is too off-putting.
You care too much about your fans, man.
I care too much about my feelings. My feelings don't care about facts.
Mrs. Shapiro. Is there anything else you wanted to touch on, really?
I
Or do you want to
think
take
that's
this?
like pretty much it. I think now I'm just gonna talk about picking colors from images, do an example, and we can fill in the colors together, guys.
They're posting color blindness tests in the general chat now.
I'm feeling really mocked right now. I'm
Yeah.
feeling really sad.
Mhm.
You're
Oh,
all
you want me to be
super
cool,
mean.
actually? Pull up some. There are simulated images on Google Images of like simulated color blindness for people who can see colors.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, we should show those off because a lot of people don't know what moderate color blindness actually looks like.
Let me find one.
Yeah.
So colorblind simulator. Because I think I was looking at one a while ago because I wanted to.
Yeah, I have a few I sent. I just don't have them on hand. But think of it as like colors get compressed. Does that make sense? Where it's you'll see less difference between the shades, but you don't lose it all. You just kind of see less.
All right. So we're gonna bring this down here. Everyone able to see this? It's really important that you can see
Resounding yes.
Okay. So, is this image normal?
We'll get to your questions, by the way. Don't worry. Belyev's Fox.
Yeah, we'll get to your
and
questions.
Grizzly. Yeah.
I think this is here. We'll bring in a different image because I don't know if this one's normal. Does anyone have an image they would like us to try in the colorblind filter? As
Why
long
don't
as
you
it's
put
safe for
one of the
work.
ones you showed off?
I should.
Yeah.
How about this? Let me save it. Oh wait, I can drag it.
Oh goodness, these.
That didn't work. Give me one
Oh man,
second.
that was violent. I'm sorry. I hope I muted at the right time. Oh.
We'll put it in downloads. Bug.
Oh, another cool fact, by the way, while you're doing this.
Mhm.
As your eyes transition to low light, so let's say nighttime you're walking around, even if you have normal color vision, I think it's the rod cells are value dependent, your cone cells are color receptors. Your rod cells will kind of take over in priority and function because your cone cells are less sensitive to light. So people do see reduced color at night. It's why, like, when you're walking around and trying to piss in like 2 a.m., everything's kind of grayscale. You might not notice it, but next time you wake up to take a leak, just like think about it for a second. It does happen.
Alright, so we have this very cool rainbow beetle in the view, right?
You drew this?
I totally drew this. This is my art. I
You're
made
so talented.
I'm so talented. Yeah. So we're gonna go through these now. So this is red week. So Pro's anomaly, and I think the red's gone.
Yeah, this is a bad That's what people this stuff shouldn't be for.
I put in
yeah.
the staff members or someone else wants to join us.
Yeah, Slimy, unmute yourself for Beta Slug. We need normal human
You
beings here.
Okay. So the red is definitely diminished. It's become more orange.
Okay.
It's moved in that direction. Is
Alright.
what's happened.
So we're gonna go back to here.
Okay.
It went bye-bye. Now we're gonna go to green week.
It looks very similar. I feel like the green is also definitely. Oh wow, the green is much more yellow.
We're learning a lot. All right, guys.
One in
Blue
10
week.
folks. Yeah, so that one, because I'm not too blue week, it's very different for me. I think Keki, you're screwed, eh?
This is
it's pretty
mine.
funky.
This is mine.
Blue, that's yours.
Yeah.
Let me see, where's the original image here? I should have. Like,
We can go back to
added
the original image.
Yeah. Okay, so there's that. All right, turn the blue up. Oh yeah, the blues are becoming a little grayer, except for the ones on the beetle.
Yeah, whatever.
Thank you,
I've
Art.
been told that everything turns into like a brown or gray mess, like muddier the more you get into it.
It
the
is
more severe it
muddier.
is.
Yeah. It's a little silly.
Like it makes the greens look sickly, if anything. It affects the greens more than the blues, which is weird.
Your whole world is the flu.
Your whole world.
My
is the
whole
flu.
world is the flu.
exactly.
And then we'll go into
Ugh.
Tritanopia, which is the strongest version of that. The full
Oh
on.
wow.
Yeah, it's full blue blindness. You do not
Yeah.
see blue whatsoever.
You do not see blue. Yeah, because like I guess those are more green. Now
It's
on
based
the
on the
beetle.
proportionality in the cells in your eye. So if you just do not have blue cones in your eye, you will not see any blue whatsoever. It's like tape. It's like putting a filter on a camera almost. It's,
That is very goofy.
yeah.
We're gonna go into Deuteron.
Oh,
Like,
Green blinds.
Like go back to
isn't this
normal.
isn't this what dogs see? Isn't this
Yeah, go back
dogs?
to normal.
I can see like a very slight difference in the red.
And we'll go back here.
Like I think this is the
Yeah.
dog one.
I guess I'm a dog. Well, my icon. Kind
Oh yeah, your icon makes sense.
Yeah. Shit.
We'll go back to normal, and then we'll go to Protanopia.
Red
I
blind.
hate my
Those-
life, man.
Oh,
Those
geez,
are the
that's
same.
terrible.
Yeah.
Shit. Rick, what did you say yours was?
Heavy protanopia, slight deuteranopia.
Oh man, so you're like turbo fucked.
Yeah, double. I mean, I can still see color. There's some dudes out there who, like, go to monochromatic or blue cone.
Monochromatic. Yeah.
Okay, so that one is just like really desaturated everything. It looks like.
Mhm.
It's interesting.
And then we'll
What-
go to full grayscale.
Yep, and that's just.
There's nobody. Is there anybody that actually
Yeah,
lives like
yep.
this?
There are people that
Yep.
have this.
There are people that can see only one color as well, which is very bizarre. Like
That
everything's
is
grayscale
very
except for
strange.
like yellow. It's
Yeah, I'm about to say. Imagine you get a shit color that you have to see in for your entire life.
That would suck so
no,
much.
like not everything is yellow. Yellow things are yellow. Everything else is grayscale because your eyes just don't have the receptors for
Oh,
whatever reason.
okay.
It's really like I can't imagine it myself. It's like you see a banana and your brain explodes.
Yeah. It's like this is like the opposite of the mantis shrimp, where it's like we can't perceive colors we don't know of.
Yeah, that's a
Just
good
like
philosophical
peering
point. It's
from
like
his point of view.
that's why it's like not too depressing because we don't really know what we're missing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's when you're born with that range, it's what you know. Like describe like ultraviolet to someone.
Yeah,
It doesn't,
well,
you can't really
You're
do
not
it.
gonna do that.
If it makes you feel any better, I know what you're missing.
You
What
can
are
see
we
ultraviolet.
missing? Colors, bitch. Neener.
Damn. Well, good thing this panel's called Why Colors Are Stupid.
Wow.
No, it makes sense that you would have more colors than us, though. Let's answer some questions now.
He's a shrimp.
Oh, yeah. Do you want
Yeah.
me to read them for you, or are you just gonna read
Please
them?
do.
We
Because
can read them,
I might
or
as
you
well.
can read them.
No. Make him earn his pay. His $0.
Okay.
Yeah, my 0 pay. Let's see, that one we've already heard. How important do you consider the symbolism of colors in art?
Symbolism is in what they imply, like the whole like
Yeah, like that.
crimson blood kind of thing.
Yeah, or like how like red and yellow kind of make people hungry.
Do they actually?
Yeah, why do you think?
Usually,
that,
lack
like,
of food does that to me.
Well, I mean that too, but it's like
Mm.
it like activates some stuff in there.
Huh. See, I've always heard red's calming, and then blue is, sharp, which does, like, that's why red lights exist. That's why subs have the red light. When you ever watch, what's it called? What's that movie with Sean Connery?
There's like
Captain.
You
Red
want
October. It's like, you ever seen that and everything's red?
I have not seen that.
Because
but...
it's more calming for the eyes on long shifts.
Oh yeah, because the wavelength is long, I bet.
Yeah, but that's also, like, that's an aesthetic thing as opposed to a thing.
Yeah.
Symbolic. It's an element you can use in your message, right? Like,
Yeah.
you can find any facet or direction or bring meaning into your art or something you take satisfaction in. Of course, it's important. Like, you can get completely Renaissance with it, where, like, you got every single goddamn storytelling thing in one little drawing. It's a tool to use. All these things, color is a tool to use, value is a tool to use, line work is a tool to use, which I'll go into tomorrow if you stick around till 2:30 p.m. Hey. But these are all, you have a tool bag of when you sit down, you want to crank out a picture. You open it up, you take out your socket wrench, you start sketching, and you choose to put this message in. It's going to be like, your hex key or something. It's something you have at your disposal. And if you make use of it, power to you. It's important if it's important to you and the people consuming your art.
Yep.
It's like
So
Dark
really, it's like
Souls, man. It's
It's
this is
the
a weird
opposite of
analogy.
What I wanted to do.
In Dark Souls, like and nothing makes sense unless you read the item descriptions.
Mhm.
It's like that. It's like a cool little flavor that people can feel. If they understand it or they perceive it, they can get a little endorphin rush.
Oh, Chroma, were you talking about how I like turned on the color mode and then was just filling it in over that on the grayscale? Yeah, no, that's a pretty good way to go about just like putting your values down first and then putting down some basic color, because it doesn't have to be exact and you can just kind of go over it later and adjust it, but it helps to get like a better feel, I guess. And so I'm just like picking colors from that image over there, throwing them down.
Oh, Tiltro asked, are there glasses that fix color blindness? So they don't really fix it because the deficiencies with like the colors in your the cells in your eyes themselves, you can't add more colors than your eyes can take. It's like turning the contrast up on your monitor, essentially. It kind of shifts things to a spectrum that's you can discern differences between values more for whatever range you're in. It's like You ever look at your monitor and it's like this shit's too red, and you turn the red down a bit? It's like that. Like the amount of colors your monitor can display didn't change, but the range it's working in has changed. Until they get eye transplants, there's not much you can do, unfortunately.
I wish we had eye transplants. That'd be so fucking cool.
What would having issues with yellow fall under? Which one was that again?
I think they're actually blended.
That would be blended, I think, because it's only
Yeah.
red, green, blue.
Yeah,
in the
so it'd be an
eyes.
overlap of 2.
Yeah, it'd be an overlap of 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is weird that in our eyes it's red, green, blue instead of like red, yellow, blue. But that's just.
Well, that's just how
it.
light works.
Oh yeah, that's light.
That's how your
Because
perception of light works.
The yellow and stuff is like for inks and stuff.
Yeah.
How do you
Uh,
establish flats? Do you build one color around a series of tints or shades? Do I understand this question?
I'm trying to
So-
figure out what it is myself.
What do you mean by that?
hmm
What do you mean by this?
Like, do you start with one flat color, or do you like take a bunch of different shades and tints around that color and put them together?
Is that like to my explanation of how I pick a starting off point where you pick like a medium tone and you work off that?
Perhaps. Oh, do you make
One
one bright
local-
local color as a base and then make different shades and tints?
I think my brain's turning off. This seems like it should make
I'm
sense.
so confused.
I think this is my fault.
So
I'm sorry, Fletcher, man. I'm stupid.
no, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna try and answer. So these are the true colors of this drawing. I hid them so that we could do something with it, but I don't think we're actually gonna end up doing it. These are the true colors. All of these are red or orange or like in that general area. I used red as the base color and then worked from there. You know, just going in like different areas around it.
Maya,
for the
we didn't
rest of,
skip
like,
you.
the
She
art.
skipped you. We're going back to you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'll go
Yeah.
back to you. Don't worry. Does that answer your question, Fletcher?
Sure.
Sure. Yeah, I did not answer
Hey.
your question.
B
Okay.
plus.
Okay, Maya's question.
Are there any poor examples of color theory value, and what can an artist do to change their way?
You know what? I feel like we can answer this, but it's coming from a place of people who can't see color. So I feel like our criticisms are like. You know what I
Well, that's what
mean?
makes your opinion
Um,
unique, you know.
You ever vomit? That's a pretty bad example of color theory.
I think I might have a piece somewhere that I can use as an example.
Don't pull a hell of a boss.
I think she meant her own piece, but
Probably.
I was gonna pull.
Yeah, that's actually a weird thing.
thing.
I never minded Helva Boss. I didn't think it was that bad. Then I realized it's
I think a lot
probably
of
because
it's
everyone else can see
very-
more of me. Right? I don't want to throw shade at all. I actually do like the work a lot, but like
think
I always
it's
found
nice
it pleasing. I think it's because I'm insane. I don't, it's just commonly a kicking thing. What's the word? Punching bag.
My own artwork. Let me find something really quickly.
Hmm.
Oh, I found one. This is an old piece, and by old I mean from 2021, and it's not good. Are you guys ready?
Share it.
So
Shut
the colors on it are kind of fine. The problem is the values, right? Some of them don't make sense on the clothing.
I'd almost say it's more of a shape issue.
A shapes issue also. but-
Like, I think the
I'm gonna
values are there. It's just that it's kind of hard to tell where they're at.
Oh, maybe you're right.
Yeah.
Well, no, because they're kind of muddy, like down here also.
Wish I could tell you.
No. Hold on.
Let me see if I can find something else then. Because I know I have something where just it doesn't work. You know what? In the meantime, we'll have this image out. The darker colors do blend with the background on that image.
I mean,
thought you
if
were
you
gonna
want
put
an
the Tuck
actually
Carlson
good
thing.
example, I've got one.
Can you
Go for
please
it.
get one? I'm realizing I might
do
not have one.
actually. I despise this painting so much for various reasons.
Okay.
I'll put it in. I'll just put it in general chat. If it matters.
I'm gonna put it on the stream also.
It's called The Green Stripe, and
It's
it's
not
a
free to
paint-
kill.
It's a painting by Henry Matisse.
Hmm.
If Brandy Boezel is listening, he
Would he
will
lose your
agree.
shit?
Because
Brandy.
he also dislikes Fauvism as much as I do.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna here.
It's like this sort of movement where they like did it and they wanted to be like smug about it. We are spitting on
Oh!
Fauvism. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, some of
Like-
it doesn't make sense.
Looks fine to me. I don't know.
Like the hair and
Just
the
badly drawn.
eyebrows, I think, are at least strong enough as far as values go, but the color is like.
To me, it looks like a Simpsons character.
Sounds like it's blow it out your assism, dude.
I think it's Homer, dude. Is that Marge?
Marge.
Homie.
I don't like Fauvism, homie.
Oh no.
Oh my good lord.
I'm gonna close this. Do
I
we
think that
have?
answers the question. Do we want to go to another one?
Oh,
Oh,
bad
wait.
example of color theory. You know when you draw the squiggles in like MS Paint and you use the paint bucket tool to like put random colors into it? That, yeah.
I can do.
The
I
thing
can
you
do
do
a
when you're bored in
different.
bio. Sorry, go ahead.
I can do a different example of a bad example of color theory.
Sure.
So. Oh, is that not? That's not the color I want it to be. So we're gonna do this. This is my OC Sparkle main, by the way. I hope you guys like her. We're gonna go here. Put that and that.
Yeah.
I'll make her like this. She
So is
has-
this you making the bad example?
Yeah, I'm making the bad
Okay.
example right now.
That's just Johnny
Okay.
Test.
With heterochromia.
Yeah.
Is it Johnny Test?
I mean, yeah, I don't
Okay.
know, man. I don't know if you should.
He's got like it's like the orange streak.
Love is blind, man. I don't know.
Is this working? Is this a good bad example of
You are definitely using the color scatter brush right now.
I'm not. I'm picking these colors.
Did you know that Johnny Test and Titus from FF10 have the same voice actor?
I never played FF10. I have no idea.
It is.
I go outside.
It's fine.
Why didn't
As
you
far
play
as fun is
FF10?
Damn. Wait,
It
isn't that
doesn't
the guy
need
who
battle
laughs like an
system.
idiot?
Yeah. Okay.
Alright,
We're,
I'm
we're
gonna-
getting way off topic.
I can see it.
I'm gonna give her blue like legs and pants.
Okay.
Okay. This is really difficult to look at, by the way.
Yeah. And somehow.
Alright, so I put the colors down.
Is that Ronald McDonald?
Feels like the darker colors blends with the BG. See, that's another good example of bad values. Unless you
does-
want something to blend with the BG, but
Is this a good example of bad colors?
yes, I think so.
Okay.
As subjective as something like that is, I guess.
That hair is
It's
bothering
pretty
me.
bad.
It's
What?
like
What's the hair bothering you?
it's like someone smeared like puke on my screen.
It is very puke colored. It's
Oh,
puke green.
well, we can make it less pukey, okay? Here, let's
What,
make.
should you
let's
just make it
make the-
more?
Well, no, we can fix this. We can fix
Okay.
this.
Alright.
We can make it less pukey.
That's just baby shit now.
Okay.
The color's super saturated, like just deep
She's got
fry
like
it.
leprosy on her face too.
Do you want me to deep fry it?
I kind of do want you to deep fry it.
Okay. Yeah.
This image goes fucking hard, dude.
This
Yeah.
goes so hard. Okay, so
Give her a blunt.
oh, that's just
Give her a 40.
Oh, you need to go into brightness and contrast and crank that.
okay. I'm gonna put that there though.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Layer. No. Brightness and contrast.
Mm-hmm.
You draw her with a grill drinking Old English.
No.
What's the other slider you want to crank? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. This is my OC. She's evil and fucked up.
This is now an Andy Warhol.
It almost made the
painting.
value structure better.
That's upsetting.
No, it actually did because now the face pops out, and so do the sleep. That actually looks good.
You know, that
Alright,
reminds me
guys.
of, like, you know, like the silk screen, like Western prints.
You know what? Do we want to spend the rest of the panel salvaging this?
It does kind of
Nah.
look like silk screen.
How much time we got to
salvage
fill?
this.
If you want to doodle on it while we take more questions, sure.
Yeah, we can take more questions. I'll doodle
Panel
on this and see if
questions.
we can salvage it.
Yeah.
All right. What's in the YouTube?
Like, I think if you want, you could like add some. I don't know. Do we like? I can't tell if we should add like.
What
some
does blue
shadows.
look like? That's a really
Blue
philosophical
look like
question.
there it is, right there.
That's what does
On
blue
her
look like?
face.
How do you describe a color without like subjective experience?
That is
Blue-
strange.
Blue is 33,000 megahertz.
Because yeah, exactly. Because you
I
have
don't
to
know.
like. That's another thing going back to the mantis shrimp, where it's like.
Oh,
how
Grizzly,
do
what's
you
your question?
describe these colors we can't.
I think I
see?
missed it. Sully. I'm Sully. I'm talking over you. I'm Sully. Right finger emoji, left emoji, but I can't find them.
Please answer your question. I need to know. Oh, the bins. Right. My bad. So Grizzly
Oh.
Gabriel.
Let me look at the bins.
Scroll up a little bit. Yeah. Since we're on the
Take better
topic of
photos.
colorblind, what color do you see in this box? For my family, it's dark brownish, but for me, it's gray.
It's like Bakelite. It's like a dark brown.
It looks kind of blackish to me. I don't know. I feel like. Do you have a more neutrally colored light to take this with?
I think it really is dependent on the lighting, but
Yeah,
the
it's like, you
lighting
know
in
that
the
dress
photo
that people were like, oh, it's fucking white and gold, and then blue
because
and black.
I would want to say that it's pink.
Pink?
It feels pink.
You're demented.
Pink?
Like that's just a saturated magenta, right?
Yeah, but
fuck is
that's magenta. I mean, I guess I can see a bit of red in there.
Are magenta and pink not the same thing?
I don't know.
Well, pink is a tint, magenta is a shade.
Okay, yeah, but they're like the same thing. So
Like,
like,
I don't think there's really such a thing as dark pink. Like, people don't think of dark pink; they think of maroon or magenta.
I think maroon's
Oh,
like
you'll blow my
red.
mind. You know, dark
Maroon
orange
is red,
dark
but so is
orange.
pink.
Sorry, brown is dark orange. That blew my freaking mind.
Lizzie game. Okay, in this picture, it's definitely gray.
Oh, you know what? I have an image that I made a while ago, and like it looks green, but there's no green in it. Let me find. Shit.
I mean, it could be a little brown. What did you do,
Garfield.
Garfield?
You're eating us out of house and home.
What did you put on? Did you put something on screen?
Nothing.
I'm too lazy to rewind to see what
Nah,
it
it's
was.
fine. It's
I
way
don't
funner
know.
later.
It
What
could
was the
be a
question?
little brownish, but it's also the lighting.
I'll go away for a second.
You fool. It was nothing too bad, don't worry.
Yeah.
What's it
Nah,
called?
that's totally fine. That was actually YouTube kosher. That's fine.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, it's
Actually,
fine.
shockingly, it's fine. You actually,
Yeah.
the bits that make us get taken off were covered, so it's actually totally fine.
Oh wait, there was actually something heinous.
Oh yeah.
It was a picture of Rick in like 80K, and this was like.
Man,
My
polyps.
pores
His
just fucking
his little Pores
magnified,
were
yeah.
magnified. You can see inside them.
You can see the small microbes.
I mean, whatever it was, it definitely can't be as bad as Summerfest 21. when
Slimy,
the
do you want me to send you what it is?
Sure.
I'll put it in the staff channel.
Anyone
It's
who
Hank from King of the Hill
remembers,
spreading his bum bum.
anyone who remembers Summerfest 21 when the Pecongers were streaming, and they just showed penis.
You know, I'll put it in there later. But I'm so sorry.
Don't
Sure,
be
it was
funny.
fine, whatever it was.
It's a bit.
I forgot what I was doing.
Alright.
Oh, I'm looking for an image. It's like
Was it that one?
no, it wasn't that one.
Wait, little sister. You know,
Let's do
phone
that.
here.
You're doing great, by the way.
We're They pwned the stream. Yeah, they did.
You're eating us out of house and
Stream's
home.
gonna go down, Lamau.
Farmfield.
I didn't mean to.
It's
You guys
okay.
are crazy. Thank you.
It's okay.
I'm
We're
sane.
fine.
I'm 100%. I'm fucking diagnosed sane.
We're fine.
Yeah.
Oh shoot! All right. Do we have another question?
I-
No.
Keep
We're
taking
answering
questions.
something.
I'm trying to find this thing.
We don't have any questions right now.
Oh, can you guys invent some questions for me while I look
can
for this?
Invent a question. Do you want a serious question or do you want a funny question?
I'll take a funny question.
Oh, and you know what? Hey, it's related. What's your favorite color?
We answered
Red?
that.
Red. Did we?
Yeah.
Was this a
What's
question
yours?
already?
What's your? Well, we answered it earlier. What's
darn
yours,
it all.
Slimy? Is it green?
Well, as a kid, it was orange. I like blue a lot lately, though.
Really? You feeling blue? WD?
Yeah, that little bit dabba dee. Well, can't you see? I changed my PFP for just for this.
You did. I was
Oh.
wondering why you did that.
I wanted it to be more summery. I don't know. This isn't my panel. What are you? You freaking. You entertain the people. What am
We
I
entertain the
doing?
people.
Yeah.
I'm looking for something. I gotta find it.
You're looking for something.
I was looking for it and then I died on
Yeah.
accident. I jump scared myself.
It's like the visual equivalent of Germa when he's playing DMC and he gets exploded.
Oop, Sachiko, I'll get to your question in a second, but a good one.
Sachiko,
Thoughts on the
that's
color choices for Helltaker? I like it a lot. I know I mentioned that I like dark blues. I also like dark reds, and that game has some really nice velvety tones to it. It's just very pleasing to look at. It's well designed. It has a really nice style.
I found it.
Yeah. Sachiko, or Belyev's Fox.
Oh yeah. What do you think of
Belyev's
Greta and
Fox, sorry.
Inkscape? Yeah.
Sorry, the foxes are... I don't know if it's politically correct, but the foxes blend together in my brain. What do you think of Krita or Inkscape? I've never used Inkscape. I used Krita for a very long time because it was free and I was poor. Still am, but was too. Krita is probably the best open source illustration program right now. The brush engine's not up to the point of CSP or, I guess, Photoshop. There's just some fine tuning there for usability, but I do enjoy it. I think it's a really good option for anyone considering picking up digital art. More so than Paint Tool Sai. I feel like Paint Tool Sai has gotten a lot more outdated as years go by, but Krita is a really good option.
Teltro, this question is gonna give me a stroke reading it.
I can read it out.
When you eat food, what is a color of a pizza or grandma ants?
Teltra, I don't want to answer any more questions from you.
Oh, Pants Arsonist says blue would be 700 terahertz. He's right. I trust his opinion. I won't disclose why.
They're probably right.
No, he's 100% right.
I don't know. I don't
Oh,
have a
okay.
spectrum in front of me. Do we?
I did find the image I was looking for that I wanted to show off. The one that there's no green in it, but it looks green, I think.
There's
This looks
plenty of
green to you guys,
in it.
right?
I see green.
Yeah.
It's like
But
peasy.
it's all orange. Let me make this larger if possible. It's all orange.
Oh yeah, it's all way over there.
I mean, that brings us back, I said
That's
earlier,
interesting.
brown is just dark orange, so it might just be the brown
Yeah.
being close to a green.
I think it is entirely that. Because this is yellow and then you get the kind of brown, and so it makes it look a little bit greener in comparison.
The blue background's probably also doing something.
The blue background doesn't do anything for it. I actually
is?
tested that out. Yeah, no, when I first did this image, let me see if I can select color on it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
You know
we'll
who
figure
else
this
is
out.
orange?
Yeah. Oh, it's very funky in it.
No.
It's a forest green.
Because this is
Ah.
a weird
Yeah, I know,
yellow.
right?
Oh, am I missing a joke?
I wasn't eyeing at you. I was eyeing
Oh,
at the chat.
Oh, okay.
9, I trusted you.
So let's pick a color to put behind this thing.
Hmm.
Alright, besties. What do you want to put behind?
Fucking London Bridge.
What color is London Bridge?
You know what?
Bridge.
I think for an interesting demonstration, we could just put straight up orange.
Okay. Yeah. That's that. it still looks kind of green. It's a little bit more yellow now.
Let me look.
Right?
Yeah, it's definitely more yellowy.
Oh, well, I just
Okay.
found out you can animate in Krita, by the way. That's cool. I gotta check that out.
Animating Krita?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Krita doesn't have onion skin though, if I'm correct, right?
Really? That seems pretty essential.
It's not. You should, if you're animating, you should really learn to flip, in my opinion.
Eat shit.
Right.
Whatever,
some-
man. It's great for straight ahead.
Here's some true green behind it, and it still looks green.
Yeah, I guess it
Purple.
kind of does.
Well,
now
I
it
think
really
the purple
looks
makes it
yellow.
look- Yeah,
Complementary colors.
purple makes it look yellow.
Yeah. It's
Is
still
this the
pretty
same
yellow.
brown? Oh no, those are
That's magenta.
those are.
Ugh. It all comes back.
It'd be really
Like,
funny if we delayed the entire other panel to do this.
It would be.
Yeah.
We made them leave early for.
Slimy, your panel is at like 11:45, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll call it 11:30. Any questions?
Yeah,
Get them in now. We'll get to them.
Yeah, no. If you guys have questions, we can go over that. I really did not.
You didn't what?
I hope this was informative.
I think
It's entertaining. I hope.
I think it speaks to how subjective colors can truly be.
They really are. It's wacky bullshit. You can do whatever you want if you like it. Some people
Yeah.
like it too.
It really just doesn't matter in the end of the day. Have
Wacky
fun.
bullshit. That's the.
We'll leave
lesson.
it. We'll leave it on this.
Yeah.
Leave it on
So
the
any
disgusting Ronald McDonald woman.
any final questions? And we'll get over that.
If anything, you can take away that deep frying this image made it better in terms of color and value structure.
Yeah, compress all your art as much as you can. It's really important. It makes it better.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if we can do more to it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Here, let's throw a gradient map. Do you guys know how to make gradient maps?
Show us how.
Yeah, alright, so to make a gradient map or use one, you're gonna go to layer, and then you're gonna go to correction layer, and then you're gonna go to gradient map all the way down here at the bottom. And then you'll get this thing and it pulls up these different like gradients that you have already.
Why is it in
preset.
Japanese?
Because it is.
Oh, okay. Is that part of the process?
I have like a few different sets that I just downloaded for the fun.
Oh, okay.
So we'll use this one. So you'll select the gradient you want to use, and then you'll hit this little load to gradient bar thing here. And it'll load it up.
Ooh.
Sometimes this is an easier way of like laying your colors out according to your values. And you can kind of mess around with it a little bit and just kind of see what you get. If you're lazy, it's a quick way to paint skin tones.
Oh.
Bringing that up.
I had no idea about this. I'll be honest.
It's pretty good to use, honestly.
I used that for photos. I never used it for art.
I would use it for art a little bit more. Just like play around with it. I do it sometimes.
Interesting. So it's just like an LUT, eh?
LU.
Don't worry about it.
Huh?
Never mind.
Okay. Okay.
We're not getting into photography today.
How complex can color palettes be in animation? That's a slimy question.
Is it?
I don't do animation.
Sorry, what was the
Okay.
question? I'm stupid.
Well,
How complex can color palettes be in animation?
However much work you want to give to yourself.
yeah, that.
Honestly. If you're working off vector animation, I know you can bind colors to like fill bucket zone ranges. I think that's what they do for anime when they define the shade borders. You know when you see like rough pencil sketches of anime and it's like the shade demarcation points are like lined in green? They're doing that so they can like essentially fill those in later post layers. There's tricks you can go about doing it to make your work a little bit easier, but like there's a reason most TV shows stick with flat or just like soft shade at most.
Yeah.
It can become hell.
And the ones that don't are 3D.
Yeah. That's for color palettes. So usually you want like, your character will have X amount, your background will have X amount, you'll work off that. It's just purely how much work you give to yourself. And also don't make it too busy because then you wind up making like eye poison. You don't want the colors to overpower whatever focus you want in the image.
Oh yeah, also let's not forget post-production, because you can like add color filters and lighting effects to get
True.
more out of your animation color.
Yeah, like you shove like a material layer on there, you're gonna get so much variation.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna
And
stop
that one's
streaming.
probably a Brandy Boisel question.
Yeah, well, we don't need to stream anymore.
Okay.
I will bring up again though. If you guys can help me find that FNF mod, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
I really want to find it.
You can find our YouTube monetization.
Okay. I'm in pain.
Oh yeah. If you want a good red sample for your image, take out a Fecky's face right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Honestly, yeah, I'm pretty fucking.
Excuse me. Oh my god.
Are we good?
Was
or
that
do we
game
wanna
limited
take
or
a
did
couple-
I think.
Yeah, you think?
You think?
Oh no, someone was asking me a question and I like got distracted.
No.
The answer to their question is no.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm the chat mod guy. I'm really sorry, but no.
Well, that was fun. What a fun
It
little,
was
what a
fun.
fun little romp.
Yeah.
Little casual convo.
A casual little, but I feel like we all learned something today.
Yeah.
What was that?
That the colors were the friends we made along the way.
The colors were the friends we made along the way.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of friends that like take all your beer and don't stock it back up.
Yeah.
Nah.
Like, and you
Truly.
ask them constantly, like, if you're gonna take the last one, it's fine. Just tell me.
You
I'll
got
tell
and
you.
and they don't refill anything. And it's like, come on, man.
And they didn't even pitch
Replenish.
in to help get the case.
Brutal.
It's like,
Honestly, they're just hanging out with you for the beer.
yeah.
It's sad.
Like you could say the party's BYOB, but they'll just show up and take from everyone else.
God, I hate color theory.
It's
Good night,
It's so
everybody.
stupid. Bye bye. Thank
Alright.
you.
I'll see you guys
Yeah.
at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Yay. Thank you guys for listening. I'm gonna put what I accidentally put on
It's
stream
me.
into.
It's me again. Hello.
Yep, it's just
Oh,
us.
my hair.
Justice.
It's your hairball.
I'm so glad that the three besties are together again as besties.
Yeah, that was such a fun little romp. How's everyone doing? I like this dark void I have now. If I don't put this back. Oh, I want to take the whole thing with me. No, please don't fall. Oh, things are falling. There's just like this dark void. Anything could be there. Any little caster critter could pop out of there at any moment.
I'm chuckling at nothing, I promise. Yeah.
Intermission.
Everyone having a good night? One of
sure
your
you-
posters fell, I just saw.
Yeah, I saw that. Fucking.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Oh, we got the banner up for the site.
We have a banner?
Yay. Yeah,
Oh, right. On Newgrounds, the banner's there.
on Newgrounds, on newgrounds.com.
On Newgrounds.com.
The site that we're having.
You guys should go on Newgrounds.
Yeah, you should all
You know how
make
much
it
reach
a-
this has. I know there's like people from all across the globe are like, what is this Newgrounds?
It's
I
so
don't-
cool.
We'll lead a
What do you-
pilgrimage.
So
The
we've got some
Newgrounds
time.
pod. Yeah, we do have some time, a little bit.
Any funny lines any of us want to say? Any funny lines that chat wants to...
That's a dangerous thing to proffer.
It is a dangerous thing to proper.
Yeah.
Watch out for snakes.
Watch out for snakes.
The Breaking Bad. I don't know the Breaking Bad copy pasta.
I'm sure it's heinous, whatever it is.
What is it?
I don't know. I'm sure it's heinous. Oh, it's an MST3K joke?
I don't know what that is.
Mystery Science Theater 3000?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
You don't know what that is? It's like this
Phenomenal
dude
show.
and these two little characters that riff on old movies. It's like, you ever
Oh.
seen riff tracks?
Why are people asking for cat facts?
So you don't know about riff tracks, okay.
I don't know about riff tracks.
Great.
You're gonna have to tell me about it later.
It's like what I just described, except they do it live on stage.
Oh, okay.
They play footage, they make jokes about it. Yeah, riff tracks.
Phasma wants cat facts. Is it okay if I give Phasma some cat facts?
We got
just
time to
Phasma,
kill.
though.
Yeah.
Alright.
I better not
I
hear a
guess.
fucking cat fat right now.
A fucking cat fact? You don't want to hear a cat fact? That's so sad.
If I hear one, I'm gonna freak out.
A number one cat fact is that their paws are made of bees. I think I've talked about this before. That's why they sting when they scratch you.
Bees?
Yeah, they're bees. The bees are in the paws. They go bzzz, and then they sting you. And you're like, oh no, Mr. Cat, why would you do this to me? And then you cry because your cat stung you.
You know, I am allergic to both cats and bees. This makes a little bit of sense.
It makes
Seen
so
a
much
bee and
sense.
a cat in the same room? I don't think so.
Maybe
Should I
not.
make my voice more annoying?
You don't need to.
No, I think you're alright. I think you're alright.
You're good, Buckaroo.
Awesome. Yeah, that's the cat fact for the day. What else? We gotta get a quota in.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, guys, this is your pee break, by the way. If you need to go take a
Yeah,
big,
this
big
is-
pee, go do that now.
This is the toilet match. You know?
Everyone, get in your lines. Let's go. Phasma's the line leader. Welcome to 3rd grade.
This is you're watching Monday Night Raw and it's Natalia versus Bailey. It's time to go use the pisser.
If the line is too long, you're going in the sink. It's not that long of a line. You came back to the coolest combo ever. That's
Yeah.
what.
What's Stress Quest? Is that what we're doing for our interstitial?
I think that is what we're doing.
Never played Stress Quest?
I've never played Stress Quest.
Oh my god. Hold on. Wait, wait, window capture. No. Stress Quest. Yes.
It's like Chex Quest, is it? Actually? I don't know too much about Chex Quest. Isn't that like some weird Doom engine thing?
I did it. Okay. We got there.
Like weird shareware from like cereal boxes. This is very interesting what you're doing.
I'm trying to make it work.
Isn't
On-
okay, so it was made in Doom engine
No.
for a cereal box. Thank you, mysterious DM person.
There we go.
Can I sing an MCR song? No.
Slimy, you should sing.
No.
Can you sing us a song?
No.
I'm a sick, dying Victorian child. Can you sing so I can... so I can experience joy for the first time in my life?
I fear the plague might take you.
But here, I'll sing something. I'm bad at it. If you sing,
Okay.
we can do "Fly Me to the Moon." I don't
You know
know the tone for it.
Can I talk about how like that song has been used for like 2 different separate video games that I know off Dome, and one of them just kind of sucks.
What's the second video game?
Okay, well they used it in a promotional video for Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker because the moon is in it, and it's a cover by Sia. You know who Sia is?
I know who Sia is.
She like wears the weird wigs and like made that really weird movie about autism.
Yeah, that's upsetting.
Yeah, that was odd.
That was pretty weird.
She sings a really Bayo. I was about to mention Bayo's the best version. That isn't Sinatra, because come on. Like, I'm just gonna blanket statement: Sinatra has the best version.
All right, yeah, no. So Slimy,
Yeah.
I'll sing, and then you can sing something, okay? And if you don't do it, I'll cry so hard. I'll cry so hard, okay?
Okay.
Okay. I haven't sang in forever, by the way. I'm bad at this. This is just
Okay.
confidence boost. Okay, Phasma?
Okay.
All
Yeah,
right.
we're all doing this to please her. I forgot.
Yeah, we're all doing this to... Phasma needs to be happy. Okay.
Hate you,
so.
by the way.
Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars.
How the fuck do I do that one?
In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Do I keep going?
That was pretty good. Isn't that the entire song? Is there any more?
No,
I think there's like
I think
some more.
There's more.
Bro, it's
There's, like,
lagging
one more
so
verse.
hard on browser.
I actually don't know the
It's
rest.
like a phone game.
Oh, I know the rest. I can do the rest.
Should I like tweet out that my panel's starting
should
soon?
tweet out
You should tweet out that your panel is starting soon.
Find the rat.
I'm gonna
Okay.
fill the rest. There's like an instrumental bridge, and then like
Do the whole
pretend I'm playing the instruments. Da 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 da. Yeah. Okay.
Do it.
And then the rest goes what is it like? Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true.
She actually went for it that
In other words, I love you. Okay, this is where I say something deeply inappropriate, right?
time. Perhaps.
Okay, what is it? What is it like? Ada ada.
No,
No,
we're not doing this. Not fucking doing this.
Game won't load. Where is it?
Putting
There
a
she
no on
is.
that. You don't want to make the people happy that enjoy that, because they're sickos.
I would leave this a bit too after I did that. Okay, Slimy, your turn to sing.
Fine. What's a good one?
Baby got back.
Baby got back.
Yeah, do Baby Got Back.
Do apple bottom jeans.
Apple bot. What was that? That like that one, that video that's actually fake, but it's like still funny of the teen, like not the teen, the woman who's like streaming and she's like, got the apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur, and then her mom like storms in and is like, Jessica, did you have sex with your teacher?
With your chemistry teacher? What?
Yeah. That's all staged, by the way. It's not real,
No,
but it's still
totally real.
funny.
Fuck! I didn't even click.
Uh, I don't know. What do I have on my shelf?
Shelf?
Someone asked for a lullaby.
Lullaby.
Yeah, who was it that asked for a lullaby?
Can't have a
Tamago
lullaby yet.
said.
It's all a Joe Mega stream.
Here, Tamago, I'll sing a lullaby while Slimy figures out a song, okay? Are we all good?
I mean, I'll just like,
Yeah.
I'll just make something up. I can sing a lullaby.
We should sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star together.
Oh God, we're not gonna be able to do that. The delay.
No, we can do it. We can do it. Ready? So we're gonna count to
Okay.
3. Ready?
Okay.
1, 2,
2,
3.
3.
Twinkle,
Twinkle, little star. Here's your stream, Newgrounds Summerfest. I give up.
No, it's Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are, up above the world so high. Let's go on to Slimy's panel.
Hold on, I just started Goblin Survivors and I'm cracked. as
Holy
fuck at this
shit,
game.
I want to die. Okay, hang on a minute. Set that up.
I'm fucking insane at this game. Ah.
You're welcome, Phasma, by the way. I'm so glad this is like YouTube and people don't like do clips or anything, and also there's like 12 people watching. That'd be embarrassing if there was like any more.
Yeah, it's not like there's like a VOD or anything
Alright,
after this.
Oh, why
That
can't I
usually gets,
stream
like,
my
the majority
screen?
of our views.
You cause Tony's streaming his screen.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, tell me when you're done and I'll stop being cracked at this fucking game.
I mean,
You're
I'm
doing
good
so
whenever
good.
I need to be able to like set my stream up, and then like just pass it to me whenever you're done.
Oh, I can be done now. I'm just killing time.
Okay. Because we can set up then.
You know what? Yeah, you should play Jack 64 after Slimy's
Oh, yeah, I
panel.
should play the Jack 64. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Who is after me? I forgot.
I know the answer to this question.
I just said it 2 seconds ago.
Joe Mega and Orgwork are after
Yeah,
you,
Joe Mega and
Slimy.
Orc.
Yeah.
So it's the last panel of tonight after you.
Let's see. Our friends from Down Under. Oh yeah. Shall we review the schedule? Should we do that while we're
What do you
here?
mean, review the schedule?
Because like, go over briefly what's going on tomorrow, as well as
Oh,
like,
we
what our last
should.
programs are.
So,
Very briefly.
yeah, because I think you're the last panel. So,
I'm the second to last panel for tonight. Afterward,
well,
we
the last
have-
one being streamed.
Oh, is that 18 plus? The other one?
Yeah, they're not being streamed. They're an After Dark panel.
See. Okay,
Um,
so YouTube can forget about our next thing, but for the folks in here, we've got Orc and Joe Mega talking about the schematics of comedy, the basics of comedy writing. And tomorrow, starting at noon, or do you want to do it, or you want me to do it?
Tomorrow, starting at noon, we're gonna open up with harassing the Muffin Man. Basically, we're gonna have Ninja Muffin 99 on, and we're gonna ask him some questions and talk about some of his work. And then after that, at 1:15 p.m., we're gonna have The Problem with Peabot, hosted by Brandy Buizel. And then at 2:30 will be The Line Art Technique, hosted by Rick Stevens. And then after that, we're gonna have The Milk Bar Lads, hosted by Jack Stratemeyer and Milky Ace at 2:30 p.m. Slimy, do you want to do some?
Yeah. After that, at 5 o'clock, we got writing compelling characters with Bleak Creep, friend of the fest, Bleak Creep. At 6:15 afterward, we have a mystery panel hosted by a mystery guest. It is a mystery.
Oh, spooky!
Nobody knows what that's about. After that, at 7:30 p.m., we have Slug coming back with another interview, this time with Senior Palo. After that, Character Design Battle returns at 8:45.
We're gonna have 2 hours for that, and then that'll be the
2 hours.
last panel of the day that is streamed.
Yep, and after that, after midnight, we got some Hamer's shenanigans with Rick Steubens and Manly Potato. That's what tomorrow's
Yeah.
looking like. It's gonna be pretty nuts, pretty packed. It's the most packed day we got because it's Saturday, of course.
We hope we can see all of you there.
Yes. But in the meantime, I think it's time to get started on this.
All right, you're
Just
all
let
good,
me
my
know
friend.
when we're good to go.
You're good whenever you want.
I think you're
We're
good.
good?
Yep.
All right.
All right, I'll meet.
Hello, everybody.
Have fun, everybody.
All right, my turn to talk at y'all. Welcome to the Case for Traditional Art with yours truly. If you've ever been to one of these before, then it's gonna be pretty similar. We're gonna have a little slideshow, a little PowerPoint, a little talk, where I talk to you about the thing, and then we're going to go through questions at the end and extrapolate a little bit. And this one is gonna be a bit about traditional art, why I like it, and why I think you should like it. So, let's just dive on in. First of all, I want to tell you who the hell I am so that I can kind of qualify what I'm talking about. Most of you probably know who I am, but if not, I'm Slimy. I'm an artist on Newgrounds. I've been doing mostly traditional stuff, like almost for a year at this point. I've almost been doing strictly traditional art. I do still do digital stuff, but mostly traditional stuff lately. And now I'm going to tell you why I think it's a good idea to do it in the first place, especially in the context of Newgrounds. Mostly because the infrastructure is just strictly better. It's more accommodating for it. Back then, you had to worry quite a bit about file sizes and stuff like that. Meanwhile, nowadays, you can upload like ridiculous 600 DPI photos. Like, it's absolutely insane, the stuff you can upload on Newgrounds nowadays. It's funny, I think the screenshot I grabbed for old Newgrounds actually, like, doesn't even have the art portal in it. If you want to, like, get an idea of how the times have changed. So, this is why I think now is a really good time to get into traditional art for Newgrounds right now. I mean, you can upload something as big as 150 megs. So, the sky's kind of the limit. So, I'm going to tell you a bit about why I like it specifically. I'm going to try to make my case a little better here. The first is definitely the ergonomics. My posture is a little better when I'm working on traditional art. It's not too much better, but it definitely is better. I work at a slanted desk. I have all of my work at an angle toward me. You can improve it even better if you are like painting on an easel with a board and you're like standing and your back is totally straight. But a nice drafting table does help quite a bit. Or not even like a tilted table, like you can get like any kind of tilted surface. Really, whatever. Also, eye strain. It is much better for your eyes, at least for my eyes. Screens, they have a lot of blue light on them, and it's kind of blasting into your eyes and, you know, making you feel all weird and gross. And the eyeballs, man, it makes you feel tired and groggy and gross, and it probably developed cataracts or something. I don't know. I ain't no doctor, but the point is, you don't have to spend money on blue light glasses because a piece of paper doesn't really do that to you. The tactility. I love me some tactility. I just like physical things. It's kind of like, again, it's a me thing. Like, you know, I like to collect music on records. I like being able to hold things, pick them up, rotate them. And it's kind of even more gratifying when you're painting because now you have this physical object that you've brought into the world and you can, like, you know, hold it aloft like you're in the fucking Lion King or something. Next is speed. I like how much faster it is, at least, again, for me. I think it's because you really can't take back a lot of the stuff you do in traditional art. You can't take back a lot of strokes. I mean, there are mediums that are very forgiving that you can, like, correct stuff, but at the end of the day, a lot of your marks are going to be permanent, and that means you can't go back and fiddle with it until the cows come home. You're much more likely to get something actually done than just noodle with it in Photoshop forever. Sizing is also a big one. You don't really have to worry about the actual physical size of the painting. The only thing you really need to worry about is the aspect ratio. Because it's a physical thing, you don't have to worry about pixels or anything like that. You can put it at any resolution you want. As long as like the shape of the piece is correct, then size won't be an issue. And also just how it looks. You know, the biggest reason I did it is because I kept trying to emulate traditional art on digital, and I eventually found it to be quite silly. So I just decided to do it for real. And it has its own, like, quirks and looks to it that I think are really hard to capture digitally. So that's how I ended up doing this so much. So there are some things to talk about, like some caveats. Like, I don't know whether to call them cons or caveats. I'm thinking caveats. The thing about traditional art is, like, storage is important because at the end of the day, these are physical things that you need to find places for. Now, you can get a lot of mileage out of a little, and if you don't paint on canvas like I do, I only paint on paper, you can go pretty far. Like, I have almost every, like, big drawing or painting that I've done since I was, like, a teenager, and I'm able to, like, store it in, like, just a little bit of my closet and a good chunk of my shelf space. Boxes are also good. I also want to talk about materials and cost, because obviously you need to buy physical materials for this. Now, I don't want to say it's more expensive or cheaper than digital in a way, because the costs kind of add up in different ways. With digital, there's a much higher upfront cost. You need, because equipment is expensive and software is expensive. Materials, you can get really nice, expensive materials. They obviously won't cost as much as like a computer or anything like that, but the thing is, those materials do need to be replenished. Now, granted, with how software has gone to a subscription model lately, I'd almost say that's comparable into having to purchase materials over and over, but I think that your mileage may vary on that one. I will say that, however, you do not need to use expensive materials. The painting you see right here, this is of my friend Forge Frog. This is his character Crabapple. I did this on extremely cheap paper. It's just Hansen watercolor wood pulp paper. It's not the best paper at all. The paints aren't super expensive either. The brushes weren't super expensive, but I still think I got a pretty good result out of it. In like you could really paint with dollar store stuff if you wanted to. I wouldn't recommend doing that, but you can do it. It's totally, like, you don't need to spend several $100s on brushes and paper. You can make good stuff with, like, affordable options. All right, and of course I need to talk about, like, how you get this stuff onto Newgrounds in the first place. Luckily, I'd say it's gotten pretty easy. Obviously a photo scanner is a good idea, but you don't need it. You can photograph your work instead. I did that for a very long time. Most smartphones nowadays have a camera that's good enough to display your artwork with. Now, if you have access to, like, a nice camera, like a DSLR or something, that's even better. Also, of course, a photo scanner works. Now, of course, photo scanners do get expensive if you want a really, really nice one, but you can get a decent one for a good price. You don't need something with a bunch of bells and whistles. I just say you need something that lets you like go up to 600 DPI at the highest. At least that's as far as I've ever needed. Also, keep an eye out on deals too. Like, I thrifted my photo scanner, and it has proven to be very useful and very loyal to me. It sits right over there next to my CRT. You can't see it, but I can see it. It is very good. It's been very good to me. Alright, so now that I have done sort of my ramblings about traditional art as a concept, I want to now create the jumping off point. This is the point where you go in, or one of various points where you can go and start exploring things. I'm going to go through various types of media, various types of traditional media that you can try. I am hoping that maybe one of these might grab you, something that might get you interested, maybe even excited. And maybe then you can pick a point at which to start if you choose to dive into traditional media. I want to talk about graphite and charcoal first because you've probably already used it. I'm pretty sure everyone uses it, like, on accident, even. I have two examples of each. The one on the left is a graphite drawing by Stan Prokopenko, and the one on the right is a charcoal drawing by Aaron Blaze. One of the best parts about it is that it's cheap. You can just get drawing paper to draw on, and charcoal and pencils are not expensive by themselves that much. It's also really workable. Charcoal even more so, but that's a bit dangerous because then it gets a little smudgy if you work it too much. But nonetheless, you can move the media around on the paper and smudge it about and create different shapes and all that. It's not very rigid. You can do a lot with it. And yes, you can make finished pieces with it. It's not just for sketching. Hopefully the examples have convinced you of that, but and of course the fact that it goes on paper means it's easy to store. The problems arise when you want to do color, because there really isn't much in the way of options for that. There is colored charcoal, but it's very limited. Usually you only get like black and whites and sepias. And of course, once you're done with it, you will need to spray it with a fixative so that your drawing doesn't smudge off. And that will make you very sad if your drawing just smudges away while you're not paying attention to it. Colored pencil. We have color now. Look at that. It's color. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's colored pencil. But the thing about colored pencil is I had a lot of trouble finding examples of this. I don't know why. I guess it's not very popular. But I do like the examples I did manage to find. One is a YouTuber named Chris Hong, and the other is Andrea Serio, who I found on Instagram. Very nice stuff. It's very retro looking. They layer very well, colored pencils, which is good because you will likely have to, otherwise it will look a little thin. Again, it's accessible and it's cheap. You know, pencils are not difficult objects to use. Frankly, I prefer using colored pencils with other media, and that seems to be what most other artists prefer using them for. But if you want to make finished pieces with them, there you go. Pastels. So this is a tricky one. I have to I should have given this disclaimer earlier. I have not used every single medium that I'm talking about. Pastels is definitely one that is strange to me. It was much more popular, and it became popular rather around the 18th century as far as being used for finished stuff, but people have been using them for sketching and underpaintings and whatnot for a long time. There are different kinds of pastels. There's soft pastels, which are much chalkier, and oil pastels, which kind of come down a little buttery. I could just call them fancy crayons. I'm sure that'll piss somebody off, but yeah, they're just fancy crayons. Obviously, we have color again. The problem with these is that obviously you can't really mix them super easily. I don't really know if you can at all, but either way, you do get a lot of workability from pastels that you don't get from colored pencils, which is really cool. And you can see some of the results here. This Degas paint, I guess painting? Drawing? Painting? Whatever. The Degas looks really, really nice. I love impressionistic stuff. And Misako Flodan I found on YouTube as well, which it's more of a modern illustration look, and I guess by modern I mean 20th century. And I'm going to touch on ink here. I wanted to separate wet and dry media. I feel like ink kind of comes in the middle of both a little bit. I feel like people use it like dry media, but it's actually quite wet. It's mostly used in illustrative stuff. I have two examples from, I guess I wouldn't say illustrators, I would say comic artists, but you could say illustrators too. One from Mike Kaluta and the other from Klaus Janson. I believe Mike Kaluta uses a dip pen. It looks like he does, and I know for a fact Klaus Janson prefers brushes. And I'm using comic book examples because that's the place where I think that ink has really flourished. It was mostly used out of necessity because of how well ink comes out on print. So that's where you have a lot of the ink art for comic books. It can be applied through all kinds of ways. There's a lot of different things you can use for ink. I prefer to use dip pens and a bottle of ink. But you can also use brush pens, regular old pens. Am I forgetting one? I don't know, you could just dump a whole glob of it on the paper if you really wanted to. Of course, the problem is there's not much in the way of color. You really only get the blacks, but I think that's one of its strengths. It really forces you to use media in a very interesting way. It makes you treat lighting in a very interesting way. It's a little tricky when you first start out with it, but it's pretty rewarding, especially if you want to get into cartooning. It's also really good for mixing with other media, but you have to be careful of smudging. If you are using this with watercolor, make sure your ink is waterproof. And if you're using it with alcohol markers, make sure it's also, alcohol proof. Make sure you have very hardy ink if you're using it with alcohol markers. Alright, so now we're going to talk about stuff that uses paint. We're going to talk about paint. There's a few general principles to go with paint. Because most paint is like the same in a way. Paint at the end of the day is two ingredients. It is a pigment and a binder. And the binder usually dictates what kind of paint it is. The pigment is usually universal. Like a cadmium yellow in any medium is going to have the cadmium yellow pigment in it. And that's what dictates the kind of paint it is. The various grades of paint dictate the quality and also the price. There's many different grading systems, but the two broad categories tend to be student level paint and professional level. That usually just dictates the ratio of pigment to binder. Student level paint is going to have more binder in it. Professional paint is going to be more pigmented, but pigment is expensive. So the professional paint is going to be either in a smaller capacity or more expensive. And that's something to look out for. Also, I forgot to put it on this slide, but light fastness is important. You ever leave a toy outside for many years and you forget it's there, and you go and grab it and all the colors are bleached off? That happens with most paints, unless it's light fast. Most professional level paints will be light fast, which means the colors will not fade in exposure. So this is very important to keep in mind if you want your artwork to be archived. Now, I'm assuming you're not leaving your paintings out in the sun after they're done with them, but it's just something to keep in mind. Okay, oil. The big scary one that everyone likes to be big and scary about. I have a few examples in front of me. As you can see, oil has been, well, as you know even, oil has been around for a very long time, and it's been used in a very large variety of ways. I have J.C. Leyendecker, who is one of probably my favorite American artists. John Singer Sargent, everyone knows his portraiture, and probably my favorite Renaissance painter, Raphael. As far as the paint itself, it is the pigment, and the binder is linseed oil. The thing that makes oil so enticing is that it is workable to infinity. This stuff will be wet for as long as the day is, even longer than that. You can work this all you want. People usually paint oil on canvas. I'm pretty sure some people have tried to do it on paper as well. And because of how workable it is, it's actually quite forgiving. You can lift oil paint off pretty easily. You just wipe it off or scrape it. And the slowness to dry allows you to make various kinds of gradients and all sorts of effects with it. The problem with that, of course, is that if you like layering your paint, that is going to take a while. Because of how long it takes to dry, you're going to be picking up paint on the bottom. Now, there are ways to paint with oil paint all at once. It's called alla prima. And it's a bit tricky, but it is manageable. The best general principle is to start with thin paint and then work your way up to thicker paint. Another thing about oil is that it will require a pretty well ventilated workspace. The paint itself is not what you need to worry about. Everything else is what you need to worry about. Because of course you can't thin oil paint with water like most paint. You have to use paint thinner. And you do not want to be inhaling that. So make sure you're in a well ventilated place when you're painting with oils. And of course you'll want to cover it at the end with a varnish of some kind. And one final big plus to oil is that it doesn't change when you put it on the canvas so much. Unless, of course, the paint is really thin, in which case it'll probably take some of the color underneath. But there isn't much in the way of mystery as far as putting that on, which is something you will come to appreciate if you try some of our later choices. Next is acrylic. Anyone who's been paying attention to what I've been uploading knows I've been having a bit of a kerfuffle with acrylic. It's a very funny medium, but we're going to talk about it some. It is, of course, made with pigment, and the binder is polymer. It's plastic. It is literally plastic paint, so it's very new as far as history goes. The examples I have are, again, two illustrative choices. We have Simon Bisley, who is a illustrator most known for his work in the comic book industry, and Yoshitaka Amano, who is mostly known for his work in the games industry, mostly on Final Fantasy. The best part about acrylic is how quickly it dries. It dries really, really fast. And that means if you like layering, you can work with this pretty darn well, and it will be pretty fast work as well. And also you can layer forever. You cannot pick up acrylic with like water or anything once it's dry. Once it's there, it's there. So you don't have to worry about picking up paint underneath. You can also paint it on a wide variety of surfaces. A lot of people like to paint it on canvas. I believe the two examples I have in front of me don't actually use canvases, they use paper. I use it on paper. I've painted it with it on watercolor paper. I've painted with it on Bristol board as well. You can paint wood. You can use wood if you want. You can paint acrylic on whatever the heck you want. And it's also non-toxic. You can thin it with water. Just again, don't eat it. I feel like I shouldn't have to say that, but please don't eat it. The big problem with how quickly it dries is that it's hard to keep it wet on the palette. You kind of have to spritz it with water every now and again. It's also really hard to clean off your palette. I recommend using a disposable palette if you're starting out, and you just throw away the excess. It's pretty cheap, especially the student grade acrylic. You get a pretty good bang for your buck on that stuff. You can also pretty easily change the consistency and workability of the paint with mediums, such as slow dry mediums, matte mediums, gel mediums. You can do a lot of stuff with acrylic, so if you like amateur chemistry, I recommend this one to you. Also, there is no guesswork with this one as with oil. The paint is going to look basically the same as it is on the palette, again, unless you thin it. Like, the thing about acrylics is, like, it really is, like, endless. You can do whatever the heck you want with it. You make it look however you want. These two paintings look completely different. It's the same medium. Oh boy, watercolor. I like this one. This is my medium of choice usually. The ingredients for this one is of course the pigment, and the binder it uses is called gum arabic. I don't know much about gum arabic, but that's what it is. I have Aaron Blaze back at it again, and of course Hirohiko Araki. Both are using very different applications. Aaron Blaze is much more of a pure watercolor application. Hirohiko Araki's is a mixed media application with ink. But I think both are pretty valid as to showing what this stuff can do. The best part about watercolor is that it's transparent. You can layer it underneath line work really, really easily. So if you like to use line work, like I know a lot of Newgrounders like to do, this is really good. It also makes layering really interesting and fun because of how the colors shine through other layers. And of course, you paint it on paper, so easy storage. And it's workable within reason. It doesn't take very long to dry, but it also stays wet for long enough that you can make good washes with it, and you can do gradients, and you can do all kinds of neat stuff with it. It has its own very particular technique, so you'd have to do a lot of watercolor specific research, but it's worth it. The big problem with it, ironically enough, is the transparency. It really means you can't layer it opaquely. You have to work from light to dark. You have to start with light and then work your way to your darker colors because you can't paint light on top. It's a very common technique to leave sections of the paper unpainted so you get white shapes and highlights in there. However, it is great for mixed media. This is one of my favorite things about watercolor. You could put anything with this. You could put acrylics with it, you can put gouache with it, you can put inks with it, you can put colored pencils with it. You have no idea how many times I've done a watercolor painting and I have just salvaged it by some random shit I found in my drawer. You can do whatever you want with this stuff. And I recommend you do the same. Alright, gouache. Gouache is also made from pigment and gum arabic. It's just made with more gum arabic. It's essentially watercolor that's more opaque. On the left, I have an example by James Gurney and then Elena Revo. It's a very interesting medium because you can start thin, but you can also eventually get thicker and make the paint more opaque and paint in whites and stuff, things you can't really do with watercolor. It works really well with watercolor for this reason. It was mostly used in design in earlier parts. It kind of gained a bad reputation, at least in the Americas from what I could tell, as like a beginner's paint. And I can see why. I remember this was one of the first paints I was taught how to use, and I didn't like it either, mostly because the paints we bought were not the best. It's also used very commonly for backgrounds in old animation. If you look at that, it's kind of like a gouache. It's actually just gouache that's not archival. They call it poster colors. It can be reactivated with water once it dries, which can be both a blessing and the curse. It means if it's dried on the palette, you can reactivate it and reuse it. But it also means you have to be careful with layering because you can accidentally pick up the paint that's underneath. And again, this is also really good for mixed media. Alcohol markers. Okay, we gotta have a talk about alcohol markers. First of all, they look great. On the left is Takeshi Obata. You'll probably know him from Death Note. And the other one is Lauvan, who is a YouTuber I've watched here and there. So, alcohol markers use alcohol-based ink. It's not really paint. Like, we're kind of off paint at this moment, but I felt like this was a good point to put markers. They were mostly used back in the day for concept art, like before Photoshop and all that. You know, you had to make your concept art somewhere. And this is what they were used for, because they were very fast and very cheap if you live in Japan. You know, you just kind of whip out a marker and it works. It gives you the color you need. Again, these are also good for mixed media if you use it with ink and colored pencil and even watercolor here and there. The biggest problem with these is that you can't really mix them. You need to have individual colors. And an even bigger issue, I think, is cost effectiveness. You see these mostly used by Japanese artists in the industry, and the reason that is because Copic markers are much cheaper in Japan. They are marked up significantly over here. It's like, what, $5 for a Copic sketch marker over here? In Japan, they're like 280 yen, which is like just under $2.50, I believe. So they are sold here at a considerable markup. What you want is $8 where you live. Oh, jeez. Yeah, so I won't dismiss alcohol markers totally. I would just advise not buying Copics because they're not really that worth it in terms of the cost. Ohuhu markers are pretty good, and they've recently started rolling out refills. Prismacolor markers are pretty good. They don't have refills, but they are cheaper and comparable in quality. I don't know, if you can get Copics at a good price where you live, good for you, but other than that, I would do your best. And that's the end of the slideshow segment. To sort of cap off this bit, I wanted to find some artists on Newgrounds that use traditional art that I like. I found a few of them and I put them here. We have Terra Graphica, art by Tall, CLM Paper, and Cefi TCD. These were some of the artists I found on my hunt, and I advise you check them out and give them a little look-see. One more thing I do want to touch on that I forgot to mention is where to purchase materials. I really should have made a slide about this, but I didn't. I really recommend looking online if you want to buy things in bulk. If you're just looking to try stuff, just going to a brick and mortar store is a decent idea. The prices at Michael's craft stores or something like that aren't terrible, but they're not great. If you want much better prices, you can go online to like Dick Blick or Jerry's Artorama. Their prices are good, but the problem is if you want free shipping, you have to buy like $50 worth. But they often have a wider selection. But yeah, I think we can slide on into questions now.
Yeah, word.
Word.
That was fun. That was awesome.
I'm glad that you had fun. My mouth is like word right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was great. I enjoyed listening. It was like listening to like a video essay on YouTube. It was
Oh,
nice.
great.
I enjoyed it, but like in a good way, not in like the what like
Yeah.
what is this? What
No, I'm just starting to realize why they write those things out completely before they record them. Because goodness gracious,
No,
my mouth
you
is
kept it
like.
going. That was great. Yeah. Any questions for our friend?
Yeah. We got plenty of time for questions, and I got plenty of time for answers.
I think this is a cool chance to maybe look at like a lesser acknowledged part of Newgrounds Art Portal.
Yeah.
Which is the
at the very least, what I should say is that anything about traditional media is that it's fun, and you should try it out because it's fun. That's what I'm. That's gonna be my big, my thesis restatement.
We have one question. Micro asks, do you think some types of paints lends itself to specific aesthetics, i.e., watercolor is like a nostalgia, while acrylic is more of a pop and vibrant?
Yes, 100%, and that will probably inform your decision on what kind of media you want to use. I like watercolor because it kind of brings all the colors together because of how transparent it is. A lot of people don't like how the paper tends to mute the colors. I like that. I like muted
that too.
colors.
Yeah, me too. I like muted colors.
I like it a lot.
I think it's also you'd probably agree that it's important that like, you could always push those expectations too with like tone, like not like visual tone, but like contextual tone of what you're drawing, what you're painting. But yeah, Grizzly asks, can you give some techniques or advice when it comes to acrylic and watercolor? Like maybe
like using them together, or just like in general for each medium.
Let's say in general for each medium. I assume it's
all right. For watercolor, the biggest hurdle to get down is going to be the water to paint ratio, because you know the color is going to be more vibrant the less water there's in there. But it's also going to flow harder, or it's not going to flow as well, I should say. But once you get the hang of it, it's pretty good. I would recommend getting a palette that has wells in it that you can mix colors into, or a watercolor, and you can like dilute it as you want. As far as acrylic goes, I don't know. I'm still figuring that one out myself. The best I can say is just try everything. Maybe try some mediums, try different painting surfaces, because that's kind of what acrylic seems to be about.
Do
what?
Oh, sorry.
No, sorry, I'm coughing.
Would you consider elementary school art supplies like crayons or water-based markers to be viable for making decent illustrations?
You can make art whatever the fuck you want, dude. Truly, I know that seems like a pedantic answer, but you can.
Yeah,
I haven't seen much of it.
I would agree.
But, you know, if you want to be the first person to really do that, do it.
I would suggest looking at all the people that make like ballpoint drawings.
Oh, dude, ballpoint pen drawings are so much fun.
Like,
you know what?
I don't think what medium is more accessible. You know.
I'm gonna go on a tangent. If you ever want to try getting into ink, but you're scared because it's like really permanent, do ballpoint pen drawings, because ballpoint pen you can actually make lighter with less pressure, but your marks are still permanent. So you're still building line confidence, but it's also like not quite as scary.
What are some of your Newgrounds works that use traditional media?
I have so many that use traditional media right now.
I would say
like the ones at the beginning.
Do you tag them?
Yeah, I always tag them with traditional art, the traditional art tag. Basically just go to my Newgrounds and look at the newest stuff. It's probably traditional, because I've been doing that almost exclusively lately.
Metal says, when are you gonna learn to ink with a brush like a real man?
Never. I hate inking with a brush. My hand is way too heavy for that. I love using a G pen. It's so nice. I use inks. I use a brush for spotted blacks and big areas of ink when I do ink art, but you will not see me doing line art with it, because goodness gracious.
Calligraphy? Do you like?
I don't, but I should.
Text stuff? Like, I don't know. I wonder, do you like doing typeface stuff?
Like, I don't go out of my way to do it, but when it's in a drawing, I'll definitely do it. Like, the ink drawing I did for Pico Day had some Japanese calligraphy in it. Like, I had some writing on Pico's jacket that was fun to draw.
I have trouble I have trouble the most painting skin using watercolor. I mostly use orange and a little bit of purple wash, but lots of water. What other combinations do you recommend?
Usually I like to use I usually like to start with like a yellow, like a cadmium yellow.
Mm.
And then I mix in a cool red, like alizarin crimson. You can use a warm red if you want, like a cadmium red, but I would recommend using alizarin crimson or permanent rose, I think is another good one. And then usually I'll desaturate it with some white, like some titanium white or something, or I'll just dilute it with water. Orange and purple is definitely an interesting mixture, but I can see where you would have trouble
Yeah,
with
I can see that being like, of like, you know, a lot of shadows are yellow or purple. You know, it's like I feel like you really broke it down. It's
Yeah.
like,
And if you want to do if you want to do darker skin tones too, you can get out like the umber and the sienna, the earth pigments and all that, and get that in there, and you can make some nice rich skin tones. Now, mixing colors is a skill that you have to kind of build, but it's not that hard.
What are some mediums you like mixing together?
Mediums I like mixing together.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like trying a bunch of random stuff, but my favorite is line and wash. I like to do ink and watercolor together, and then I usually like to pair it with something opaque so I can add accents. So I usually with acrylic or gouache, or something I've been using lately for highlights and stuff is this stuff called bleed proof white.
Mm-hmm.
From Dr. P.H. Martin's, that's the brand. And it's called bleed proof white, and it comes like in a little jar. And it says it's not for mixing. I do it anyway. And it's like gouache, but it's a little hardier, I feel. So I like that a lot.
Have you tried Sumai painting?
Sumi-e? I have
Sumi-e?
not tried Sumi-e. I know my brother tried Sumi-e for a while. He has a set.
You know what's
But
funny?
that
I've
might
never
be
heard that said
something
out
to
loud
look
before.
Sumi-e?
I've always seen it written down. I've never heard it written out loud before.
Sumi-e. A brush is needed to practice Nihongo calligraphy, correct?
What inspirations or references do you use when you're drawing your art? Like, what's like something that inspires you, or like what do you like? What's your go-to for inspiration or references?
I mean, I mostly picked out artists that inspire me when I was putting together the stuff.
Mhm.
Like, JC Leyendecker is a big one for me. I fucking love him and his stuff. I like a lot of that era, really. The golden age of American illustrators, as it's called. It's probably like, I wouldn't call it an art movement. I'd call it more of just kind of an art era. It was like a time when artists were used en masse for illustration because photography wasn't really there yet. So it's mostly art that's in like advertising and publications, but it's just still so nice. Like Norman Rockwell's great too, and so is Arthur Rackham, who's mostly known for illustrating Grimm's fairy tales. And I don't think he's American, but Alphonse Mucha is often lumped in there. His stuff is great too. Yoshitaka Amano, of course, Araki, good stuff everywhere.
What medium do you use for graffiti and street art? Do you do that?
Graffiti and street art? I don't do graffiti and street art.
Oh,
I mean, most people use spray paint and stuff for that.
Yeah, spray paint and paint markers. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to do graffiti, you have to get good at like layering. That's like really all it is.
And running from the cops too. That's a good skill to get. If you're talking graffiti style art, you can really make it with whatever. Like if you just want to make a painting that has graffiti in it.
I like the guys that do stencils and they'll just like
Yeah,
tag they'll
stencils.
tag like a whole block.
Yeah, and then they dip because they
Yeah.
know like, oh.
But you could do
That's
it in, like 10
that's
minutes.
actually smart because then you can just do it.
Yeah, yeah. You just
immediately.
take a paint roller real quick.
Yep.
Right on. And let's see, any more questions? Unless I'm missing
Refresh
any.
out already.
We did kind of fastball them there at the end. Someone asked, how do you watch the live stream? Well, you can come in here into the main stage, or you can hop onto YouTube at Newgrounds Festivals, and the live stream will be there for all 3 days.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
For For those of you that are still here at 12:30 in the morning, you guys are
Yeah.
chads for real.
Big time chads.
You know, like it's hard for, we don't really focus on the views for the actual event. It's more about the VOD, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's where usually everyone, it's hard to get everyone here on the weekends,
Yeah.
But even on the weekends, it's just, it's such a long day, but the fact you guys are sticking around is pretty cool. Pretty awesome.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's kind of how Summerfest has always been, though. Everyone's
Yeah.
always in here chilling, having a good time, vibing, making new friends.
Yeah.
Ooh, Oolong is preparing for tomorrow's panel.
Ooh.
That's exciting. 12:30 in the afternoon?
Oh yeah.
What the heck, bruh?
Less than 12 hours from now, we'll be back here again.
I know. It's exciting.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you live in
I'm
Asia. Oh,
so
that's cool.
excited.
I'm so excited.
That's awesome. We got a lot of folks.
I'm gonna be a professional
around
honk
the
shoer
place.
tonight.
You're gonna be professional what?
A professional honk shoer tonight. I'm gonna be
What does
honk
that mean?
EP as fuck going.
Oh.
Oh, you're gonna
Oh.
honk shoe.
Honk.
Yeah, I'm a honk shoer.
All right, I have an actually important question for you, Slimy.
Yeah.
Are you a honk shoe kind of guy, or are you a snore me 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 kind of
I
guy?
am neither. I sleep like the dead.
Yeah,
I'm a
as
corpse.
someone
Tony
who slept
can-
in the same
Tony
room.
can yeah, Tony can attest to that.
Gabe
we were
sleeps like a
he
rock.
bunked with me
Aw.
when we were in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And he knows
feel like
that I'm a
I
bit of a
should
tosser and a
also-
turner for the first bit, but when I get to sleep, I become an inanimate object.
I get
I
that
feel
like.
like
No, go ahead.
I feel like I should also have already known this information. We slept in my friend's house.
Oh right,
one
yeah.
night.
Well, that wouldn't be possible because I couldn't sleep that night. That was the
Oh yeah,
worst.
you were cold. I'm sorry.
I was cold, and there were cats, which I didn't know about.
Oh, you're allergic.
I thought I
right?
told you.
Yes. We
It's
used to
my
like stay
bad.
the night together. Yeah, he was when we went to too many games in Philadelphia.
same bed too,
he
it was
bunked
awesome.
toge- Yeah, we had a big B&B. We didn't share a bed, if that's what you're gonna
We did
ask.
share a bed. Why are you lying? You always lie about this.
Look, you're a great cuddler, but they don't have to know that.
Yeah. So I get that anxiety that I'm sure a lot of people can relate to, where like it's so it's so like unrealistic and like improbable, but like sometimes I'll look at like my dog or like my friend or whoever or like my girlfriend that's sleeping, and I'm like, man, I just want to see their chest rise. I don't know why. I'm not, like, I know they're not dead, but I just gotta
feel
see
that.
them move. I just gotta see them move, and I'll feel better. I don't
really
know why.
feel it.
It's so irrational. But when I was with Slimy, like everyone else that was in there, like I'll check like when I wake up, like, oh, okay, everyone's good, and Slimy's just stone cold, and I'm like, Slimy. Okay.
I do that with my fucking dogs all the time too. It's like, oh dear.
Because like you'll see
Please.
them, and then like 3 hours later they're still there, and I'm like, you're not asleep. I know that
Yeah.
your eyes are moving. You're there, but I'm like, are you good, homie?
It's worse because my dogs are old, so I'm like paranoid about that sometimes.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. Slimy sleeps like a rock.
I do.
But this was fun. I think this is like the better of like the artist soapbox panels that we've had over the years. I know I've had some. I know everyone else has like had their fair share. I think this is like, I think trad art needs its like, especially these days. I feel like it's like
Yeah,
sometimes it's
exactly.
seen as a means to an end to train
Yeah.
people for digital.
Yeah, and I don't want to poo-poo on digital. I like
No,
digital.
I know you're
like
not. I
digital,
know you're
but-
not. I feel like this is like, I don't know. I feel like this is.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's like tangible. It's like you have
Yeah,
a
it's
finished,
tangible.
a finished thing when you're done.
It's also easier to draw with your entire arm, which is lets you get some very precise lines.
It does
Metal
make you
does
better at
all-
digital art, though. If you want. If you
Yes,
feel
Metal.
like
I
you're
know
digital.
you do your stuff trad too. All pencils and inks traditionally, baby.
I will say it's funny though when you do see people online that do like traditional art, and they're like, "Oh, like perfect traditional art." It's always in a sketchbook, and I'm like, "No, that's not what the sketchbook's for. That's not what the sketchbook's for." Like it's like, "Oh, my sketchbook isn't beautiful." It's like, "Oh,
Yeah,
that's not what it's for."
people get really uppity about their
My
sketchbooks for
sketchbook
whatever
is like
reason.
a fucking mess.
The sketchbook is
I
for the
have
stuff
sticky
you don't
notes in
have to
mine.
say for everybody. Stay for everybody. God, I'm like reading the chat as we talk. It's the stuff you don't have to share with everyone. It's like where you
Yeah.
put the weird.
I
Where you
want
like just move
everyone
around and practice.
to never say the full word for trad. Just because Brandy wants us to say it.
No, I'm not
Okay?
doing it. I'm not
Just
doing
don't
it.
say it.
I'm
For the
talking about
rest of the
trad
evening.
wives and trad, goth trad.
I waste a lot of pages in my sketchbook. There's no such thing.
That's what the sketchbook's
It's
for.
sketchbook.
That's why you don't spend
Yeah.
money on a sketchbook. You
Yeah.
you buy like a
Like
like a shitty one.
Like all these people with fancy ass moleskins, it's like I just get like the
Oh.
cheap fucking. I mean, I don't use newsprint because I don't like how it feels on my hands. I
don't
like get
newsprint
actual.
either. I use it for
sketchbooks,
my
like,
graphite classes, but that's it. Like with the ones that I
Yeah,
teach.
graphite.
Because it's just cheap. Not
Oh yeah,
graphite,
because like
charcoal drawings.
charcoal.
It's just
Especially
cheap.
if you're like in a figure drawing class where you're like drawing 30-second sketches, and you do not care if you keep them or not. Just throw them away after. Like that's fine. Like that's the one like thing that's nice about newsprint sketching.
There's a question on the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
They're saying, I have wobbly hands. Any tip on making the line straight for traditional art?
Okay.
Embrace your wobbly hands.
Embrace it. You can do that. You can embrace your
I would
wobbly
say that.
hands. Either that or you could. I don't know if you are, but I'm gonna guess that you might be drawing more with your wrist. Try to control the brush or the pencil or whatever it is more from your shoulder, because it is much sturdier than your wrist, and I think you'll find that if you practice with it, you can get a lot more control out of that. Draw with forearm and shoulder. More so shoulder. Yeah. Thank you, Shao.
Yeah, shoulder and elbow.
Yeah.
So it's about like having control over your joints while you're drawing. Like wrist is for really small details. You're very rarely drawing with your wrist. Or you should be.
Do
draw
they talk
big,
about it on
draw big.
Dropbox.com?
Stop drawing so small. Draw big.
Yeah, draw big.
Draw
Get a
big.
big. Get like a. Here's something. Get some newsprint because it's cheap. Get like big 18 by 24 piece of fucking newsprint and just sketch bullshit or whatever you want and practice
when I show
moving
people
your
how
arm.
big comic panels are when they're like actually being done, like people. Like,
Oh, yeah.
They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, they're huge, man.
Yeah. Comic pages in America are usually done at 11 by 17, which is when the actual print is like 10 by 7 ish. I think. Or 7 by 10, I should say. I don't know. It's pretty ridiculous. I should know this off the top of my head. Metal's gonna be mad at me. I can see him typing. Several reams of copy paper in my room, cheap and disposable. Copy paper is also good too. I have a ream just sitting over there. It's at a very weird aspect ratio, but I don't care. It ends at about 6.5 by 10.75 after the trim. Okay, so yeah. Work big. That's what I should say. Work big.
I think also traditional art's fun for like drawing with your friends. I feel like a lot more people should do that.
Oh, dude,
It's-
yeah.
I think having little drawing parties are fun. I do that with my friends sometimes.
Yeah, when we were all in like the dining room in Philly
Oh,
at
that
the
was so much fun.
B&B, like doing like the dummy doodle sesh, that was a good time.
Or drawing at the office. On the big
Or
table.
drawing at the office, yeah.
It was fun.
Or like, I think Bacon went and swiped some frickin' printer paper from somewhere.
Yeah.
Someone did it. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
there was the giant spread of like a whole. There was like a whole
Yeah.
ream spread out on the table.
Yeah, and everyone was spread around doing it. I don't know if Bacon swiped it, but he was definitely the first one drawing. Remind me what happened in Philly. What happened in Philly stays in Philly.
Yeah.
Brandy
except for
Buizel
stuff we
got
talk about.
yanked off a stage and it was funny. That one's real. He got carried.
Isn't there like a video or photo of that somewhere?
There is somewhere. You can find it.
You can find it.
Yeah. I know, it was a big Newgrounds meetup and everyone got together and it was a lot of fun. Good times were had by all. This has nothing to do with traditional art, but you get the idea. It's you know, get together with your friends and do it. There. I made it about the subject. NG meetup in Asia when? That'd be interesting.
Yeah, my DMZ meetup.
A traditional meetup.
Yeah, a traditional North Korean DMZ meetup.
North Korea, yeah, that's the place to bring it all together.
Yeah, we're gonna have a Newgrounds Pyongyang meetup.
Yeah. We could make the
And
posters
those,
like the
and
Philly
those,
ones.
fake internet cafes. They showed the Vice. There's like Fabergé eggs on the shelves. Like, this is our stores.
Oh, Philippines, that's cool. Newgrounds in Pyongyang, 2024, baby.
Let's do the Pyongyang collab.
Pyongyang collab.
Yeah, that'd be a good drawing.
That was like a really weird, like, Homestar Runner joke once, where like Strong Bad was on the island, getting rescued by the cheat on a helicopter, and he was like, "The cheat! I thought you were still in Pyongyang." Like, why would he be there? Did everyone call each other by their real names or their NG names? We had name tags and we all put our screen names on them. But if people wanted to use their normal names, it doesn't matter.
It's like
Nobody
it's hard.
cared.
It wasn't like something. I don't think anyone was really consciously thinking about it. I think.
Yeah.
I think it's just like when you hang out with people online so much and you just see like usernames and not real names, like, you know, unless you like make a conscious effort of calling them by their real name, like it's like I remember like Doc.
Yeah.
Like I still called him Doc when I saw Doc.
Yeah,
Like,
but he also said it was his nickname in high school, so it's
Yeah.
like I'd still call him Doc. But
Like-
you know, once you meet up in real life, you probably find that like, oh, calling you Annie Slug in real life is a little goofy.
Yeah.
I really didn't want anyone to call me my username.
Oh man, I probably pissed you off pretty well. He's like, oh,
I was trying so hard.
to not kill me at TMG.
Oh, it wasn't even that. It's just
Whatever. This isn't a. I think it's like 12:42. We're just
Yeah.
chilling. We're just chilling.
oh yeah.
How's our fellas in and ready to go?
Let me check with them.
Yeah, check with our friends from down under. At least I know where Orcork's from. I don't know where Joe Mega's from.
We probably should go ahead and finish up and then end the YouTube
Yeah.
stream though.
So, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm the last one on the stream.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming, everybody. Day 1 of Newgrounds Summerfest has come to a conclusion.
Oh, the next one isn't on.
Oh, yeah, this is, we're going into 18+ Hell World.
Oh,
and
wow.
We're gonna
Yep.
end the stream.
The last one is an After Dark, so
Nice.
thank you guys for tuning in if you're on the YouTube channel. See you tomorrow at 12.
Yep.
Bye, everybody.
It's gonna be a great Saturday. We got a lot of stuff. It's gonna be good.
It's gonna be so much
Bye
fun.
bye.
Goodbye.
No, the stream part is over.